Okay, we're ready. We are ready. Alright, I'm gonna go take a whiz. I'll take a whiz and I'll be right back. Gotta go piss. Okay, test. Now let's see if this works.
Symptoms of this cyst on his brain are getting increasingly worse, and it seems like this is kind of his last-ditch effort to get it fixed. There are instances of people performing brain surgery on themselves before, but it doesn't usually go very well. For example, there was this guy.
Test.
Guy named Michael Raduga who cut open a hole in his head and implanted an electrode onto his brain so he could help himself lucid dream better. He did survive the surgery, but it doesn't look like the electrode worked very well, and he also lost a ton of blood during the surgery, and obviously this is pretty dangerous. Anyway, I'm getting off track here. This listing was made all the way back in 2013, and I kind of still wonder what could have happened to this guy. You know, assuming this post is real, need to get pregnant fast by a clean, educated man, woman for male. Looking for a light-skinned man to get me pregnant this coming weekend or early next. You will need light brown, blonde, or red hair. My husband and I have been trying to get pregnant for months now, and my doctor says I'm fine, so it must be him. It would kill him not to have kids. Be drug and disease free. I figure we can try a couple times while I'm visiting this week, and hopefully I will be pregnant for my flight back home. Send a couple pictures of yourself, especially want nude pics. can't do this if I'm not attracted to you. And tell me a little bit about yourself. I should point out that considering the fact in this posting she mentions it would kill her husband if they couldn't have kids, it kind of makes me feel like she's probably doing this behind his back. And the fact that she's looking for a man that resembles her husband, presumably so they can have a kid that...
Test.
reasonably could be theirs. I guess we're kind of left wondering if there is a guy somewhere in Rentonville that had a Craigslist kid. Imagine being a Craigslist kid. Imagine finding the Craigslist listing that led to your conception. 40K a year to attend Harvard as me. This is just a listing from someone who got accepted into Harvard, but they don't actually want to spend the time like attending the classes and learning the stuff. And so they just want to hire someone to take the classes for them and just impersonate them, I guess. He wants you to have a pretty high GPA from your previous schooling, and he's willing to pay you $40,000 a year with a $10,000 bonus after graduation. At the end of the post, he does mention that he does want you to sign a non-disclosure agreement, and he is unwilling to reveal any more information about himself until he selects you for this plan. Whoever this guy is presumably has quite a bit of money to just throw around, because $40,000 is actually not horrible. Plus, you get to attend Harvard for free, but also, ironically, in the end, you're probably not going to actually get much out of the schooling because then you don't get a degree. You have to give it to this guy. Human-sized hamster wheel. It's pretty astounding the story a single image can tell. Imagine a bunch of noise coming from your upstairs, and it turns out your neighbor's rolling around in a wheel. This post has so much good material on it. Can accommodate up to 200 pounds. 50 pounds of shredded newspapers also available. Taking appointments to view the wheel this week. Look, I'm not saying you can't buy the wheel, but you will need to set up a viewing appointment first. Take a few pictures for cash. Female. Looking for good-looking girl, age 18 to 25, to take a few pictures with me in medical school. Went through a bad breakup and told my parents I had a new girlfriend so they'd leave me alone. This listing is from all the way back in 2010. This is also kind of a product that probably wouldn't exist on Craigslist anymore anyway. You could probably just pull one of these numbers and your parents are so old they probably wouldn't even know any better. Please help me win my wife back. This is a posting that comes from a 46-year-old man in Austin, Texas, who has a dying relationship with his wife. And so he basically wants someone to come over and give him advice and be kind of a mentor to teach him how to get his wife back. He writes, "My wife of many years and I are having big fights, and I want to woo her back. Part of the plan is to not look like the 46-year-old slob that I fear she sees. I'm no bumpkin, but I'm no metrosexual either. Honestly, I'm clueless as to fashion, looks, etc. He mentions that he doesn't care if you're a 30-something woman or an 80-something gay man. He just really wants advice on how to revamp his looks and become a better man. He'll pay $200 for 8 hours of consulting. Not bad. I love to see the improvement montage of this guy. Did you leave a prosthetic leg on the bus this morning? Woman for male. This is kind of just a bizarre post about some woman finding a guy's lost prosthetic leg on a bus and then kind of like romanticizing the life they could have together if they ever met up. Definitely not the direction I was expecting. Nemesis wanted. Need a nemesis. This is basically just a super long post of someone talking about how they feel like they need a nemesis in their life, which, to be honest, you know, there's probably a lot of benefits to having a nemesis. I feel like someone should make a dating style app that revolves around connecting people with potential nemeses. And these can act as the greatest motivators in your life, pushing you to become a better person. Feline lap surrogate. This listing is basically just someone explaining that sometimes they need to take a break from their cat sitting on their lap, so they need someone to come and substitute in for them. He mentions the cat is very attention-seeking and has been decreasing my productivity as of late. Highly unique living situation in beautiful apartment, available May 1st. So this is probably one of the strangest living accommodation listings on the website I've seen. It's advertising for a space in Milwaukee, California, and basically the idea is it's basically a 1,600 square foot property, but the catch is the owner owns 2 pot-belly pigs that kind of just roam the house free, and if you want to live with them, you got to know how to handle them. The lister warns that the pigs are nice, but you'll need to approach them with confidence because one of them wants to climb the social hierarchy. Also, out of this house, they run a massage parlor, and they don't want you having loud sex to disturb the customers. So, now here's the thing. The rent is only $433 a month. So, I mean, almost an okay deal. You know, if you're willing to put up with a couple hogs. What do you guys think? Would you live in the hog house? Possibly in need of an exorcist. So my boyfriend is buying a house on Wednesday, an old house, built in the 40s, and I firmly believe it's haunted. The listing basically goes on to explain that this person is looking for an exorcist to rid the house of all potential ghosts. I feel like you could probably order an exorcist online these days. I looked it up and you can. Fiverr has many different exorcist options. Free trampoline. This is a posting for a free trampoline. The only issue is that it looks like this. It looks like basically during a windstorm, the trampoline was literally picked up by the wind and like thrown into a neighbor's pond. And so it's up to you, the buyer, to bring a rope and pull it out, but you get it for free. A little side note, trampolines getting whisked away by the wind is actually a pretty common problem if you have them in windier areas. A lot of the times people will actually dig out giant holes and put them into the ground so they don't fly away. And then you also have a ground level trampoline, which is pretty cool if you ask me. Wanted, holiday girlfriend. Let me be clear, I want a girlfriend, but I don't really want a girlfriend. I just want one for the holidays. This post basically goes on to explain that the poster feels that the holiday seasons suck when you don't have a girlfriend. All the different holiday activities suck.
Man, I wish I had Fig.
So he wants a holiday girlfriend. Who is this guy? Well, he's a 28-year-old small business owner, described as easy on the eyes, and says that after the holidays are over, he's wanting to wind down the relationship to maybe just the occasional drunken booty call. I think this would be a good point in the video to explain that Craigslist used to actually have a pretty prominent dating side of the website. There was basically this board where you could make a post describing yourself and who your ideal partner would be. Of course, this side of the website, as much as it was used for dating, it was probably also used for like hookups. And of course, there was quite a bit of sex work on this side of the website too. This was actually one of the bigger parts of Craigslist up until 2018 when they removed this side of the website. Basically what happened is Congress passed a law that said that websites like Craigslist would be liable if users on the website were doing illegal activity along the lines of like sex trafficking or prostitution or something like that. And Craigslist didn't want to take any risks, and so they just completely pulled that side of the website. You can still look at a lot of these old posts though, and we're going to be looking at a lot more of them today. They're honestly one of the more entertaining groups of posts you can see on Craigslist. For example, Super Mario Sex. Take a guess what it is. It's a listing about a woman who wants to have sex with a man dressed as the idea, the man, Super Mario. She even offers to dress up as Princess Peach. She ends the post by saying, "Any takers for my weird fetish? I'll be in Ottawa this weekend. Wahoo." Perchance. Babysitter for druggies. So this is a pretty legendary post. This post is made by basically two drug addicts who are looking for someone to babysit them while they're tripping. They explain, "My boyfriend and I like to experiment with various recreational chemicals, but sometimes when we're coming down, we don't want to go out, but we really, really, really want some sort of obscure, horrible fast food item. We used to have a friend that would bring us stuff and not expect much in return, but he moved away. We would like a replacement for him. We don't want to do drugs with you, but we are perfectly willing to hook you up or bake you cookies when we're sober, or listen to you whine about how no girls like you, as our old Tinder of the druggies did. We don't want you to stay overly long either. Bring us stuff, chill for maybe 15 minutes, longer if we aren't obviously exchanging looks of hinting about how tired we are, or how, no, we don't want a cuddle threesome. Be on your way. We are chill people and really would like to be your friend. But this works better if you are some sort of unlikable loser, eager to please and be accepted." In this post, they're talking about doing a drug called 2CI. I had never heard of that up until this. I looked it up, and it's this synthetic drug, which from what I've seen online, apparently kind of gives you the hallucinogenic effects of LSD while also offering like the euphoria of Molly. So these guys are probably just out of their mind. And of course, there's quite a bit of overdose potential for this. This post made me curious if nowadays you can just buy a trip sitter online. And I made a little bit of an interesting discovery while looking into this. You know, they have like teletherapists, like you'll get on a video call with a therapist and they'll prescribe you lithium. You can get on a call with a trip sitter. I feel like that would be horrible. I feel like when you're like in the depths of the trip, lost in your mind, the least helpful thing you could have is someone like FaceTiming you, telling you it's gonna be okay. That's not gonna do anything, I'm sorry. I mean, apparently it's worked for some people. I'm sure there's scenarios where this makes sense, but this still seems kind of ridiculous to me. Wing woman. This listing is basically someone just looking for a woman who will just kind of walk around with him in New York and be his wing woman. But it's not like a wing woman like you might imagine. He pretty explicitly states that as the wing woman, he doesn't want you to really do anything. He just wants you to kind of just stand around and look comfortable. And I think this is like some sort of strategy he's trying to employ to attract more women. The idea being that if you kind of like posture yourself as like being cool around women, a bunch of women are following you around, you can get even more because they know you're like that. He says he wants the wing woman to be able to relax, laugh, have a good time, and emanate a genuine positive energy. Recognize that her presence alone and her silence are often all that are needed. Understand or be willing to learn the counterintuitive principles of how men really attract women. This is not about you expressing your opinion on relationships, dating, or how you think dating should take place, or offering advice. What it is about is getting paid to have a great time doing the most fun, exciting, easy job you have ever done. Need someone to sit on lap. I have back problems and need someone to sit on my lap for 4 hours a day. It helps me straighten my back. I know it sounds weird, but it helps. Willing to pay $10 an hour for 4 hours twice a week. He goes on to mention that he's specifically looking for a male to sit on his lap, and he's letting you know that he's not gay, but it just helps because they're stronger. He even says you can do other stuff while doing the job. Watch TV, get work done, do stuff on your computer. He ends up by saying, trust me, this is not what I wanted, but it helps. Thank you. I think this kind of goes without saying, but I have no idea why he needs a person to do this. He seems to be aware that this is kind of like an uncomfortable situation. I don't know why he can't just get a heavy object to do this for him. Maybe he's a Santa in training. I don't know. Free guinea pig lawn trimming service. I mean, the name says it all. This listing is basically someone just looking to unleash a herd of guinea pigs onto your lawn so they can eat it and, you know, cut the grass. I have no idea how this would work. I don't know if they're going to be on a leash, if they just kind of know not to run away, but sure. Belly button lint. I have a collection of belly button lint. Will trade for muscle car, Harley, rifles, gold coins, work, also or make cash offer. Also interested in motorcycles. No lowball, serious only, willing to split if you don't have what I'm looking for. I don't think I've had belly button lint a single time in my life, let alone 3 jars worth of it. I should mention that this belly button lint guy has multiple postings on Craigslist over the years too. All of them are him trying to get rid of his belly button lint. In the other posting, he made the smart move of removing his face. Maybe that'll help sell them better, I don't know. You know, it's called Craigslist, but the question I've always kind of had in the back of my mind is, who's Craig? It's him. Hey guys, I'm editing this video right now, and I made a pretty unfortunate discovery. It turns out these posts where this guy is trying to sell belly button lint on Craigslist are probably fake. I know, very sad. This is actually a picture of a librarian by the name of Graham Barker, who collected his belly button lint for 26 years. This is actually real, look it up. Camouflage truck, 1800 OBO. I got the invisible boatmobile. Free taxidermy hamsters. I've been practicing on whatever I can find. Great to give to kids because they require no care. Text me for pictures, or if interested, I have 8 left and they're going quick. Jet-powered Volkswagen. A jet-powered Volkswagen Beetlebug. The seller is asking for $550,000 for this thing, and apparently the creator of this thing is just an engineer who had a bunch of spare time, and so he put this together in his garage, and he claims it is street legal when you're not using the jet engine. I was a little curious if jet-powered cars are actually explicitly banned from streets in the United States, and actually it doesn't look like they're explicitly banned, but there are probably other problems problems at play with this thing, like emission standards and noise standards, and maybe a couple other little technical things that could get it banned. In this listing, the owner says that he doesn't even know what the top speed is for this thing yet, presumably just because he's never wanted to try and push it to its limits. I decided to dig into the creator of this vehicle a little bit more, and this is actually not the only time he's attached a jet to a vehicle. He also apparently attached a jet engine to his wife's Vespa for fun. Unfortunately, he didn't end up selling that one on Craigslist. I'd love to see the creator of this thing team up with the creator of the Killdozer to see what kind of doomsday weapon they could put together. Thanks for shitting your pants. This is just a very lengthy rant someone posted on Craigslist about how they went to a Comcast store and one of the customers in line there shit their pants so badly, it just annihilated the entire room. Like, according to this post, a woman had to step out and vomit. It was so horrible. I would expect as much from Comcast. Children's guillotine. Looking to get rid of children's guillotine. Only used once. Has been cleaned and recently oiled, sure to make any child happy. Christmas is coming up soon, so don't miss this one. Unfortunately, they don't post any pictures alongside this. Someone in Lawrence, Kansas is doing some psycho shit with her kids. To the man f***ing my wife at my house. This is also not really a product being sold on Craigslist. This is just a very long rant written by a guy who knows someone is coming to his house and his wife when he's not there. And it's kind of a funny post because he's being very amicable about the situation. You know, he says stuff like, if you do drink the last one, buy more or leave money on the counter. I will pick some up. Try shifting your weight when you sit on my chair. I like to imagine that this guy is just so far at the end of his rope that the best outlet he has in life is Craigslist. You know, sometimes you see people kind of like ranting into the void on like Reddit. Craigslist is next level. Crapshoot. Killer new outdoor game with toilet. So this is also another funny listing where they're not really selling you anything. It's just this user posting about this new game that they developed that they're calling Crapshoot. Well, what is the game? You might be wondering. It's basically just a game where you throw frisbees into a toilet. That's about it. I guess we'll have to wait and see if there's an emergence of Crapshoot players in the coming years. I need someone to retrieve a hidden obelisk. So this listing is for a job someone wants to hire for. This is a serious job. 5 years ago, my friends and I lived in Dunbar, and before we moved out, we entombed a powerful relic in the sump pit of our basement. The relic in question is a sort of elongated trapezoidal prison, obelisk, picture above, made of white-gray marble and engraved with Gaelic and Ogham scripts. It is around 12 by 3 by 3 inches and weighs approximately 4 kilograms. My request is twofold. First, you would travel to the address of the house to see whether it still stands, or whether it has been demolished and redeveloped. As the landlord told us, it would be. Upon receipt of video evidence of the demolished/reconstructed house and the surrounding area, the job will be over and you will be paid $25. He ends the post by saying, "It is very important to myself and my friends that the obelisk be interred in Irish soil, as our country is experiencing an unstable political climate at the moment. Hopefully this will help restore balance and safety to all." Unfortunately, the picture they provide doesn't let you really see the text on the obelisk very well. It does seem to say 2018, but that's about as much as I can make out. I honestly feel like this would be a pretty fun side quest to go on, to find somebody's lost hidden obelisk. I was kind of curious about this post a little bit. I was like, is this real or is this just some sort of troll? And it turns out this was a serious request by the poster. They actually had a hidden obelisk out there that they wanted you to go get. There was a local news website that actually reported on this whole thing. And apparently, the story behind it is there actually was this Irish guy who was living in Vancouver, Canada. And while living there, found these rocks that kind of reminded him of these medieval Irish monument stone things. It looks like they're usually called Ogham stones. And he took it upon himself to turn it into this obelisk thing. He wrote on the rock in Ogham, which is actually a real ancient script. and he hid it in the basement of the house he was living in at the time. And after he moved out of Vancouver and then to Ireland, later down the road, he's like, wait, I actually want this obelisk back. And so he made a Craigslist post asking someone to go get it for him. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any updates online if they ever actually managed to retrieve the obelisk or not. Professional Pokemon Go trainer. This listing was made during the peak of the Pokemon Go fad back in 2016. And basically, this woman, for $20 an hour, she's willing to be your own personal Pokemon Go trainer. You can basically give her your Pokemon Go account and she'll go play it for you. You know, leveling up your Pokemon, hatching eggs, getting candies, doing the whole thing. This woman, believe it or not, is a 24-year-old freelance journalist that went to NYU and is a tattoo artist. Never would have saw that coming. If she actually got someone to hire her for this, that's probably one of the best jobs you could have. $20 an hour to go on a Pokemon adventure. I mean, come on, that sounds like a win-win to me. Resin Money Toilet Seat. What is there to say about this one? $12. I wipe my ass with $12. Eye Candy Lawn Service. Eye Candy Lawn Services is here to assist all the lovely mamas with any special lawn needs. Why settle for boring white bread lawn service when you can get a real piece of eye candy to take care of it for you? Yeah, this is another bizarre lawn service where they just kind of like look good while mowing your lawn. Yo, bro, I've got a fantastic business idea. There must be a pretty big market for novelty lawn mowing services. Lie on stomach while pregnant. I purchased a mattress and cut a hole out of it so that my wife can lay on her stomach while she was pregnant. I don't think you could use it while you're late in your pregnancy, but it's nice until then. I was actually surprised to find that you can actually buy pregnancy mattresses. They're basically just mattresses or inflatable mattresses with a belly-sized hole in them for the baby to go, the baby hole. I guess kind of the issue with this thing is you'd have to lay on it raw. Like you couldn't use a sheet because that would kind of defeat the purpose of the whole. Woodchuck groundhog meat. Free. Basically, this posting is just a guy who set up a trap in his backyard and caught a groundhog in it, but there's some law in his area where he's not allowed to relocate the groundhog, and so he needs to kill it. So he's offering up on Craigslist, does anybody want some groundhog meat? Groundhog, aka woodchuck, aka whistle pig. True fact. Probably the funniest part of this post is at the bottom, where he lists off possible dishes you could make with the groundhog meat. There are such delicacies as woodchuck au vin, which is like woodchuck in wine, woodchuck stew, fried woodchuck patties in tomato sauce, woodchuck pie. I'm sure people out there eat groundhog, but I wonder what this tastes like. I looked it up. It has a rich flavor without being gamey. It has a wonderful texture, much like dark meat on a chicken. Porn laptop. I have an older laptop, about 8 years old. It's a blue Toshiba, and I already have about 200 favorites of porn sites. Yeah, if you connect this one to your Wi-Fi, you're going straight on the NSA's most wanted. You're gonna want to D-ban the hell out of that hard drive, if you know what I'm saying. A brief guide to all the races. This is another one of these Craigslist rant posts where it's just someone like describing what they think about all the different races of humans. I'm not gonna read this one, but I had to mention this. Let's trade places. Married for single life. I am a 29-year-old female who's looking to try married life for a month. Around 10 years ago, I swore to myself that I would never get married. Reasons being parents, books, Sex in the City. As my 30th birthday approaches, I have begun having doubts in this decision. Perhaps I would like being married, having children, taking care of a husband. I want to find out if the choice I made is right in a practical and tangible way. And what better way than trying married life for a month? So I'm hoping to trade places with another woman who is interested in the life of a single girl and would not mind me trying out her life for 30 days. So this woman wants to do kind of like a Freaky Friday type thing, except it's like switching places with a married woman. I'm stating the obvious here, but I have no idea what married couple would agree to this, except for maybe a couple that's like a swinger poly type situation. And at that point, if you're swapping in with a woman in that type of relationship, is this really the traditional marriage you were wanting to try out? I would be genuinely curious if there were any takers. This sounds like a horrible Mr. Beast video. I spent 30 days as a married woman. You won't believe what what happened next. I wonder if at the end of their 30-day trial they had a Freaky Friday moment where they were like, you know what? I do miss my old life. I want to go back. Death chair. This is the sickest chair in the world. Up for grabs is the death chair. When dragged behind an ATV, truck, snowmobile, boat, or just freestyle down a steep grade, it is guaranteed to maim, mangle, mutilate, and potentially dismember the rider. This is a certified hillbilly activity. I'm looking forward to the Happy Wheels-esque death that's gonna occur on this thing. I will lick anything. I got my phone hooked up today with AT&T long distance. I'm so excited. I will lick anything you want me to lick. How far can we take it? For sale, Snowcat limo. This thing is pretty sweet. Someone just basically converted a limo into having like snow tracks. Could you imagine hopping in a limo and then going on a safari through the woods? Or hopping in a limo and blitzkrieging through the front lines? Great microwave. I've cooked lots of frozen meals in it. Holy shit, man. What kind of roadkill do you have sitting on the front of your counter, man? Do you live in a Resident Evil house? I'm not even kidding. It took me a moment to find the microwave. Mobile brothel. 1970 something Chrysler motorhome. I bought this former mobile brothel from one of the oldest pimps in Nevada. I believe it's the one I was conceived and born in. My mother found it for me years ago while I was volunteering for the Humane Society in Vegas. I bought it right away for $10,000 because it's kind of sentimental to us, since my father was an aeronautical engineer turned a Navy SEAL firefighter and a CIA spy who worked for Richard Nixon himself. Man, ever since Uncle Grandpa got his show canceled, it's really been downhill for him. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this, subscribe, hit that watch button, and join my subscription party. Check out my second channel where I have a super secret project coming out soon, and check out the all-new British Airways Flight 5390. On June 10th of 1990, British Airways Flight 5390 was en route flying from Birmingham to Malaga, Spain. However, shortly after taking off, just 13 minutes into the flight, a large bang could be heard from the cockpit of the plane, and the cabin quickly filled with condensation. What had happened was the left window in the cockpit had burst open, and a man by the name of Timothy Lancaster, who was the captain of the plane, was sucked out the window. However, as he was getting sucked out the window, his knee got caught on the control panel, and so he got stuck hanging halfway out of the plane while they're flying. Fortunately, a flight attendant by the name of Nigel Ogden ran up to him and grabbed him by the waist and held on to him so he wouldn't fly out of the plane. Of course, immediately the co-pilot started trying to bring the plane down. They tried to pull him in, but the force of the wind was too strong to actually make it happen. 20 minutes after the explosion, they finally got the plane landed in Southampton Airport, and after being taken to the hospital, the captain, who had been sucked halfway out of the plane for 20 minutes, actually did survive. Although he did get quite a few pretty bad injuries, including frostbite. It turns out that the window that had blown out had been recently installed, and when they installed it, they put the wrong screws in it. Ben Carpenter. The story of Ben Carpenter is just insane. In 2007, Ben Carpenter was a 21-year-old man who used an electric wheelchair. He was in a town in Michigan called Paw Paw, and one day he was crossing the street alongside a caregiver. However, as he was crossing the intersection, the light turned green and a semi-truck pulled forward, and Ben's wheelchair ended up getting wedged into the front grille of the semi-truck, and the semi-truck just drove off with him wedged into it. Like, it just started pushing him down the road. The semi-truck promptly went onto the highway with Ben stuck to it, and apparently they got up to 50 miles per hour. Quite a few people on the road saw what was happening and called the police. But around 3 or 4 miles into the drive, it seems like the truck driver was flagged down by a police officer, and they pulled over and realized what was happening. Miraculously, Ben was completely unscathed after this. His wheelchair held up pretty well. Kidney transplant. Usually when people get kidney transplants, the old kidneys are not actually removed. The new ones are put in, but the old ones are just kind of left there. This is just because it's pretty involved to get them removed, and for most surgeons, it's not worth the risk of trying to take them out if they can just kind of sit there and do nothing anyway. And so, another weird thing about kidney transplants is the new kidney is usually put in a different place than where your old kidneys were. They're usually put lower on your body, more in your pelvis
Damn, he
region,
ate it.
as opposed to like up where your kidneys
That
normally
motherfucker
are.
actually ate
This
it.
video
Oh,
is
shit, can we get
sponsored
upstairs,
by
please?
NordVPN. To make this video, I had to do some research on some really strange parts of the internet. And I like being
Okay,
extra
yeah, check
careful
this out
keeping
now.
my data and privacy secure. And so this is where NordVPN comes in. If you're someone who uses public Wi-Fi a lot, whether it be airports, cafes, hotels, the assumption is that if it works, it's probably fine. In reality though, much of the time these networks are often pretty insecure and leave your data pretty vulnerable. NordVPN encrypts your
Yes,
internet
microwaves are gonna be good
traffic,
for these
which helps
discos.
prevent
Oh,
third parties
fun.
from accessing your activity. In addition to the VPN itself, NordVPN also provides an additional service called Threat Protection Pro. This tool scans websites for phishing attacks, it blocks malicious ads, and it even detects fake online storefronts. You can get the NordVPN 2-year plan plus 4 extra months if you visit nordvpn.com/parallelvpn. The link is in the description and in the pinned comment. The North Korean Zoo. North Korea has a zoo. It was opened in 1959 and it's located in Pyongyang. Now, I don't really think there's much use in just dunking on the North Korean Zoo, but you know, as you might imagine, the treatment of the animals at the zoo is likely not very good. In 2016, a report came out that they had a chimpanzee that would smoke a pack a day. There have also been other clips and photos that have come out of the environments that the animals live in, and it's not really stuff you like to see. In the past, they've also made animals fight each other before. Although it seems like there have been
Fight
times
each
where
other.
things have
Yeah, symmetry's off,
improved.
yeah.
It's hard to tell exactly what the state of the zoo is now and what the current trajectory of it really is. The Carrington event. Sometimes the sun will eject clouds of plasma and magnetic fields towards Earth. Usually the Earth is able to deflect and protect against most of this thanks to its magnetosphere. Usually this stuff just causes some localized auroras across Earth, but as these geomagnetic storms get more powerful, they can start causing issues with electronics on Earth. The Carrington event was a geomagnetic storm that was so powerful that people reported seeing the aurora all over the earth, as far south as Colombia. And in some places, it was so bright that it said that you'd be able to go outside at night and read a newspaper
Right, look how much
under the
damage he's
light
taking just from
emitted by
walking
the
on those
aurora.
spikes.
Apparently, some gold miners in the Rocky Mountains were woken up in the middle of the night due to the aurora, and they started making breakfast because they thought it was morning. It was so bright. Now, this geomagnetic storm took place back in 1859. You know, back when there weren't really a lot of electronics yet, but of the electronics that did exist at the time, they did get wrecked. Apparently, telegraphs all over the United States and Europe
Ooh.
just completely went
Yeah, gotta
out.
get the
Some of them
somethings up.
started sparking. What's kind of concerning about this is if a solar storm like that hit today, the damages that it would do thanks to knocking out electronics in the internet and telephone lines could potentially be pretty enormous, with some estimates saying that it would probably do upwards of $2 trillion in damages. Although this 2.6 trillion estimate seems to be on the higher end of things, with other sources seeming more optimistic on the amount of damages that would actually be done. Fortunately, these types of solar storms don't seem to happen very frequently, with some estimates saying that they'll happen every 500 years, but also at the same time, they seem pretty difficult to predict. I think this is one you just kind of have to cross your fingers with. 2010 Copiapo mining accident. The longest time anyone has ever been trapped underground took place during the 2010 Copiapo mining accident. So there is a
Let's honestly
mine
just get these
located
Vikings
in
up.
Chile called the San Jose Mine.
Another rose
Historically,
also
it
right
has a
here.
pretty spotty record when it comes to safety. There's actually quite a few incidents incidents that have occurred at this place over the years. However, on August 5th of 2010, things would come to a head with a pretty big disaster, largely
right
just
here.
due to negligence and failure to take proper care of the mine by the owners, the San Esteban Mining Company. There would be a collapse in the mine, leading 33 men to be stuck underground with no tunnel or path out of the mine. Fortunately, there was like an emergency shelter towards the bottom of the mine that hypothetically the miners would have been able to stay in for some time, but they didn't even end up doing that due to there being ventilation issues with the area. There were a lot of interesting interviews done with the men who were stuck in this mine shaft. The way they talk about surviving amongst each other underground is very interesting and scary to think about. In one interview, a miner said, "Each day a different person took a bad turn. Every time that happened, we worked as a team to try and keep the morale up. We knew that if society broke down, we would all be doomed." Some older miners helped to support the younger men, but they had all taken an oath of silence not to reveal certain details of what had occurred down in the mine, particularly during the early weeks of desperation. Exactly what took place down there, we may never know. This rescue mission was just incredibly dark and grueling because it wasn't even until 17 days after the collapse did people on the surface realize that the miners were even still alive. They had sent a small probe drill that ended up digging into the part of the mine they were stuck in, and the men were able to basically attach a note to the drill so that when it came back up to the surface, people would know that they were down there. Not long after they were discovered, they were able to send a camera down to get footage of them, and it became pretty clear that the men were
Greystone's the only
in
place
great
it could have
condition.
spawned.
And the rescue plan that they ultimately ended up settling on basically involved drilling a giant hole down to where the men were and installing a mini elevator that they would use to bring the men out one at a time. The problem with that, though, is getting the hole dug out and getting all that installed just takes a lot of time. And so the men were trapped underground for 69 days before they were finally able to be rescued. Miraculously, all of the men actually did survive. Following this incident, the mining company that was responsible was dissolved, and the rescued miners were awarded some money. However, from what I can tell, in the end, no one was held criminally liable, which is pretty crazy. Blind sight. Blind sight is a condition where someone has gone blind due to damage to their visual cortex, and of course they're no longer able to consciously see anything anymore. Despite being blind though, they're still able to respond to visual stimuli that they don't even consciously see. Some people with blind sight, even if they can't consciously see it, when they're shown images of people's faces, they're able to determine what the emotions are on the faces. And there's also similar things people with blind sight can sometimes do, such as determine the location of objects around them or even navigate themselves in 3D space. For example, this is a video that reportedly shows a man who is blind, but thanks to his blind sight, he's actually able to navigate this hallway and dodge the obstacles. Now, of course, there isn't really a perfect explanation out there of how this works, but what seems to be generally believed is that your brain just happens to route visual information to a lot of different places in your brain, and it's possible that it could be routed somewhere that you're not consciously aware of, but will still allow your brain to process the information in some capacity. It's pretty unsettling to think about your brain processing information about your surroundings and you're not even consciously aware of it, and it can even affect your actions. Howard Doley and the transorbital lobotomy. So a transorbital lobotomy, also known as an ice pick lobotomy, was a very horrifying medical procedure that was sometimes practiced starting in the 40s up until the 60s. And what it was an ice pick type tool would be inserted through somebody's eyes, and the idea is that you would use this ice pick to basically reach in and sever and damage connections in their frontal lobe. This was done basically by using a mallet to hit on the ice pick to create force and to break in and sever the connection. The idea was that this would be a treatment option for extremely severe cases of mental illness where it seems like nothing else is working. Although there are some instances of it sort of working, in a lot of the ice pick lobotomy cases, it would, of course, just end up leaving the patient with severe cognitive impairment and personality changes and leave them just kind of a shell of their former selves. So this brings us to the case of Howard Doley. Howard Doley is a guy who, at the age of 12 in 1960, received an ice pick lobotomy. What's interesting about Howard Doley, though, is his parents never told him why he needed the lobotomy, and no one else around him told him either. What's also remarkable about the case of Howard Doley is he recovered really well. The lobotomy certainly negatively impacted him and made certain things in life harder. However, all things considered, he ended up recovering pretty well. If you listen to interviews of him talking, it's not obvious at all that he had a lobotomy.
The doctor said that I was getting tests and I was not to know. I didn't even know it had been done when I was there. I didn't know it was going to be done. I didn't know it was done until 3 weeks afterwards when I was told by Freeman.
Well, 45 years after he had received the lobotomy, he was able to get his hands on some old medical records to figure out what had happened. And the reason that was pretty much uncovered for why he got the lobotomy is pretty horrible. Basically, what seems to have happened is Howard Doley had a stepmom that thought he was unruly and she felt like she couldn't control him, and she had him see a physician by the name of Walter Freeman, and Walter Freeman suggested that Howard might be schizophrenic and a lobotomy might help put him on the right route in life. But it's pretty paramount to note that it seems like the household that Howard Doley lived in with his stepmom was probably pretty abusive. Not to mention other physicians had looked over Howard and they didn't believe he was schizophrenic at all. They just thought he just had the attributes of a preteen boy. And the complaints that the stepmom lists about Howard don't really seem that out of line for a 12-year-old boy, honestly. What a lot of this basically seems to be suggesting is that Howard's stepmom just really didn't like him and thought he needed a lobotomy. Apparently, Howard's dad was not initially on board with the idea, but the stepmom just continuously kept pressuring him to agree to doing it. And eventually he just did. And I want to take this as an opportunity to transition into talking about Walter Freeman more. Walter Freeman was probably one of the biggest proponents of the ice pick lobotomy. He was the one who gave Howard Doley it. And one of the reasons he was such a large proponent of this procedure is he argued it could be performed easily by someone with little training. Like, that was the strength of it. It was just like a quick and easy, boom, done. Walter Freeman played a very large role in popularizing the procedure. He literally traveled the country giving people lobotomies, and he was kind of a showman about it. During his run, it's said that he probably performed like 2,500 lobotomies and probably ended up just killing straight up quite a few people doing this. At one point, he accidentally killed a guy because he had put the pick into the patient's brain and they'd step away to take a medical photo, but as he was stepping away, the pick ended up lodging itself farther into the brain of the patient than it was supposed to, and it ended up killing him. Also, a lot of the time, Walter Freeman would perform this procedure not in a sterile environment. Also, at one point, Walter Freeman was tasked with performing a lobotomy on John F. Kennedy's sister, and it went really bad, leaving her just a complete shell of her former self. It wasn't an ice pick lobotomy, but it still was a lobotomy and it didn't go well. CIA Mars exploration. So every couple years or so, the CIA will declassify some files that they had about previous projects they did. And in 2000, they declassified a very bizarre file where they said on May 22nd of 1984, the CIA had hired a psychic to remote view Mars 1 million years in the past and to tell them what they saw. Of course, I'm sure most of you guys know this, but remote viewing is this kind of like pseudoscientific psychic ability some are said to have, where in your mind's eye you can see locations that are not around you. The document says what they saw were pyramids, a collapsed alien civilization. The aliens were like these tall, lanky creatures. This is a
Collapsed
100%
alien
real document.
civilization.
You can go to the CIA's reading vault online, like on their website, and it's there. Now, I need to look into this remote viewing thing a little bit more, do some more research, but kind of my read on the situation is the reason the CIA was willing to try out something as weird as remote viewing is because they thought it might have like a spying application, like you might be able to use remote viewing to spy on an adversary. And they were worried that if they didn't try it out, they might not be keeping up with the Soviet Union. Insulin coma therapy. I'm sure many of you guys know this, but of course, insulin is a hormone that your body produces. It allows you to process sugar. And it's what diabetics take because their body no longer properly produces insulin. Something about insulin, though, is if you take too much of it, it will put you into a coma. And so this leads us to something called insulin coma therapy, which was sometimes used from like the 1930s through up until like the 1960s. And the way this would work is a patient would basically be given a large dose of insulin to the point where they'd be put into like a coma for an hour. The coma would be reversed. They would wake up and they would do this each day over the course of many days. This was supposed to be used to treat schizophrenia, but as you might imagine, it didn't really work very well, and also had quite a few pretty bad side effects. Boltzmann brain. So in my opinion, the Boltzmann brain is one of the more interesting thought experiments out there. So a very simplified explanation would be the universe is extremely large and has existed for an extremely long period of time, right? And thanks to particles just kind of randomly bouncing around in the universe, over a long enough period of time, particles can hypothetically just kind of randomly form any structure you can imagine. And so with enough time and luck, the brain that you exist in could just randomly, spontaneously pop into existence alongside all of your memories and thoughts. And this is what your existence actually is, as opposed to us kind of like naturally evolving and coming to be like we think we do. Now, honestly, I need to do a lot more research on this before I can form a complete opinion on this whole concept. But from the stuff I've seen so far, it seems like a lot of people within the science and physics community don't really put a lot of weight into this theory, but also at the same time, it seems like some sources don't rule it out as being technically possible. And out there's even talk of like, is this Boltzmann brain scenario actually more likely than what we think life is? I feel like for this video, I'm just gonna kind of leave it off here because this topic just gets increasingly more complicated the more I look into it. And this isn't really my thing. Otto Warmbier. Otto Warmbier was a man who, at the age of 21, back in 2016, decided that he wanted to go on a New Year's tour of North Korea. And through a tour group called the Young Pioneers, he managed to go on a 5-day tour of the country. Unfortunately, right at the very end of the tour, when he was literally at the Pyongyang airport, 2 security guards walked up behind him, tapped him on the shoulder, and told him that he should follow them. This would be the last time that Otto Warmbier would ever be seen in person alive. The plane, alongside all the other tour members, ended up leaving without him, and they were told that Otto had suddenly fallen sick and he couldn't return home with them. But 2 months later, North Korea would hold this kind of like press conference thing where they would actually feature Otto Warmbier in it. And on video, Otto Warmbier seems to confess that the reason the North Koreans had held him was because he stole a poster from a hotel. This is apparently a video of him stealing the poster, although, like, as you can tell, it's really hard to identify this person, like, at all. It could be anybody. I would say it almost looks kind of short to be him, but I don't know. It, of course, is often speculated that in this video, Otto's apology is kind of being forced out of him, and, you know, in the background, they might have been threatening him with torture or something. The poster it seems he was trying to steal was a kind of propaganda poster, and it seems as though this poster was at a staff-only area at this hotel he was at, and so, of course, he wasn't supposed to be back there. And I guess something that is worth noting is it seems as though that if a North Korean citizen did steal a poster like this, they would probably face some pretty serious punishments, such as torture or being sent to a labor camp or even worse. Now, after this video came out, the world would not see Otto again for 17 months. No one knew if he was still alive or what his state of health was,
until the North Koreans announced that he was in a coma. And not long after this,
the Americans, by going at some pretty fast and loose negotiation tactics, were able to send some people over there to go get him.
And once they actually got over there to get him, the North Koreans were right.
He was in a coma. The North Koreans say
he was in a coma due to botulism and a sleeping pill.
Although analysis that were ran on his body by American doctors didn't really find any evidence of botulism.
Otto had suffered some pretty bad brain damage due to lack of oxygen, although it was unclear exactly what caused this.
There was one report that suggested that they had seen changes to his teeth. It seemed like his teeth had been moved around and were more crooked than when they had last seen him, which might suggest some kind of torture or something was done to him. Another report mentioned that they found a pretty big scar on his foot, which also could potentially line up with torture. After Otto was returned to the United States, it became pretty clear pretty quickly that there was really no chance of him recovering, and so his parents quickly decided to take him off of life support. Kind of one of the more unfortunate elements of this story is kind of the holdup that was keeping the North Koreans from releasing Otto was they were arguing that if one of their own citizens had done this, they would have tortured them. And so why should they treat this American any differently? Of course, Otto should have never been in North Korea in the first place. Like, going on a tour there, you're basically accepting that you very well could just die and that's it. But also, it goes without saying that, like, your life ending over a poster on a wall is pretty insane. Sticky notes. So here's a pretty insane story. 11 years ago, a user would make a post to the r/legal subreddit. This subreddit is, you basically just ask for legal advice. A user by the name of Bradbury1920 would make a post asking for advice on how to handle what they thought was an overly nosy landlord. They were living in a small apartment, and recently they started finding sticky notes strewn about that had messages on them that seemed to be written from their landlord. And they also claimed that they had set up a security camera to try and capture footage of him in the act, but they claimed that once they'd come back the following morning, the footage was mysteriously deleted off of their computer. Well, what ended up happening was a user on Reddit saw this post, and they suggested that the user wasn't actually experiencing somebody coming into their apartment and leaving sticky notes. Instead, they were somehow leaving themselves these sticky notes, but due to a mental health issue or something like carbon monoxide poisoning, they were forgetting they were doing it and then finding the notes the next day and being surprised about it. Well, the user realized that they were also having other symptoms that kind of aligned with carbon monoxide poisoning. They were having pretty bad headaches. And so they got a carbon monoxide detector, and their detector read that they had 100 parts per million in their apartment. Now, I've seen different variations on what the exact safe levels are, but pretty much all sources say that a healthy indoor living space is supposed to be well below 100 parts per million, and 100 parts per million is gonna cause some bad symptoms. And so the 100 parts per million that they had in their apartment wasn't enough to make them like drop dead, but it seems to be definitely enough to give them pretty bad mental issues. Following this incident, it does look like
the user was able to fix the carbon monoxide issue.
I should also point out, of course, with these Reddit situations, it's always possible that this thing could be fake. This could just be somebody LARPing for attention or whatever, of course. But looking through it, I don't really see any smoking gun that would instantly say it's fake either.
The issue that this person was having was their apartment was above a parking area.
Awesome. FBI Apple encryption dispute. So after the 2015 San Bernardino shooting, the FBI sought to access the iPhone 5C used by one of the shooters. Of course, the investigators argued that the contents of the smartphone could provide them some useful intelligence
about the shooting. The FBI reached out to Apple and basically asked them to create a custom piece of software that they could use to unlock the phone. The software would basically allow them to just infinitely test out passcodes without getting locked out until they found the right one. But Apple actually refused to make this software. They said that it would put users' privacy at risk, and they didn't even want to risk making a piece of software like this because it could potentially get in the hands of other people. It looked like there was actually going to be a pretty significant legal battle between the FBI and Apple.
What's funny though is the dispute kind of just quietly ended, and the reason was because the FBI just ended up finding a third party that could hack into the phone for them, and they just didn't need Apple anymore. And so they ended up getting in anyway.
And so I feel like the main takeaway from the story should be these companies can make all sorts of promises about keeping your data safe and security, but at the end of the day, someone's probably getting in.
Wandering black holes. When a black hole is not gravitationally bound, it can kind of just fly around space aimlessly, and these are known as wandering black holes. One of these was detected in 2022 when it's moving pretty fast, although it's still 5,000 light years away, so I don't think it's much of a problem. How long are you conscious after decapitation? Of course, being decapitated is probably one of the most gruesome ways you could go out. But of course, a question that comes up a lot with this is like, how long are you really conscious?
You made a pumpkin on a road spike.
After the guillotine comes through your neck, would you actually feel your head slide off and hit the deck? This article on PubMed suggests that you'd probably only be conscious for maybe a couple seconds.
Dude, look at our sun production, dude.
Of blood
Man,
loss you would
that's crazy.
suffer, from the cut. Although the paper does go on to admit that it is possible it could be a little bit longer too, but it's pretty much impossible to know for certain. Interestingly, there are quite a few anecdotal stories out there that suggest that you might maintain consciousness for a lot longer than you might imagine after being decapitated. For example, there is a written account by a French physician who in
really gotta work on our sun
1905
production right now.
witnessed the
We're gonna need a
decapitation
lot of sun
of
to
a
fight against this.
prisoner by the name of Henry Longueuil. Longueuil was a murderer, and so he was sentenced to death by guillotine. After watching the guillotine come down and cut the prisoner's head off, apparently the prisoner's head fell to the ground and landed on the severed neck side, so the face was still visible to people looking on to it. The report says that initially the man's eyelids moved in irregular rhythmic contractions for 5 to 6 seconds until they finally relaxed and partially closed. At this point though, apparently the physician sharply called out Longueuil's name, and at this point the physician apparently saw the eyelids of Longueuil slowly rise up in a controlled manner, and the eyes locked on to his. He watched the pupils dilate, and then after a couple seconds the eyelids began falling back down again. At this point, the physician tried calling Longueuil's name again, and the eyelids once again rose, and Longueuil locked eyes again with the physician, apparently this time with an even more penetrating gaze. Eventually though, the eyes would glaze over again and the eyelids would slowly begin shutting. At this point, the physician tried calling Longueuil's name one last time, but this time the head did not react, and it became clear that at this point he was definitely dead. The physician claims that this whole ordeal lasted about 25 to 30 seconds. This is probably one of the most reliable stories of a decapitated head maintaining consciousness, but even then the reliability of this story has been called into question. I found one source online arguing that the logistics of this whole ordeal just doesn't make any sense and there's no way this could have possibly happened. The truth is, you'll probably never know how long you maintain consciousness after decapitation until you try it. Early diving bells. Early diving bells were literally a bell that you would be put under and then lowered underwater. They were incredibly cold, and the only light that you had that you'd be able to see with was maybe a small oil lamp.
bad stuff. The Man of the Hole. The Man of the Hole is a name given to an indigenous South American man. His story is really pretty insane and also pretty unfortunate. He is believed to have originally lived with an uncontacted tribe in the Tanaru indigenous area in Brazil. However, in 1995, the last members of his tribe were killed by some illegal miners in the area, and he ended up being the only one left standing. Brazil's Indigenous Affairs Association gained awareness of his existence in 1996, but they kind of just decided to let him be. And pretty much for the rest of his life, he just kind of roamed the Amazon rainforest alone with no other people. There were a couple instances of him interacting with outside people, but he never seemed very interested in them. It is believed that he lived by himself for 30 years in the forest until he eventually passed away in 2022. It is believed that he died of natural causes. It was during a routine patrol in 2022 when a member of the Indigenous Protection Agency found his body covered in feathers, laid in a hammock, dead. It seems like he knew he was going to pass away, and so he covered himself in feathers. The reason he was called the Man of the Hole was throughout the forest, he built over 50 huts for him to live in, and in each of the huts, he would dig a 10-foot hole in the floor. No one is really sure why he dug the holes. Some people might think it was for hunting purposes, or he was hiding in them, or maybe even some sort of religious purpose. It ended up becoming his namesake, though. The Mayday Mystery is probably one of the deepest and longest running rabbit holes that remains unsolved till this day. It's kind of a convoluted situation, but here's what's going on. So, at the University of Arizona, they have a student newspaper called the Daily Wildcat. And dating back to at least 1981, every May 1st, and sometimes on other random days too, somebody or some group is buying ads in this newspaper and putting in elaborate and convoluted puzzles. These puzzles make references to math and history and politics. They are truly insane. And pretty much all the puzzles end with this little smiley face guy with big ears here, and he's kind of become the logo of the Mayday Mystery. It's extremely hard to approach the puzzles too, because it's never clear if like you need to be accounting for information that was in a past issue of the puzzle, or if like there are other external factors you need to be accounting for when solving the puzzles. Honestly, sometimes they do seem like they could be the work of a schizophrenic person and they don't really even mean anything, and that has been sometimes speculated. But also considering the amount of time that's been put into these and how long it's running, it would be pretty hard to imagine that this is just a schizophrenic person doing this. These puzzles have been showing up in this newspaper for 40 years now, and there's been pretty much no substantial progress in figuring out who is behind these puzzles and what they mean. I'll go ahead and tell you probably one of the most important leads in this mystery that one day might help people solve this case. So you might be thinking, okay, if these puzzles that are being put into this newspaper are so mysterious and esoteric, how are they getting into the newspaper? Like, surely somebody needs to be contacting the newspaper and buying the spot in the paper, right? Well, it turns out it is clear that starting in the 90s, a Arizona lawyer by the name of Robert Hungerford is the guy who has been buying the spots in the magazine where the puzzles are being placed. He has revealed that there is a group of people behind the puzzles who go by the orphanage. Robert has claimed that he's kind of just acts as a connection between the people making the puzzles and the magazine, and his actual involvement with the puzzles and the Mayday Mystery are pretty much unclear. Probably the other most revealing thing he said about the Mayday Mystery over the years is, in one interview they did get him to say, there's a society behind it, and this is the unveiling of the program that deals with future events. And he's also made comments suggesting that the Mayday puzzles are designed to attract new members to this organization. He's also hinted that your best place to start when solving the puzzles would be to start with the theological content, but it doesn't seem like that's worked out very well for people so far. This Robert Hungerford person is really the only person who has ever been proven
proven to be connected to these puzzles. Robert Hungerford does seem like a pretty smart guy. If someone were to be making puzzles like this, it would probably be someone like him, but there's really no actual evidence that proves that he's behind it. And honestly, with how convoluted and long running these ads are, it would be really hard to believe that it's just him. You can go on to MaydayMystery.com and look at all of the archived Mayday magazine spots, and you can see people trying to speculate on how to solve them. But seriously, it seems like just very little meaningful progress has ever been made with these. Another kind of interesting element of this story is the guy who runs this Mayday Mysteries website that archives everything is a man by the name of Brian Hauntz. He's probably one of the most devoted people to this mystery, and in interviews he says he just doesn't think anyone's ever gonna solve it. He says that at this point, people from the orphanage have actually contacted him and have begun sending him money and other little things here and there.
And the packages had stamps from all over the world, maybe because they wanted to acknowledge him for his efforts or something like that, but it's not totally clear.
Personally, I don't think there's really any chance of this Mayday mystery thing being solved anytime soon. There are so many parts of the puzzle now that it seems like it's basically impossible to know where to start. And so getting into it would just be like a full-time job.
At the same time though, I find this mystery pretty interesting because it doesn't seem like that behind this mystery there's just like a college club making these or a schizophrenic person making these. That's usually my takeaway when I see stuff like this, but with the Mayday mystery, I feel like there could be more behind it.
Oh yeah, one other funny thing about this mystery, some people have speculated that the Zodiac Killer is behind it. This is just because there's some imagery in it that they think alludes to the Zodiac Killer. I don't really buy that one though. Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones is a secret society located at Yale University. Of course, Yale is one of the highest ranking Ivy League schools in the world. Till this day though, it's not totally clear what this club actually does, and the exact amount of influence it truly has is unknown. One thing that can be said about it is there have been a lot of high profile and influential people that have come out of this secret society. To mention a few, 3 presidents that have been members of Skull and Bones, both George Bush's and William Howard Taft. Also John Kerry who was one of the guys who ran against George Bush.
In interviews, both Bush and
what's up, a
Kerry
random
have
person
been
just
asked what Skull and Bones
is
is.
grinding. I'm trying to
They
get to the
always
infinite
just
levels.
dodge the question, refusing to give any insight.
Also coming out of Skull and Bones
But
is
no face
quite
cam
a lot
today.
other politicians
Trying to
and
get to
businessmen
the infinite
and
shit.
U.S.
It's
intelligence
fine.
members. The secret society dates all the way back
Making
to
a slow route.
1832 actually. It was actually founded by William Howard Taft's
And watch some scary
dad
videos,
and another politician by the name of William Russell. What is known about it though is every year 15 new members of the senior class are tapped to become the new members of the Skull and Bones Society.
There's an old rumor that back in the day, they had an initiation ritual
that involves each member laying into a tomb and describing their sexual history to everybody else. I should also mention that the Skull and Bones Society headquarters is located on Yale's campus, and it's this giant windowless brick building called the Tomb. Skull and Bones members have been seen entering and exiting it before, but no one really knows what it looks like on the inside. This is apparently where the initiation ceremony takes place. Now, online you will find lots of conspiracy theories about what's really
Man, maybe it
going
was the wrong
on
choice
with
picking this
Skull and
200
Bones.
cost, because I
Stuff
can't
about them
really
secretly controlling
have to
the
grind a
U.S.
lot to get the
intelligence
first slow the game
agencies
down
and
a
stuff
lot.
like that. I think the most likely thing that's going
Supposed to
on
be
with this
alive
though is I don't think the Skull and Bones Society has a lot of influence in of itself. Like, I don't think they have a lot of like actual direct leverage.
Yeah, this is the
But due
problem.
to Skull and Bones
Nobody can kill
members
this thing.
probably being encouraged to try and continuously bring in new members that they feel like have high potential,
The Skull and Bones Society might kind of turn into like a really powerful networking opportunity for these people, and it might kind of just be a way for really elite rich people to get connected. Benjamin Franklin had bodies in his basement. Benjamin Franklin was a boarder at a house in London at
Bruh.
36 Craven Street. In 1775, though, Benjamin Franklin decided to leave his home in London and move to the United
Making some bars,
States.
so.
2 centuries
Alright,
later,
let's
though,
try to get
in the
the double Peter
1990s, some
for this.
conservationists were trying to do some restorative
Actually, I'll
work
put it here.
on
I
the
don't know why I
house,
did that.
and they were doing a little bit of digging, and they accidentally
Oh, I'm
stumbled
creeping
on
back in,
2
that sucks.
dozen bodies that were buried in his basement. There was like this kind of undocumented room near the garden with no windows, and there's just a ton of bodies piled up inside of it. Some of the bones might have belonged to children. Now, this is pretty ridiculous to hear.
What do you mean
but
might
what is
have?
said to be the most likely thing that happened was a friend of his by the name of William Hewson was running an illegal anatomy school in his basement. Studying anatomy at the time was pretty frowned upon, and so it kind of needed to be done under secrecy, and it is speculated that Benjamin Franklin willingly let his friend do this in his basement and just never told anybody, even after he died. And also, the bodies were probably grave robbed. Like, it's not like his friend was murdering people and then studying their bodies. It was probably he was like digging them up and then looking at them. Mariana UFO film. The Mariana UFO film is probably the single earliest example of a
Walk in here. It's
supposed
a really bad position.
UFO
We gotta
being caught
hurry up with
on
the sun,
motion
dude.
picture.
Come on,
In
give us more. I might
1950,
ramp here
in
more.
Great
Nah,
Falls, Montana, a
Focus on
minor
safety
league
first.
baseball coach was walking around his stadium before a game when suddenly up in the sky he could see what seemed to be 2 metallic orbs moving in tandem through the air. Miraculously, he actually had a 16mm camera in his car that he quickly ran and got and started recording the orbs and capturing the
Long as it's
video
not in
that
this
you're
lane,
now
it's
looking
fine.
at. In an interview, he said
Although
that
this
he
is kind
believed
of a
them to
problem.
be about 50 feet wide, and in this video, they're about 150 feet away from each other. At one point, the United States Air
Yeah, this
Force
is a really
did
big problem.
analyze the footage, and they initially
Ooh,
said that
fast.
it might be the reflection off of some F-19 jets.
But that theory isn't bulletproof. People have considered meteors or birds or balloons,
Might need a ramp
but
here.
none of those have
Stay
been
alive.
proven.
Some have speculated that the baseball coach might have just faked it to get attention, but once again, that theory isn't really
He's giving
perfectly
us 2
proven
suns,
either.
not a bad
Really,
deal.
there's not a great explanation out there. So what do you guys think?
Toynbee tiles.
So a Toynbee tile is a license plate size tile,
That are plastered to the ground.
Just say
and
what out.
typically what they say is a message
Just
that
say what out,
reads,
that's fine.
Toynbee idea in movie 2001 resurrect dead on planet Jupiter. Although sometimes there's Toynbee tiles that say other things along these lines. What makes these Toynbee tiles interesting not only is the weird message on them, but they were showing up in cities across America plastered to the ground with pretty much no explanation. Some also showed up in South America. They also showed up in like pretty peculiar places, like in the middle of busy roads. These things started showing up in the 80s, and for a long time no one had
Okay,
really any
someone's
idea
hurt,
who was
someone's done.
behind these. But it seems like the most popular explanation now is it is believed that these tiles were made by a lone man who lived in Philadelphia. As to how he managed to get these all over the world, it's possible he had some help, but one of the main things he was believed to have done is he modified his car so that he had cut out the floor of the passenger side of the vehicle, and what he could do was literally drive his car and drop a tile onto the ground quickly and then just drive off. No
Nice
detection.
ramp.
As to what this message means and why the Philadelphia man wanted to spread it so much is really anyone's guess. Possibly mental health issues, but it is said that this message was influenced
I see your
by
chat.
a autobiography
Twin Sunflower,
made by
Gatling Pete,
Arnold
Torchwood, and
Toynbee
Tingle Cup? Yeah,
and
that's
the
literally-
movie
that's literally what I'm
2001
running.
Space Odyssey, and
Literally what I've been
it led
running.
to
It's
the
helping me
Philadelphia
win,
man
so
to
I've been
believe
using
that
it.
in the future, humans are responsible for creating the afterlife, and so it's up to them to basically create an afterlife on Jupiter that allows for humans' dead molecules to be reconstructed. Yeah. What really goes on in Bohemian
I like how you can see the
Grove?
coins through the fog,
Located
that's
in
awesome.
Northern California, there is a 4¼ square mile plot of land known as Bohemian Grove. And every
Ooh.
summer for over 100 years, Bohemian Grove has hosted a 3-week retreat for its members. Getting on the guest list for Bohemian Grove is notoriously difficult, and it's typically reserved for the world's most rich and elite and wealthy
you
people.
did call it, man.
Historically, members of Bohemian Grove have been very tight-lipped about what really goes on in the Grove during the retreat, and so there's been a lot of speculation about all the strange rituals and things that they might be doing on the inside. Probably one of the best accounts of what actually goes on inside of Bohemian Grove comes from an investigative journalist by the name of Philip Wise, who in the summer of 1989 was actually able to infiltrate the Grove and experience the retreat for himself. Although he never completely revealed how he managed to get in, what he does say is there are some anti-Bohemian Grove groups out there who have put together this kind of like underground railroad type thing that can be used to kind of smuggle people into the event, and he was able to use this. And he says that once he actually made it into the Grove, security wasn't very strict about checking people, and he was just able to get away with making up stories about who he was and how he got in. From his report, Bohemian Grove turned out to largely just be basically a giant party for members to kind of relax, and some members would take it as kind of an opportunity to talk business or network. He says that when he went in 1989,
are they gonna appear out of the
former
water?
presidents
That's actually
such as
scares
Ronald
me.
Reagan and Richard Nixon were there and gave speeches. The entire event was set up outside amongst the redwood trees.
Marina Person, do you like the
bunch
chat?
of amenities outside,
That's cool now, right?
and the
I made it
staff would
see
serve
through.
them food,
And members
Well,
of the Bohemian
didn't, but
Club
my
put
streaming
together
software
other
did.
live entertainment like
Pretty sweet.
shows and stuff like that. Bohemian Grove and the whole Bohemian Club kind of has a lot of different symbols and lore and stories surrounding them.
It's
and so
over,
a lot
and
of the
yeah, I'm playing this on
decorations
BlueStacks,
and
so
live
it is.
shows would revolve
It's not
around
the
these
Steam
things.
version.
Like, for example, one of the most prominent symbols of Bohemian Grove is the owl. And so a lot of different like live rituals or live shows
include owl symbols.
Probably one of the strangest details that this journalist mentions was that apparently guests at this retreat
Were kind of encouraged to just piss wherever they wanted on the grounds.
all members of Bohemian Grove are male, and it said that they were kind of doing it for camaraderie's sake or something like that. Although online you'll see a lot of conversation
Look at our
about
ramp.
Bohemian Grove having some sort of like satanic cabal going on or something like that. I haven't really seen any hard evidence that suggests you should put a lot of weight into that. I would say though is that Bohemian Grove probably does act as an incredibly powerful networking opportunity for the elites of the world. Ball lightning. Ball lightning is an insane weather
Kind of sad that I put these. I
phenomenon
should have
that
put
is
these on the
real
first rank
that
because
no
I'm
one really
planning
has
to
a good
dig all these up
explanation
and
for.
place
And
more
what it is it's a
repeaters.
ball of lightning or electricity
Or plasma or some light emitting material.
about the size of a basketball that just kind of floats
All right,
around.
thank you for the ban,
And
thank you.
sometimes they fizzle out quietly, or sometimes
Sorry,
they
I
like
said thank
go
you.
out with a bang.
I thought
There
about
are
changing the colors,
tons
but
of anecdotal
maybe
stories
just
of
white is
people
fine, or
witnessing
gray,
ball
whatever it is.
lightning, sometimes dating back hundreds of years. Probably one of the most notable sightings I've read about comes from a professor by the name of Roger Jennison, who miraculously witnessed ball lightning while flying
No, I
from
think
New
I will.
York
I'll
to
bite the bullet and
Washington
start eating.
overnight in 1963. What
Mine
happened
will
is they
waste,
were
sadly.
flying in a thunderstorm,
This is
and
annoying.
the airplane got struck with lightning, and a few seconds later, Roger witnessed ball lightning emerge from the cabin of the plane and then float down the aisle and then disappear. Fortunately, people have actually finally captured video of ball lightning in Alberta, Canada. There's a thunderstorm and a pretty big ball lightning emerged, and this family caught it on video in their backyard. Now, till this day, there is not a single agreed on like scientific technical explanation of how ball lightning
Symmetrical.
comes to be.
There are a lot
I
of
know
different
it, dude. It
explanations that have been
pisses. Trust
thrown
me, it
around.
pisses me
For
off more than it
example,
pisses you
One
off.
comes from a study
I
that
know,
came out of
dude. I
China
fucking
in
know. I feel it right
2014,
now. Like, I
where they
hate it.
suggest that ball lightning happens when lightning strikes a certain type of soil in a very particular way, thus causing the soil
Look at
to
these
kind of
stray
like do the
machine
whole ball
guns
lightning
going through
thing.
going
But
down
this
the line.
explanation is not proven like at all, so No one really knows. Guided bullets. So that's right, the United States has access to guided bullets. A bullet that you can shoot and then the trajectory can be changed mid-flight to hit its target.
Actually, it was all the way back in 2014
That DARPA showed these things off, and the demonstration video literally shows a sniper purposely missing his target, and then the bullet like gets back on track and then hits the target. The exact extent of the capabilities of these bullets isn't really totally known, but I mean, it looks pretty good. They named this technology the X-Acto device, and it really makes you think, like, so
Could
you're
I get a
telling
magnet
me,
shroom?
like, if they want
Kinda
to,
solves a lot of
they
problems.
have access to a bullet that they
Maybe
can
I
hit
will.
extremely
I think I
precise
will. Okay,
targets
well, I guess we
from a
don't need this
distance
then.
with extreme
No, I guess we don't
reliability.
need this.
Makes you think a little bit when they could have been using that. The sun gun.
Light
So,
up balloon
of course,
zombies.
during World
Are
War
these
II,
really
the
that?
Nazis
Oh my
threw
God, this
around
is
a
so
lot of
annoying.
different ideas for weapons that they
Can't
could
we
use
just
to
kill
try
these
to get
guys?
the upper hand in the war.
Every
And
2 weeks.
one idea they considered was creating a sun gun. The idea of
It's
how
just
this
so
might
slow.
work
It's such a
was
slow
they would
play.
put a
Alright.
bunch of enormous mirrors into orbit, and they'd be able to control
Don't these
where
guys
these
fire off
mirrors
balloons?
were
I
aimed
swear
so
they
they
do.
could direct sunlight at targets on Earth and just be able to
This is
just
the last
melt
wave, is it
cities
not?
or boil oceans at will. Although this was really nothing more than just an idea at the time. Steam power. So when people typically think of steam powered machines, usually what comes to mind are
trains and maybe like boats.
But what a lot of people don't know is that there were actually pretty successful attempts at cars and even planes that were steam powered. For example, the fastest steam powered car went 148 miles per hour, and the Vessler steam plane was an actual thing, and it actually worked pretty well. That could fly on its own power, and apparently was so quiet that during demonstrations, when pilots were flying over the crowd could actually hear the pilots yell at them from above.
Man missing 90% of his brain.
Okay, so
Balloons.
in
Tallness
2007,
block balloons,
a
right? Am I wrong? I'm
44-year-old
pretty
French
sure.
guy
They block
went to the
balloons.
doctor's office due to him suffering a mild weakness in his left leg. The doctors, of course, ended up running some tests on him, and after running a brain scan on him, what they found was pretty unsettling. He had a pretty bad case of hydrocephalus, which is when there's a buildup of fluid
What a
in the
brain.
brain, which
What a brain.
often causes neuron damage and causes the brain to be kind of pushed around in damaging ways.
Now, I'm not going to show the actual image of the CT scan for copyright reasons, but this image is kind of a recreation of what it looked like. You can go check out the real image if you
That's bullshit. Hospitals should not be allowed to copyright CT scans. That's fucking bullshit. That's so scummy. That's so scummy how you can just put copyright on medical shit. Holy scumbag. So weird.
want. It actually looks like there's more fluid in it than this.
Now, what's pretty fascinating about this story is despite all of this fluid buildup in his brain and these scans looking pretty
Facts, that
serious,
is
The
dick
report
move.
seems to describe him as a guy who is living a pretty normal life.
he
Symmetry,
did score
yeah.
a 75 on an IQ
Well, not
test,
really, this
which
one's
is of course
damaged.
lower
Huh.
than average, but he was very normal socially. He had a wife and kids and a job. It doesn't sound
Oh,
like he
they
really would
don't.
have been able to pick it
Oh,
out in
shit.
a crowd. Now,
Oh,
one
we're
of
not
the
running.
things I
We're not
mentioned
running
about
leaf
this
blower.
story is in doing
I think we
research
just
for
lose
that,
here.
Some sources will tell
Oh,
him that he was missing
shit, no, we
90%
fucked up.
of his brain. Although I can't figure out exactly where this number comes from. The medical journal that this was originally listed in doesn't give
No.
any specific details on exactly how much of his brain was damaged. One other
Oh,
source I saw
shit.
basically says that his brain had undergone quite a significant amount of damage, but they don't seem to put like an exact number on it. Dogs are developing eyebrows.
A 2019
Oops.
study from Duke University
Found that dogs not only have much more prominent
food off
eyebrow
the floor,
muscles
brother.
compared to wolves, but
This man's
dogs'
nasty
eyebrows
as
also
fuck.
move around a lot more than wolves. The researchers go on to suggest that due to humans liking eyebrows,
as we were domesticating wolves into dogs.
we knowingly or unknowingly selected for dogs that had more prominent eyebrows, and they're continuing to develop. Of course, this is just one study with a
This
limited
thing is
sample
30,000,
size, and their main
brother.
argument is speculative. And other
Brother.
studies have actually cast doubt on this speculation, but it
This
is
is
pretty
30
crazy to
freaking
think how much of a
thousand, bruh.
reflection of us dogs
Why?
may really be.
Why?
If you enjoyed this video, you should really consider subscribing. It really helps me out and helps me make videos like this more often. Check out my
Alright, well,
second
let's
channel
try
to
this
see
one.
my super secret project, and I'll see you guys.
Okay, well, we need a new video now. The Abyss of the Rabbit Hole Iceberg. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I'm taking video recommendations, but I think we'll watch this.
This is the rabbit hole iceberg. Google
The video's
defines a
an
rabbit hole
hour.
as a
Dang,
bizarre,
that was
confusing,
fun.
or nonsensical situation, and this iceberg chart has a lot of that. I've been making iceberg chart videos for a while now, and I can say that this chart has some of the most interesting and strange stuff I've really ever seen, and there are a handful of topics on this iceberg
I
chart
can't
that
even
are
buy this shit,
genuinely
damn.
very
Damn,
unsettling
we gotta
to me. This
grind.
iceberg chart has so much strange stuff on it. It is so dense, and you could probably drop a 5-hour video essay on any single one of these entries. Now, before we get into this, there are a couple things that I want to quickly mention. Of course, there is a lot of stuff on this iceberg chart. While covering this iceberg chart, I want to keep a pretty good pace going through these things. No, I don't want to get bogged down on any single one of these entries for too long, and so I'm going to go through these pretty quickly. When I talk about these entries, I'm mainly going to give kind of a summary of what's going on. You know, I kind of want to hit on the main points, talk
So
about
let's
some
not do that
interesting
again.
details,
We had a good
and I'm
strat.
gonna
We
move
really
on.
had a good
You guys
strat.
are
We
going
were
to be
just
kind
getting
of getting an oversimplification, but I want to
Fine.
cover everything here today, so it's kind of what we have to do. Oh yeah, and then there's one more thing I got to say before we get into this. Today's video is sponsored by Displate. Displates are metal posters, and they're kind of a nice alternative. Check out Displate's new research, and they kind of came to the conclusion that the sound was probably just
So what do we
underwater
actually
ice
run here?
quakes. They put out some stuff that
Random
shows
person,
that the
what do
sound
you
of the
run?
bloop seems to line up pretty well with other known underwater ice quakes. So the bloop was probably an ice quake. Chris Burden. Chris Burden is an American performance artist who lived from 1946 to 2015. This guy is probably most well known for his pretty insane performance art pieces. I'll just go ahead and list off some of his pieces. Chris Burden went to the University of Irvine, and his thesis work was a piece where he locked himself in a locker for 5 days with nothing but a jug of water to drink from and a jug of water to pee in. He did this one piece called Dead Man. For this piece, he basically lied in the road, motionless. It looked like he was dead. He put up a bunch of flares next to his body, and he basically did this until bystanders called emergency services to get him checked on. This piece led to his arrest. He did a piece in 1973 called 737. For this piece, he shot at a plane with a handgun and took pictures of it. Now, an interesting thing about this piece was about half a year after he did this piece, he ended up getting interviewed by an FBI agent because, you know, the FBI doesn't really like it when you're taking pictures of yourself shooting at planes. Apparently, though, the FBI ceased their investigation after Chris Burden explained to them that it was just an art piece and he wasn't aiming that close to the planes. Okay. He did a piece in 1974 where he had his friend nail his hands to the back of a Volkswagen Bug. They then backed the Volkswagen Bug out the back of the garage of their house, revved the engines a couple times, and then drove back in, and that was the piece. He did this piece where he went on a live television show interview and then proceeded to hold the interviewer at knife point during a live broadcast. Apparently what he did as he was holding the interviewer at knife point, he whispered in her ear that this was just part of an act and she wasn't actually in danger. But I think some of the other people on set thought this was legit. Surprisingly, the interviewer seemed to be a pretty good sport about this, and she never pressed charges. Probably my personal favorite piece from Chris Burden is one called Shoot, where he basically had his friend record him shooting him in the arm. Now, apparently the original intention for this piece was his friend was going to try and shoot him in a way where it just like lightly skimmed past his arm and maybe took a little bit of skin off, but like nothing serious. But when they actually did it, his friend kind of messed up a little bit and actually just basically shot his arm.
Kind of messed up a little bit, kind of shot his arm.
This piece. Now, of course, all of these pieces have their own kind of underlying artistic meanings and all that. I'm not going to cover that here because it would make this segment a lot longer. If you're interested, you can look into it yourself.
himself. A lot of these do actually have pretty interesting meaning behind them a lot of the time. In Chris Burden's later years, he did kind of switch into more tame sculptural art pieces. You can call them tame. Some of them weren't actually that tame, but some of them were more. The Voynich Manuscript. So the Voynich Manuscript is a book that has a written language within it that has never been translated. Till this day, no one knows what the text is saying. All current attempts to try and translate the text have failed. Despite this book being super old, carbon dating suggests that it originally came from the 1400s. Till this day, no one knows who the author of this book is. On top of having a language within it that has never been translated, this book also features some very strange drawings. This book features drawings of plants and like tubes of water that move around. Some of the illustrations look like as though they're trying to depict plants in kind of like a medicinal context, like they're trying to outline what plants have what medicinal qualities. And also, people aren't exactly sure what plants are being drawn in this book. Plants are kind of drawn in a nondescript way, and so it's kind of hard for even like a botanist to identify what plants are being drawn. The images also depict these long running tubes of water and bathtubs and naked women bathing in the bathtubs. It's kind of crazy. Some of the images in this book almost have kind of like a Dr. Seuss vibe to them. Many different people have looked at this book over the years. A lot of people that you would think would have a pretty good shot at deciphering this book, but no one has really deciphered it in any definite way at this point. The theories of what this book is range from it being some sort of herbal or medicinal guide to it being some sort of like feminine hygiene guide or something along those lines. Some people speculate that this book is actually some sort of strange, elaborate hoax. Like, the text within it doesn't actually mean anything, and the drawings don't actually mean anything. You know, someone might have created this book and acted like it was super valuable and then sold it to someone for a lot of money, even though it's just like some random scribbles. This book has a pretty complex history of people it's exchanged hands from. You know, it's been held by a lot of different book collectors and royalty. The reason this book is widely known as the Voynich Manuscript at this point is because there was a Polish book collector named Voynich who held this book for quite a while, and he drummed up a lot of attention to see if he could get people to try and decipher it. He was never really that successful though. Voynich says that he purchased this book off of someone from the Jesuit college near Rome, although it's also possible that he might have stole it from the college and didn't actually buy it off of someone. Voynich held on to the book for the rest of his life until he died. After he died, the book got passed around a little bit more, and after passing hands a couple more times, it ended up at Yale, and till this day, it remains at that Yale library thing they got. There is so much more we could talk about when it comes to the Voynich Manuscript. It seems like there are a handful of leads that might have some potential when it comes to explaining what this book is, but we're not going to get into that right here. Till this day, this book is still very mysterious, and no one really seems to know exactly what it means or what it is about. And if you want to, you can look into those leads yourself. They're pretty interesting, but they don't seem very complete at this point. Lost Wave. Lost Wave is a term that's used to refer to music that has no identifiable origin or artist. So Lost Wave is music that no one knows who created it or where it came from. I have seen some people use the term Lost Wave to just refer to music that has received little to no attention, but I think it's more typically used just to refer to music that has no known author or origin. On the internet, there are a handful of small communities that are kind of dedicated to identifying the origin and creators of Lost Wave music. On Reddit, there's a community with around 20,000 members that's dedicated to finding the original artist and origin of music that has no known artist or origin. They've done some pretty interesting work. Heaven's Gate. Oh yeah, another thing that I want to point out is there are a handful of entries on this iceberg chart that I have covered in previous videos, and so I'm not going to talk about those ones again very in depth. You know, I've talked about it before. You can go watch the old video. I mentioned Heaven's Gate in a previous video, and I'm sure many of you guys watching this are probably pretty familiar with Heaven's Gate, but probably the most renowned thing to come from Heaven's Gate was a while back, there was a comet called Hale-Bopp that was passing Earth, and the leaders of this cult convinced their followers that there was a spaceship trailing this comet, and if their followers were to end their lives, their souls would be transported onto this spaceship, and after they were transported onto the spaceship, their souls could transcend to the next level of existence. And so almost the entirety of the cult killed themselves at once because they thought they were gonna get onto the spaceship and go to heaven. You know, I'd go more into it, but this is Heaven's Gate. On this side of YouTube, I feel like this is, you know, pretty common knowledge. Bob's Game. So this entry is probably referring to the development of this game called Bob's Game that never really came to fruition. So basically there's this guy named Robert Poloni, and he was the sole developer of this game called Bob's Game. As documentation goes, Bob's Game started development around 2003, and throughout its development, it took many different forms. Robert Poloni, the sole developer, says that he's pretty much completely self-taught when it comes to programming and game development. After being in development for probably like 5 years, in 2008, Robert Poloni released the first trailer for Bob's Game, and this trailer garnered quite a bit of traction on YouTube for the time. Quite a few different news sites picked up on the development of this game, and a lot of these articles reported that Robert Poloni had spent 5 years and over 15,000 hours developing the game. And so at this point, you're probably wondering, okay, nice, but what exactly is Bob's Game? What do you do in this game? What exactly is the gameplay like? Now, before we get into what the gameplay for Bob's Game was supposed to be like, I first kind of want to take a detour and talk a little bit more about the development of this game. Now, for a lot of the development of this game, Robert Poloni was really dedicated to trying to get Bob's Game onto the Nintendo DS. He was even like designing the game in a way so that it would specifically work with the DS's 2 screens. Now, if you want to make a game for the Nintendo DS, you need something called a Nintendo Development Kit. This is basically this special piece of hardware that Nintendo will give you so you can make your game compatible with a Nintendo DS. The thing is to acquire this dev kit, you need to get like specific approval from Nintendo. Back during the Nintendo DS Wii era, Nintendo was pretty strict when it came to what games they were going to put on their consoles. Like, if you were going to get your game onto a Nintendo system, you were usually going to have to come from a pretty reputable, well-known, decently sized company. Not any Joe Schmo indie guy was not going to get their game onto a Nintendo console at that time. Now, Robert Poloni went to pretty great lengths to get this development kit so he could get his game on the DS. Apparently, he at one point flew to Japan to pitch his game to Nintendo, but apparently during this pitch, he was so nervous and also on drugs that he completely fumbled the pitch and he was basically laughed out of the meeting. This apparently wasn't the only time he messed up a pitch with a Nintendo representative. He basically did the same thing twice. It also looks like he sent like hundreds of emails to Nintendo to see if he could acquire the dev kit, but none of these emails seemed to work. All of Robert's attempts to try and get the Nintendo DS dev kit seemed to fail, and all of these failures to get this DS dev kit ultimately culminated in him doing a protest against Nintendo. And what this protest was he locked himself in his room for 100 days, live streamed himself online, stuck in his room. Throughout him being locked up in his room for 100 days, he said that this was Nintendo's fault, and Nintendo was making him do this because they weren't giving him a dev kit. And he was doing all of this in the hopes of that it would draw attention from Nintendo. And I guess he was thinking that doing this 100-day protest would like force Nintendo's hand to give him a Nintendo DS dev kit. As you might imagine, this protest did not work. Nintendo did not even acknowledge that this protest even happened. Also, looking into it a little bit more, it looks like Poloni has admitted that he didn't actually lock himself in his room for 100 days. Apparently, he like put the live stream on loop a couple times and cheated. Also, at one point during this 100-day protest, he faked his death on camera. He like made this giant mess in front of the camera and then started laying motionless in it. And a lot of people watching the live stream thought he was actually dead. And like some people watching the live stream ended up calling the cops so they could do a welfare check on him. Beyond this, there are so many other strange things I could talk about that took place during the development of this game. Robert Poloni is a very interesting guy. Okay, now it's time to loop back and kind of talk about what Bob's Game actually was like. What was the gameplay like? Well, based on a lot of the early trailers and kind of sneak peeks that were available of the game, it kind of looks like Bob's Game was kind of like a Earthbound Pokemon type RPG. One of the first playable demos of Bob's Game that was released was pretty much just kind of like a pretty standard RPG. You just kind of play as this kid and you go around your hometown and do some kind of fetch quest type tasks, and you play mini games that are based off of other classic Nintendo games. However, as development of Bob's Game continued,
I'm scared, by the way.
Robert Poloni
I just can't stand streams for long. Alright, bye, Velasco Music.
Experiences into this game.
Bye-bye.
So what I mean by this is, as the game kind of went on, it looks like the game kind of turned into this kind of like meta type game where in Bob's Game you would play as Bob, who is developing a game. In Bob's Game, you would kind of like play through the events of what the game's development was like. So for example, down the road, there was a trailer for Bob's Game where it showed like you playing as a character, like confronting Reggie Fils-Aimé so that you could get your game onto the Nintendo DS. Because something like that actually did happen in real life during the development of the game. He did actually confront a Nintendo representative to get his game onto the DS. And he decided to put that into the game. It's kind of unclear if this whole
that
game within a
into the
game
game.
thing was the original vision for Bob's game, or if this was just something that kind of manifested itself throughout the development of the game because Robert Poloni was getting frustrated with not getting his DS development kit. So continuing forward throughout the development of Bob's
Ooh,
game, there is
shit.
nearly an
Y'all with
endless
this
amount
ooh,
of strange
shit, ooh,
details
shit.
I could talk
Bruh.
about that took place. I'm just gonna go ahead and mention a few more kind of like highlight moments during the development of Bob's game. Down the line, Robert Poloni did finally give up on trying to develop his game for the Nintendo DS, but instead of just putting his game on like PC or console, he decided that he was actually going to create his very own console to put his game on. He hyped this up for quite a while. He said that the console was going to be able to compete with like the DS and PS Vita, and it was only going to be $20. It never panned out. Then down the road after that, in 2013, he did release something called Bob's Game, but it wasn't the game he'd been showing off for all these years. Instead, he released this like puzzle game called Bob's Game, and a lot of people were of course pretty disappointed with this. They were expecting like the RPG game that they'd seen footage of and gotten a demo of, but they got this like puzzle game instead. Then after that a little bit, Robert Poloni launched a Kickstarter where he said that he was going to finally finish
open
Bob's
that.
game if people donated him $10,000, because at this point he basically didn't have any money and didn't really have a home. This Kickstarter did actually seem to meet its goal, but you know, Bob's game still isn't out yet, and I don't think anyone's gotten a refund. Now, one of the most interesting things to come from this Kickstarter campaign was he released a self-written biography, and this biography really kind of gives you a better perspective on who Robert Poloni is and why Bob's game has taken so long to complete. He reveals a lot about himself and what he's been up to in his life. He goes into some pretty personal details which are kind of crazy. The main takeaway I would say you can get from this biography is the main reason Robert Poloni has not completed Bob's game is because he's kind of suffered from drug addiction and porn addiction and mental issues for the last couple of years, and he's also had a hard time getting housing for extended periods of time. You know, all these factors are not really things you would really want to go up against if you're trying to develop an indie video game. Since 2016, Robert Poloni hasn't really had much of a presence on the internet, and it looks like he's kind of stepped away from the development of Bob's game and he's finally kind of doing something else. At this point, it doesn't really seem like Robert Poloni is going to be in a position to complete Bob's game anytime soon, if ever. I would love to see it, but I kind of doubt they'll find much success. Fresno Nightcrawler. So, you know this video, maybe this is the first time you're seeing this. These creatures in this video are often referred to as the
Where's
Fresno
Facecam?
Nightcrawler. Well,
I couldn't fit it into the stream layout, so
I thought this was the most unsettling thing
just
ever.
gonna have to
I
do
don't
with
know
that
what
for
it is
now,
about this
buddy.
video, but the way these bitches
got some games
move
on, we
is
got some videos on,
strange.
it's cool
It is
though.
strange, but you know,
Over here
looking at
chilling.
this video now, it's kind of just funny. Now, of course, online you can find people speculating that this video is real and these Fresno Nightcrawlers are actually aliens or some sort of strange cryptid that we've never identified. But it's pretty clear at this point that this video was faked. Captain Disillusion has a great video where he covers this video and he does a pretty good job breaking it down and making it pretty clear that it's fake. They're pretty dope though. Poe Toaster. So I'm gonna run through this
Out
one pretty
here
quickly. So
straight
if you're from the
chilling.
United States, you've probably heard of the author Edgar Allan Poe. He is often viewed as a really influential writer within the realm of American literature. You know, he wrote The Raven, he wrote The Telltale Heart. Now, in 1849, Edgar Allan Poe died under pretty strange circumstances, and his body was buried in Baltimore. And as kind of the story goes, starting in the 1900s, an unidentified man in a black cloak would visit Edgar Allan Poe's grave every year on his birthday and pay a really strange and specific tribute to his grave. He'd pour a glass of Martell cognac, leave 3 roses at his grave, and leave half of the unfinished bottle at his grave.
Yo, that's
This is a
gangster,
photo
bro.
of this supposed cloaked man who would pay tribute. Now, reportedly, this unidentified cloaked man paid tribute to Edgar Allan Poe's grave every year up until 2010. When it comes to my guess on who this unidentified cloaked figure is, you know,
Look at
I'm
all
pretty
these
sure that
pea
it's just
shooters,
like a
man.
really dedicated
Aura.
Edgar Allan Poe fan who just really wanted to show his appreciation for his work. But the story seems to have caught quite a few people's attention. Some people speculate that maybe this guy is connected to Edgar Allan Poe in some way, and that's why he's so dedicated to visiting his grave, but that's really just speculation. Moving on, Code Geass.
Aura.
So, Code Geass literally translates to giant book. And let me tell you, giant book is a giant book. Code Geass is believed to be the largest preserved medieval manuscript. This is a pretty big ass book,
Aura.
especially considering that it came from the 13th century, and it was probably written by by a Benedictine monk. This book is reported to weigh 165 pounds, and it's made from
We
like
just gotta get through this
100
round.
donkey skins. You know, back in the day, they didn't have like printing presses and shit. And so you can see people speculate that this book took 5 years to create. Some people speculate it took up to like 30 years to create. This book is so big that apparently the museum that currently holds it usually needs 2 people to carry it around. This book contains a lot of stuff in it. It contains a complete copy of the Bible within it, some copied historical texts, some spells, alphabets, but probably the
Some
thing
spells.
within this book that people gravitate the most towards is the illustration of the devil that can be found within this book. So when it comes to this image of a devil within the book, there's a lot of things that people talk about. For example, there's like this legend related to this book that the monk who wrote this book, the only way they were able to complete this thing was he made a deal with the devil to complete this book, but part of the deal was that like the devil has left his mark on it, I guess. And this image of the devil within this book represents like the marking he left. Of course, this is probably nothing more than a legend. You know, take of that what you will. Probably the most reasonable explanation I've seen for what this book was used for was it was a book made for monks that just had like every useful text in it that they would need. It's just a giant book that covers everything that a monk would need. McCamey Manor. Basically, there's this guy named John McCaney, and over the years, he's hosted a haunted house that puts visitors through really extreme
Oh, I've heard
conditions.
about
This haunted house is often referred to as McCamey Manor. McCamey Manor is often referred to as an extreme haunt, and there's rumors out there that signing up for McCamey Manor basically means that you're gonna go to a haunted house where you could like be beaten up, like
These
actually
things are
beaten
going
up, and
crazy.
actually tortured,
I love
and
this.
actually physically hurt
I wanna use
within the
this blower,
haunted house.
but I
It
don't
looks
wanna
like
use it
there
now.
have been versions of this haunted house where people have gone in and basically gotten broken bones or been dragged behind the back of a car or just like beaten up.
I actually
or
need a space to
waterboarded,
play this.
or
I
in
can't
some
play this on
cases
the ground.
actually
That's
pretty
funny.
seriously injured.
So
The
is
history
this
of
okay?
McCamey Manor is not super well documented, but from the looks of it, it looks like the haunted house started out in San Diego, and the haunted house when it was in San Diego was actually pretty intense in some ways. However, in recent years, McCamey Manor has moved to this location in Tennessee, and this haunt in Tennessee is way more lame. The new location in Tennessee is barely even a haunted house. Basically, what happens is you just go to John McCaney's house and he
They
forces
had a video
you to
cuts out
do
sometimes,
physical
you know.
labor in his yard until it gets so painful and exhausting that you have to give up. Now, over the years, John McCaney has claimed that the mansion has featured some pretty crazy stuff like a 200-meter underwater swim, a 2-mile-long zip line. I think at one point he said that they have like an alligator pit or something. He's also said that there's
An
a
alligator
$20,000
pit.
prize if you get to the end of it. He's made some pretty insane claims on what
Yeah,
the manor
yeah,
has
yeah.
had, and these more
Leaf blower.
insane claims are almost certainly completely false. But that's not to say that people haven't been pretty physically hurt during one of these Camey Manor experiences. Of course, it doesn't necessarily take an alligator pit or a zip line to break somebody's arm. As mentioned, from the looks of it, he has broken people's bones before.
Okay,
and
we
he,
need
like,
one
has
more and then we
dragged
get to
people
endless.
behind a
Yeah.
truck down the road. One of the more recent
So let's
developments
do
within
that.
the McCamey Manor story is recently the state of Tennessee started investigating them. They were investigating them because there were reports of them ignoring people's
it's
safe
probably just
words
regular
and
ramp.
continuing the experience. They were also being investigated for possibly
Pumpkin pie,
lying about
obviously
there being a
corn,
$20,000
watermelon,
prize
pretty
and
good here.
also possibly hurting people
Anything
doing the
else in there?
experience.
Likely
Jeff the
yes.
Killer unedited image.
You get-
So you know the Jeff the Killer picture? Well, no one is entirely sure where this picture comes from. There's a lot of different speculation
heard
on
about
where this
this.
picture came from. A lot of people seem to think that the Jeff the Killer image is kind of like an edited image of something else, but no one can seem to find what that original source material was. There have been a couple different ideas and leads over the years, but till this day, no one is entirely sure. Some Ordinary Gamers has a cash prize bounty for anyone who can find the original source material, so should probably get looking. 17,776. I talked about this
Damn,
one
I
in
need
a
potato
previous
mines.
video, so I'm not really going to talk about this one too much.
Forgot
Basically,
about
what
that.
this is like it's this interactive article that tells this story about how in the future humans will play this strange futuristic game of football. I'm not going to go much more into detail about this beyond that. You can go check out my old video if you want to know more. Hello Kitty Murder. So this is a pretty brutal and unfortunate story. So there was this woman by the name of Fan Man Yi who was born in 1976 in Hong Kong and had a pretty brutal upbringing. She was abandoned as a child. She lived in an orphanage until she was 15.
Does she
And after
rent
she
more?
was kicked out of the orphanage, she later became a prostitute. By age 23, she did kind of start getting back on her feet. She got a job, although this was a job as a hostess at a nightclub in Hong Kong. Now, as reports go, at this nightclub, there was a regular by the name of Chan Man Lok. Reports about him describe him as a pimp and a
Fuck, I
socialite,
didn't mean to
and
do that.
Fan Man Yi
Fucking
reportedly
damn it.
became one of his regular
100
clients.
sun
As
down the
reports
fucking
go,
drain.
In 1999, Fan
Fuck.
attempted to try and steal Chan Man Lok's wallet, but she was later caught stealing, and kind of in retaliation, Chan Man Lok had two of his men abduct her and hold her captive in an apartment he owned. Now, reportedly, the original intention of Chan Man Lok was to pimp her out. From the looks of it, this really never panned out. Chan Man Lok and his men basically ended up holding her captive in this apartment and just tortured her. She was essentially held in this apartment for a month and just tortured. I'm not going to get into the details of what they did, but it's very bad. After about a month of being held captive and tortured, Fan Man Yi did die, and apparently what they did is they broke up her body, boiled it, and then just put it in the household garbage disposal. Notably, when they dismembered her body, they took her severed head and sewed it into a Hello Kitty doll. This situation was eventually
Damn, what the
reported to the
fuck?
police. The apartment got raided, and Chan Man Lok and his men were arrested. Unfortunately, this was, of course, too late. She had already died. There is quite a bit of gruesome detail I could get into when it comes to this case, but I'm not really interested in doing that. If you want to learn more about this case, there are totally some other sources you can look into. The Monster with 21 Faces. The Monster with 21 Faces is a name used by a person or a group of people who were responsible for a chain of crimes across Japan in the 1980s. Here's kind of the quick rundown of what the Monster with 21 Faces was doing. So you know Pockies, those like, I don't know, like cracker stick things with chocolate on them? Well,
Dude, I love
those are
those.
made by this Japanese food company called Glyco, and they're a pretty big Japanese food company. Well, back in 1984, the president of Glyco, a man by the name of Katsuhisa Izaki, was kind of just randomly kidnapped from his home and taken to a warehouse in Osaka where he was held captive. Reportedly, Izaki was tied up to a pole inside of a warehouse. Shortly after Izaki was abducted, an executive at Glyco got a call from someone directing them to a ransom note that was in a telephone booth, and this ransom note basically asked for 1 billion yen in exchange to have your
Placing a riff, I
executive
guess.
back. Now, there was a whole police investigation into what was going on, but interestingly, 3 days after the abduction and after 3 days of being held in the warehouse, Izaki actually managed to loosen up the cords that had him tied up and was able to escape and ultimately make it home safe. After Izaki escaped, the police had really no success in figuring out who was behind this abduction, who was behind the ransom, and all that. And this kind of eventually led into the police receiving a letter from a person or a group of people that referred to themselves as the Monster with 21 Faces. This letter basically taunted the police for their inability to catch the abductors. The letter called them stupid and useless and tax stealers. The letter even kind of goes on to
Oh,
give them
fuck.
hints on how they might
Sorry,
solve the
sorry.
crime.
I gotta
The letter
remember
tells
to
the police what
routinely
color
refresh
the
the video.
car
Sorry, dude.
Izaki was abducted in
Sorry,
was,
brother.
for example. Following this incident, the Monster with 21
Sorry, I have
Faces
to
proceeded
open the
to send
tab to
letters
refresh
to
it.
various
My
other
bad. My
media
fault.
and
I'll
news
stay on top of that,
organizations and
definitely.
other food companies, basically taunting them for their inability to figure out who the Monster with 21 Faces was, or to try and blackmail them. They went on to harass a lot of other food companies too. They also went on to start some fires at some Glyco facilities, and they even abducted another guy at one point too. The Monster with 21 Faces went on to target this other food company called Morinaga. They sent a letter to Morinaga saying that they intended to plant 20 boxes of Morinaga candy laced with cyanide on store shelves throughout Japan. These candies laced with
Can you
cyanide
not do
were
that?
actually later found on store shelves
fucking
throughout
damn it.
Japan. Interestingly though, these boxes had labels on them that explicitly said that the candies had cyanide and you shouldn't eat them. So it kind of looks like the Monster with 21 Faces was trying to maybe not kill people. Maybe. Probably the best lead for who is behind the Monster with 21 Faces is there is security cam footage of a man in Osaka placing cyanide laced candy onto store shelves, although this man has never been identified, unfortunately. The Monster with 21 Faces harassment campaign continued up until 1985. They continuously harassed police departments and food companies and the media with strange and threatening letters. In 1985, a police officer who was head of the prefecture Prefectural Police in Shiga was relieved of his position largely due to his failure in solving the Monster with 21 Faces case, and shortly after being relieved, he committed suicide by dousing himself in kerosene and lighting himself on fire. Some reports say that his suicide was in part due to his embarrassment in failing to solve the case. Following this police officer's death, the Monster with 21 Faces sent a letter out to news organizations basically taunting the police officer's death, but also saying that they were done harassing Japanese food companies and they were moving on. And if anyone moving forward was harassing Japanese food companies, it would not be them. Till this day, no one is really sure who was behind the Monster with 21 Faces, or really even what the motive was. Of course, there's many different theories, but none of them are super solid, it seems like. The investigation into the crimes...
I'm glad that pumpkin is gone. The
so
symmetry is back.
might not really ever get a great answer for this. Mad Gasser of Mattoon. So there's this town in the US called Mattoon, and during World War II, there were repeated reports of locals seeing a masked man spray gas into their houses while they were asleep. There were numerous reports of people basically going to bed and waking up only to see like a masked figure at their window or something spraying gas into their house. Some reports say this gas that they were sprayed with had a kind of paralyzing effect. Others say it might have had other effects. Based on all of these reports, some people think that there was basically a guy in Mattoon at some point who was just running around and spraying people's houses with gas for some reason, and no one's really entirely sure why. Some people think that this was just a case of mass hysteria. There never really was a Mad Gasser of Mattoon. Instead, this was just some sort of mass hysteria that was kind of emerging from the wartime fears. There are also some reports that suggest that the gas that people were breathing in was actually coming from a nearby factory, and the idea of there being a guy spraying gas at people's houses was just paranoia, but there was actually gas getting into people's houses. I've even seen some speculation that this was some sort of sneak attack, spy attack from Japan. Till this day, there isn't really a great answer behind this case. Arnold Schwarzenegger's actual height. So over the years, there are a lot of varying reports on how tall Arnold Schwarzenegger actually is. Some reports say he's 6'2", some reports say he's 5'10", some reports even say he's like 5'5". You know, there's a lot of different numbers out there for some reason. You know, it's probably possible that Arnold Schwarzenegger has probably stretched the truth a little bit when it comes to his height, but from the looks of it, it looks like in Arnold's heyday, he was probably like 6'1", but as you get older, you know, you shrink a little bit, and so nowadays Arnold's probably more like 5'11", 5'10". Vladimir Demikov. Vladimir Demikov was a Soviet experimental surgeon who lived from 1916 to 1981. He's often credited as a pioneer and innovator within the realm of surgery and organ transplant. For example, he created the world's first artificial heart and implanted it into a dog successfully. Now, there's a lot more you could talk about when it comes to this guy, but there is one specific thing I personally want to mention today when it comes to Vladimir Demikov. He is the first to do a canine head transplant. Now, when I say canine head transplant, what I mean by this is he took the head of one dog and sewed it onto the body of another dog. He just took a dog and then basically grafted another head onto that dog's body. Sources say that he actually did quite a few of these surgeries. In fact, he managed to get one of these dogs to live for 29 days after the surgery. This attached head would even react to things. The head would even try and eat things, but since the head was not attached to an esophagus, it would just pass through a tube that was placed in his throat onto the ground. Aum Shinrikyo anime. So in case you aren't familiar with Aum Shinrikyo was a cult within Japan during the 80s and early 90s. This cult was led by a man by the name of Shoko Asahara. There is a lot that could be said about this cult. This cult kind of pushed ideas that were a combination of Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, Shinto, also like some new age kind of spiritual self-help stuff. There are, I guess, like techno-futuristic ideas, plus like techno-doomsday cult stuff, I guess. In the West, it seems like the most well-known thing to come from Aum Shinrikyo is the Tokyo subway sarin attacks that they did. Now, what this entry is specifically referring to, though, is Aum Shinrikyo produced a 6-episode anime to kind of outline the beliefs and lore of their leader, Shoko Asahara. I found an upload of it on YouTube. You can watch it. It's something else. You know, it's an interesting watch. The anime features an animated version of the actual cult leader, Shoko Asahara, You know, the anime really hypes this guy up to be something special. Scum Manifesto. So I talked about this in a previous video, so we're gonna get the old speedrun treatment. Basically, this woman created this book called The Scum Manifesto. The Scum Manifesto is a book about how the earth doesn't really need men anymore because men are terrible and women can now reproduce by themselves through modern science. This woman who wrote this book, interesting down the line, went on to attempt to murder Andy Warhol, but then she failed, and after this attempt at murder, she was evaluated to have schizophrenia. So yeah, it's a pretty rough case. Carnival of Light. Carnival of Light is a Beatles song that has never been officially released before. So basically the story behind this was a while ago, there was this event in London called the A Million Volt Light and Sound Rave. It was basically just like a rave with a bunch of flashing lights and shit, and you could take LSD. And apparently one of the people that helped host this rave was also friends with Paul McCartney, and at one point this guy requested that Paul McCartney make a song just for this rave. Like, he asked Paul McCartney to produce an exclusive song to be played at this rave. Anyway, as reports go, Paul McCartney did manage to wrangle the Beatles together and produce a song for this rave, and it did get played at the rave. However, the song has never been released publicly. You can find people online who claim to have leaked uploads of it, but I don't think that's real. A Beatles historian guy by the name of Mark Lewison was allowed to listen to this song at one point, and he said that the song was kind of weird, as you might imagine. He described the song as featuring distorted hypnotic drums and organ sounds, distorted lead guitar, the sounds of a church organ, various effects including water gargling. The song doesn't really have like a melody or anything to it. It's really just kind of like an atmospheric thing with a bunch of random sounds going on. There have been instances of people asking Paul McCartney to release Carnival of Light, but he's gone on record saying that if he were to release something like this, he would want permission from the rest of the Beatles, but some of the Beatles are dead, so he can't get permission from everybody anymore. And so people kind of speculate that they'll probably release this song after he dies. Sabinche Tomatovic tape. So I'm not really going to get into this one too far. Really what this boils down to is there's a really obscure internet rumor that somewhere out there, there's a tape of a woman getting by a spider. It's supposed to be like a giant undiscovered cryptid spider. That's all you need to know. It's almost certainly not real. Timace Dreams. So there's this website called Dreamviews, and this website is centered around people just discussing dreams. I think this entry is referring to a post someone made on this website where they describe something called a Timace dream. I'll just go ahead and read the post. Common elements for these type of dreams are as follows. Occur with some frequency throughout early childhood through natural dreaming or are fever-induced. They usually come back briefly in your teens, leave you terrified upon waking, and it still gives you goosebumps to this day to just think about it. Wake with cold sweats, much like a fever. There's a feeling of awful slowness, which is just horrifying. Feels like your soul being ripped out or just sheer insanity. There are geometric shapes present, possibly the platonic solids. Those are the properties of a Timaeus dream. It seems like quite a few people on this website seem to have had a similar experience. I don't really think there is much else to this entry. Cotard syndrome is a pretty rare mental disorder where the patient holds the delusional belief that they are dead. Luna Park train fire. Basically, there was this amusement park called Luna Park, and there was this train ride at the park, and at one point, this train ride caught on fire and killed like 7 people. Till this day, no one's really entirely sure how the fire started, but there's a lot of different speculation. Some evidence suggests that it might have been an act of arson, or it also could have been some just stupid accident, like someone dropped a cigarette and it started a fire. Michael Rockefeller disappearance. Michael Rockefeller was a member of the Rockefeller family. He was the great-grandson of John D. Rockefeller. John D. Rockefeller was one of the richest people of all time. Michael Rockefeller was also son of New York governor and later vice president Nelson Rockefeller. It would be pretty fair to say that Michael Rockefeller was born into a family with a lot of power and wealth. Despite his family's legacy of business and finance, Michael Rockefeller seemed to take more of an interest in the arts. Ultimately, Michael's interest in art and culture led him to going on a kind of art collecting expedition to the Asmat region of Dutch New Guinea, which is now Indonesia. At the time, the people of the Asmat region lived lifestyles that were not particularly technologically advanced. They largely subsisted off the land, and their cultures did feature things like headhunting and cannibalism. Their cultures also had some pretty interesting artistic output. He wanted to meet and document and get art from the Asmat people. While on this expedition in this region, Michael Rockefeller was riding in a catamaran off of the coast of the area. He was riding in this catamaran with a Dutch anthropologist and two asthmat teenagers at the time. This catamaran they were on went on to capsize. The two asthmat teenagers on the boat swam to shore, leaving Michael Rockefeller and the Dutch anthropologist left on the boat alone. Their capsized catamaran began to drift away from shore, and eventually, as reports go, Michael Rockefeller felt like it would be a better plan for him to jump into the water and try and swim to shore instead of trying to wait for rescue. Then Michael Rockefeller strapped two empty gas cans and attempted to swim to shore. As he swam away, he was never seen of again. No search parties ever managed to find him. Now, it is most commonly believed that Michael Rockefeller just at some point died trying to swim back to shore. It was like a 10-mile swim, so it would be pretty reasonable he just died trying to get there. However, some people have kind of pushed the theory that Michael Rockefeller didn't die while swimming. He did actually manage to swim to shore, but once he got on shore, he was killed by the Asmat people. Notably, there were some Dutch priests within the Asmat area hanging around the Asmat people at the time, and one of these priests reported to have heard through word of mouth that the Asmats actually did find Michael Rockefeller washed up on the shore one day and they killed him. So though it should really be said that the Asmat people have been documented to lie and deceive people for their own gain or their own benefit, and so these stories that these Dutch priests heard could totally just be made up. At the end of the day, whether or not Michael Rockefeller made it to shore or not really just comes down to speculation and what you are willing to believe. The Twilight Zone incident. So in 1982, Warner Brothers were producing a Twilight Zone movie called The Twilight Zone. This movie would be based off of the Twilight Zone show. This movie was split up into different segments. This movie actually had multiple directors for the different segments. Just to kind of cut to the chase here, one of the directors in this film was John Landis. Might have heard of this guy before. He was responsible for working on this part of the film that was like this Vietnam War thing. Specifically, there was a scene in the film where an actor by the name of Vic Moreau was tasked with carrying two children in his arms while running away from an exploding building into a river. While running away, he was also to be pursued by an American helicopter. You know, it was a pretty intense scene they were trying to film here. During the filming of this scene though, one of the pyrotechnic explosions on set was bigger than expected, and it knocked the helicopter out of the air, and the helicopter ended up landing on Vic Moreau and the two kids he was carrying and killed them both. People in the helicopter did actually survive. What makes matters worse in this situation is the two kids that were in this scene were illegally hired. First of all, the scene was being filmed pretty late at night, and that alone does violate child labor laws technically. They also didn't have any on-site child welfare workers. They did have the workers on set. It looks like they probably would have said no to kids being involved in such a explosive scene. The kids were also being paid under the table. The casting agents were actually unaware that these kids would be on the set at all, and these kids were actually just kind of hired through family friends basically. Some settlements were filed outside of court for the families that had lost their children, but interestingly, nobody was actually ever charged with any crimes beyond just illegally hiring children. So Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon is a book that was published by David McGowan in 2010. Full disclaimer, I have not read the book, but from some of the stuff I've seen online, it looks like this book covers a conspiracy theory about how the hippie movement in the late 1960s was actually engineered by the US government to discredit the anti-Vietnam War movement. It looks like the idea was if we associate the anti-war movement with the hippie movement, it'll make anti-war people look like lazy, drugged out, oddly dressed hippie people. I'd want to actually read the book before I talk about it much further. If I ever do read the book, I might down the road weigh in on the legitimacy of this conspiracy theory down the road, although I will say I'm pretty skeptical right now. Rhythm Zero. So there's this Serbian-born performance artist by the name of Marina Abramovic. She's done quite a few pretty crazy performance art pieces over the years, but Rhythm Zero is the title of probably one of her most well-known performance art pieces. Basically what she did for this piece was she got a bunch of random people from the public in a room with her, and in the room a printed note with the following instructions were left for them. There are 72 objects on the table that one can use on me as desired. Performance.
I am the object. During this period, I take full responsibility. Duration, 6 hours. What these instructions effectively meant for the performance was the audience could do whatever they wanted to her with the provided objects while she just stood there for the next 6 hours. What were these objects, you might be asking? Well, they included, but were not limited to, a rose, feather, perfume, honey, bread, grapes, wine, scissors, a scalpel, a metal bar, a gun, and a bullet. Reportedly, the public was pretty tame with how they treated her at the start. Apparently, they just kind of blew her some kisses or would put her hands up into the air or turn her around or something. However, reportedly, as the show went on, the audience began to go kind of crazy. They went on to cut off her clothes and cut her with a knife, and apparently one dude drank her blood from the wound. They assaulted her quite a few times. Apparently, they even reached a point where someone loaded the gun, put it up to her head, and wrapped her own finger around the trigger. Apparently, this move led the people running the venue to step in and get rid of the gun. According to her, everyone actually left the location right after it ended, so she never had the opportunity to confront anybody. Now, of course, online there's a lot of discussion regarding what the underlying meaning of this piece is. From the stuff I've seen online, it looks like the reason Marina Abramovich did this was because she wanted to see how far the public would take things if she just let them do whatever they want. Alexander Abyen. Alexander Abyen was an Iranian-born mathematician who taught for over 25 years at Iowa State University. Now, the main thing that this guy is known for is that a handful of news outlets reported that he believed that humanity should blow up the moon. Specifically, a handful of news outlets reported that he thinks that humanity should nuke the moon so the moon stops messing with the Earth's weather, and so we can avoid things like hurricanes and tornadoes and other natural disasters on Earth. Now, of course, this seems pretty ridiculous, and many people have pointed out that blowing up the moon would probably have apocalypse level consequences. You know, if we really just shot a ton of nukes at the moon and blew it up, it probably would not benefit life on Earth at all. I ended up doing a little more digging into this story because I was thinking, like, does this professor with published papers really think we should blow up the moon, or is there something else going on here? And I'm glad that I did look into this a little bit more, because I think the media reporting on this is largely overlooking the point that he's actually trying to make. In one video interview, he says that the media misinterpreted what he was saying, and then when he re-explains his idea here, it seems like more what he's trying to say is the current weather patterns on Earth are so devastating to human life, thanks to the constant natural disasters that they cause, that we should be willing to do anything that we can to change the weather pattern to save people. And if that means blowing up the moon, for example, so be it, we should do it. It's not that he wants to blow up the moon per se, but if blowing up the moon is what it takes to save people, then we should do it. You know, he says he wants to blow up the moon more as like a symbolical thing, I think. I also found this article, and it seems like he's trying to make a similar point here too. In fact, in this article, it looks like he explicitly says that we should only blow up the moon if it would be an improvement to humanity. You would need a preliminary study first to make sure it would be beneficial, and then we should do it. Area 62. So I'm pretty sure this entry is referring to how for a couple of years on the internet now, there have been a handful of pictures circulating around of someone in Florida who makes these signs and posters talking about a bunch of insane conspiracy theories, and one of the things they talk about is Area 62. Also online, pictures of this truck have been floating around, and of course, this truck looks like it's probably made by the same person that makes these signs. I looked around online a little bit, but it doesn't look like there's really much more information on whoever's behind this or where this is at. I don't really think there would be much of a story really behind this though anyway. It's probably just like a crazy Florida person who's not in the healthiest place right now. Milton William Cooper was a pretty renowned conspiracy theorist. He had a radio talk show where he would talk about his conspiracy theories. He also wrote a book called Behold a Pale Horse, where he outlines a lot of his conspiracy theories, and this book seems to have played a pretty decent role in shaping a kind of modern conspiracy theory landscape. Now, when it comes to the specific conspiracy theories this guy pushed, I'm
not really going to get into it. Just like to give you kind of like a taste of what type of conspiracy theories. He'd cover a lot of stuff about aliens, you know, aliens colluding with the government being responsible for AIDS, you know, September 11th being an inside job, fake JFK assassination. The CIA was responsible for the JFK assassination. Although from the looks of it, Milton William Cooper was usually pretty wrong about his conspiratorial predictions for the future. There are a handful of instances of him being right, although it's kind of like, I guess, intriguing that he was right on a few occasions. I would also say that, like, even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while. You know what I'm saying? Now, according to reports, in kind of the back end of Milton William Cooper's life, he kind of grew more and more paranoid that the government was out to get him.
And it looks like this paranoia kind of led him to harass the people around his house in Arizona.
Also in 1998, he was charged with tax evasion and an arrest warrant was issued, but he had managed to just repeatedly avoid serving. I think I'll also just mention how he died. In 2001, some police officers showed up at his house to arrest him for tax evasion and also harassing the people around his house in Arizona. But probably due to Cooper's paranoia that the government was out to silence him, he ended up getting into a shooting with these police officers, and during this shooting, he was fatally shot in the head. Some people have looked at this situation and say that it is evidence that Milton William Cooper was actually being followed by the government and this was them silencing him. DMT Nexus. DMT Nexus is a website that covers pretty much anything DMT related. There's forums, there's guides, you know, it's got everything DMT related. DMT is a pretty strong psychedelic drug, and this website has pretty much anything you could want to know about it on it. Fo.org. If you go to this website, you know, if you don't know what's going on, it probably looks pretty crazy. Now, there's a lot of like winding pathways on this website you can go down, and there's some pretty crazy art on it. This is just a Serial Experiments Lane fan website, and when you consider that, this website makes a lot more sense. Serial Experiments Lane is just an anime. Pier Paolo Pasolini. Pier Paolo Pasolini is a pretty interesting Italian guy. He's pretty hard to describe in broad strokes, though. He's probably most popularly known as a poet and a filmmaker, but, you know, he did a lot of other stuff too. You could also say he was a political activist. You know, he was communist and he was gay, but he also heavily supported the Catholic Church, and he also had pretty conservative beliefs when it came to Italian society. His film discography was pretty wide-ranging in terms of the output. On one hand, he produced the movie The Gospel According to Matthew, which is a pretty straightforward retelling of the story of Jesus, but he also went on to later drop 120 Days of Sodom, and this movie is set in fascist Italy, and what happens is
Some Italian elites get together in a mansion. They get a bunch of teenagers
and they torture them and kill them, and they kind of get off to it. This movie is pretty hard to watch. Some people would probably even consider it like a borderline, like, gross out film type thing. People also say, though, it has some valuable commentary to it. I'll let you look into that more if you want to know. People are eating human shit in this movie. His body was found dead on a beach in Italy one day, and no one was really sure what the cause of death was. Some evidence seems to suggest that he was killed by a male prostitute that he was driving around, although other evidence seems to suggest that he was possibly murdered by a gang that he had bad blood with. Everyday Chemistry. So here's another Beatles related entry on the iceberg for some reason. Everyday Chemistry is a Beatles remix album that was released in 2009. I listened to it and it's pretty good. It was pretty solid. Some of the remixes do some pretty interesting creative stuff. Some of them aren't the greatest and have kind of bad mixes, but overall it's kind of like a cool idea. Now there is also kind of like a story or some lore that's attached to this album. So back in 2009, somebody made a website where they claimed that they had basically somehow traveled to an alternate dimension, and they got this album from this alternate dimension.
They got an album from an alternate dimension.
This is actually just a normal Beatles album, but from like another dimension, and they brought it home to us. Also, interestingly though, you know, forgetting all the lore stuff and whatever, no one is actually sure who made this remix album. It seems like there are a couple different leads, but no one really seems to be like certainly positive on who made this. John C. Lilly. John C. Lilly graduated from Caltech in 1938. He then later studied at Dartmouth and Pennsylvania University and went on to receive a medical degree. After this, he ended up working for various government bodies doing research within the realm of psychiatry and medicine. Some of his research and findings seem to be pretty well regarded within scientific communities, but kind of down the line in his career, it looks like he kind of started doing research and more kind of eclectic things, I guess. John C. Lilly is often credited as inventing deprivation tanks. In case you don't know what that is, deprivation tank is basically like a tank
tank of water that's been heated to exactly skin temperature. It's also been filled with like Epsom salts, so when you get into it, you feel weightless. You don't feel the water on you because it's the same temperature as you, and the Epsom salts make it so you like are perfectly weightless within the water. A lot of the time, deprivation tanks will also be in a completely dark environment where you can't see anything. Sometimes some deprivation tanks will even have you wear some sort of like breathing mask so you can lay face down in the water without having to worry about moving around to breathe, and you can just kind of like take it in, or I guess like take in the lack of anything because it's a deprivation tank. This is what John C. Lilly's personal deprivation tank looked like. Interestingly too, down the road, John C. Lilly began experimenting with taking drugs and then going into deprivation tanks to just kind of see what would happen. You know, he took LSD and ketamine and a couple other drugs and went into self-deprivation tanks. From these experiences, he reported seeing some pretty insane shit. At one point, he reported to have met the council that controls our section of the universe while doing this. Also down the line, Lilly started researching dolphins a lot. He ended up building a dolphin research facility on the San Francisco coast, and the goal of this facility was to try and decipher dolphin language. John C. Lilly seemed to hold the belief that dolphins were way smarter than we give them credit for, and humans should aspire to try and communicate with them. Although his dolphin research did make some discoveries about dolphins that were not previously known, ultimately he did not manage to decipher dolphin language. Also, some pretty strange things came about from his dolphin research. One of his assistants ended up having like a sexual relation with a dolphin. It was a whole thing. That's a story for another time. School Days delayed due to murder. So School Days is a slice of life harem dating visual novel. It was originally like a PC visual novel. As far as visual novels go, it looks like it's largely pretty standard stuff. You know, you play as a lead male character. You can decide to romance various girls within the visual novel. Depending on what decisions you make, you get different endings to the visual novel. Some of these endings good, some of these bad. Sometimes you end up with this girl, sometimes you end up with this girl. But this visual novel does have one element that is kind of interesting. The element of this visual novel that is kind of interesting is that there are some endings to this visual novel where things can get pretty brutal. There's a pretty iconic ending you can get where if you portray one girl early in the story and then get with another girl, at the end of the story, the girl you betrayed will push the new girl into an oncoming train and kill them, and then that's the end of the story. It just gets really dark out of nowhere. I've never played through this visual novel. It looks like reviews for it are pretty mixed. Some people seem to like it, some people seem to think it's not really that great. Later, this visual novel was adapted into a manga and an anime. In the anime, on the very final episode, this one girl ends up stabbing this other girl to death out of jealousy because like the main character decided to choose this girl over her. And this final episode was set to air on September 18th, 2007 on a Japanese TV station called Kanagawa. However, just a day before this final episode, in a completely unrelated situation, in Kyoto, a 16-year-old girl murdered her 45-year-old father with an axe. Now, due to this murder kind of sharing some similarities with the final episode of this anime, out of respect, TV Kanagawa decided to pull this final episode from air, and instead of showing this episode, they decided to air what was basically like 30 minutes of stock footage of like European lakes and boats and stuff. They did later end up airing this episode anyway, but this situation ultimately kind of led to the nice boat meme, if you've ever seen that. After this weird airing thing happened, on 4chan, some people were joking about this thing happening, and someone posted a picture of the weird boat stock footage, and someone replied, "Nice boat." And now it's a meme to just say like "nice boat" because it's random and funny, you know how it goes.
Soku Shinbutsu.
So within Japan, there's a religion called Shugendo. Not a very big religion. It only has about 6,000 practicing members. The religion seems to be kind of a combination of Buddhism, Shinto, and Taoism. Now, there is a lot you could talk about when it comes to this group, but I'm just going to focus on what the iceberg chart is specifically talking about, Soku Shinbutsu. So Soku Shinbutsu is something that has often been described as self-mummification. The practice basically involves staying on a strict diet to try and lose as much body fat as possible. You would be restricted to eating pretty much only what you could like forage around for in the forest, so like seeds and nuts and roots. Eventually, you would also start cutting off water, and after fasting for a while, you would get buried alive in a tomb. This tomb would be connected by a bamboo shoot to the above air, so the person inside of the tomb could stay alive and breathe for a while. And due to this really restrictive dieting procedure that you would do before you get into this tomb, when you did eventually die in this tomb, your body would be preserved. There would be really no nutrients within your body for any bacteria or parasites to feed off of, and so your body would just kind of stay preserved pretty well. Accelerationism. So accelerationism can mean different things depending on the context, but usually when you see accelerationism online, usually the thought process behind accelerationism is moving forward, everything in humanity is just gonna get worse no matter what. For example, we can try and, can preserve the environment or prevent all money accumulating at the top or preserve traditions or whatever. We can try our best. Eventually, everything is all gonna collapse, and so we might as well accelerate towards the collapse of everything. Some people seem to think we should accelerate towards this collapse so then we have the opportunity to rebuild better afterwards, but some people don't even attach that notion to it. Some people think we should just, we got nothing better to do, let's just hurry things up and collapse. Nick Land.
Nick Land is probably one of the most popular proponents to accelerationism.
He's often seen as one of the main people who fathered accelerationism for film production. So there's this couple, Noel Marshall and Tippi Hedren. As the story goes, this couple went on a trip to Mozambique for work. During this trip to Mozambique, they went to Gorongosa National Park. And on this trip, they saw an abandoned plantation house that had been overrun by lions. This experience that this couple had seemed to ultimately inspire them to want to create a film involving lions and other big cats. To create this film, the couple began collecting lions in their house in LA. Eventually, they were busted for keeping big cats in their house without a permit, and they ended up moving to a ranch outside of LA where they started collecting even more big cats. Reportedly, this ranch ended up accumulating over 90 lions, tigers, and other big cats, along with other animals, including 2 elephants and flamingos. This ranch would also be the set for where they would film their lion movie that they had dreamed of. After they finished the script for this lion movie, they of course began filming it. However, the filming process of this movie was incredibly diseased and had roadblock after roadblock, and they ran into just so many issues filming. Although the lions had been raised around humans for much of their life, they weren't exactly trained by any means, and so this led to a lot of problems. Some reports say that there was as many as 70 injuries throughout the filming of this movie. Just to name a few reported injuries, one dude was scalped by a lion on set. The main actor guy ended up getting dragged around by a lion and had to get reconstruction surgery. One dude got bit by a lion and then ended up getting a blood infection. One girl fell off of an elephant and broke her back. Also, other roadblocks that this film faced was in a couple cases, some of the lions ended up breaking loose from the ranch. At one point, there was a flood. At one point, the ranch caught on fire. The film ended up taking 5 years to produce, and it cost $17 million. However, when it finally did come out, it pretty much flopped. It only earned $2 million at the box office. The film would go on to be called Roar when it was released, and as far as the plot goes, it's not really that good. The plot of the film basically comes down to a family unknowingly ends up at this lion sanctuary, and then they get chased around by the lions in Scooby-Doo-esque chase scenes for 70 minutes. The plot of the movie's not very good. The dialogue of the movie's not very good. I will say the movie is kind of interesting when you consider that all of the actors on screen are running around with real actual lions, and when the actors look scared on screen, they probably are actually pretty scared in real life too, because these lions were largely untamed. Coffin bird. I think what this entry is referring to is if a pregnant woman dies, as her body starts decomposing, gases can build up in her body, and under certain circumstances, the buildup of these gases can actually lead to the mother's body basically ejecting the unborn child from her body, and this is referred to as a coffin birth. There are quite a few documented cases of this taking place. So an entheogen, to my understanding, is just a psychoactive substance that is used for more spiritual or religious purposes as opposed to recreational purposes. Peter Pavlinsky is an artist and social activist from Russia. He's probably most well known for his artistic protests against the Russian government. Just to name some of his most well-known protests, back in 2012 when the band Pussy Riot was arrested, Pavlinsky did a protest where he literally sewed his mouth shut. He did this other protest in 2012 where he had some of his assistants strip him down and roll him in barbed wire, and his assistants basically took him and placed him in front of the Legislative Assembly of St. Petersburg, and he just kind of sat there until police came and cut him free. This one seemed to be kind of protesting some of the new laws that were passing that were infringing on people's personal freedoms. Probably his most well-known protest was when he nailed his nutsack to the ground in Red Square. That happened. Purportedly, this was kind of in protest of how he perceived that, at the time, the Russian people were being very apathetic
apathetic and indifferent when it came to the current kind of Russian political climate at the time. Deagle Nation. So the quick and dirty on Deagle Nation is there was this YouTube channel called Parkour Dude 91, and this channel was ran by a guy who went by Jace Connors. He would upload videos where he would act super macho and act like he was a former Marine, but also he lived with his mom and was unemployed. He would also yap about guns in video games and say some pretty insane and ridiculous shit. And despite being a really lame and incompetent person, he'd have illusions of grandeur.
Brother,
he
you
also
can't
claimed to have
farm,
created a gang
bruh.
called Deagle Nation,
Dude, all
who
this
were
shit
like
for
his
no reason.
followers who were just as dedicated to the gamer marine neat lifestyle as much as him. Now, in these videos, Jace Connors would go to some pretty crazy lengths to ham things up and look as crazy as possible. His crazy antics kind of ended up landing him a spot as a lol cow on websites like Kiwi Farms and a couple other places. The thing is that at the end of the day, Jace Connors ended up being fake, and all the stupid stuff he was doing was just an act for the sake of being funny. It turns out Jace Connors was just a character played by a guy by the name of Jan Rankowski. From what I can tell, the initial discovery that really revealed that his videos were all a ruse was people ended up finding a connection between him and Sam Hyde. And of course, if someone's doing something like this, but they're linked with Sam Hyde, it's probably not very
now they're
legit.
making money again,
Poorly
yeah.
Planned Comics. Poorly Planned Comics is a webcomic series. Although the original website hosting the series has been taken down, there still are archives available of it online. Now, this might seem kind of weird to say, but this comic series is insane. This comic series features so many different characters,
so
and
much
keeping
money,
track
bro.
of what's going on requires the reader to pay insane attention. The comic is also constantly breaking the fourth wall. It's pretty much never not breaking the fourth wall in some way, and due to the just constant fourth wall breaks in the comic, it kind of gets hard to keep track of what's even going on. Also, the comic will just kind of switch up sometimes to take on a really serious philosophical tone, and it's really jarring. And it also looks like throughout the comic series, there's a hidden puzzle, but from what I can tell, till this day, no one's really solved the puzzle. Now, this comic series is pretty long, so I haven't been able to thoroughly go through it yet, but I have skimmed through it, and it's just crazy through and through. Probably the most notable edition of the comic is the very last issue of it. The very last edition of this comic is literally a suicide note from the author. If you're reading this, I am dead. I've gone to the Madison Marriott West Hotel, taken the elevator to the 10th floor, and jumped off the balcony into the atrium. Comic is my last will and testament. P.S. If you want to know why I killed myself, the story is here. It's long though. The link that he left to the document that is supposed to explain why he killed himself is pretty hard to understand. It's really long and rambling, and it's a collection of emails. It's pretty hard to tell what's going on. The author of this comic was a man by the name of Jack Masters. There are quite a few reports of a man named Jack Masters dying that line up strikingly well with the suicide note. It looks like this guy probably did actually kill himself. Jack Masters left a huge trail of activity on the internet that is really revealing and gives us a pretty good look into what he was like and why he did what he did. From what I've seen, Jack Masters was probably a really talented and smart artist and game designer, but it also looks like he was a really troubled person with some sort of mental issues. I would want to talk more about Jack Masters, but the rabbit hole when it comes to him runs so deep that no one on the internet has really been able to organize Jack Masters' full story yet. I haven't been able to really organize the full story behind him yet either. I might revisit this topic in the future when I have a better understanding of who Jack Masters was. Helios. So Helios is the game that you're looking at right here. There are two Helios games, and they're both shareware games for MS-DOS. Now, these games are pretty strange. Helios 1 opens with a message from the developer, Sean Puckett, claiming that he didn't actually make these games himself. Instead, apparently one night he was awoken by an alien entity that was an exact replica of him. This alien entity broke into his house and put this game onto his computer's hard drive. Now, this story is of course pretty much certainly false. Sean Puckett has gone on to refer to this story as silly and like, really, would you believe that? But that's not to say that these games aren't really strange anyway. After you get past the message from the developer in Helios 1, the game opens to a level select screen that looks like this. You get this tentacle thing and you move it around so you can select a level that you're gonna play. Also, you can manipulate these symbols on the edge here, and you have to manipulate them into the right order to beat the game, and you have to find the right code of symbols. To get the right symbols, you have to play levels, and the levels look like this. The gameplay is really tedious and challenging. If you beat all the levels though, you can finish the code, and the end screen of the game looks like this. There's really no explanation on what this means, and this end screen just repeats forever until you decide to quit the game. Helios 2 is pretty much the same thing as Helios 1, but with new levels. Really, the only thing about Helios 2 that's different is that the game is unbeatable. It looks like when the game was released, it was left in an unfinished or buggy state, and so you just can't activate the end screen. It looks like no one online is entirely sure why the game is unfinished. Over the years, these games seem to have kind of caught the imagination of quite a few people online. It looks like some people actually are open to the idea that these games were made by aliens or whatever. You know, people have made creepypastas about these games. Uncanny Valley Predator. So what this is referring to is basically the idea of the Uncanny Valley is as artists create things that look more and more realistic, they eventually reach a point where they look realistic enough to the point where you can almost believe they're real, but not quite. They're in this like strange zone where it's almost real, but it's not quite. And this weird, strange zone is known as the Uncanny Valley. So the idea of the Uncanny Valley Predator though is that you might ask yourself, so why is it that humans find things that are almost real, but not quite real, uncanny and creepy? Why do we do that? What's the point of that? Well, some people have speculated that the reason humans find stuff like this creepy is because at some point in our past, humans had to face some sort of like predator or something, could disguise itself as a human, and if we were able to detect that it was actually a predator in disguise, we would survive better, and so we evolved this trait. The idea is like humans at some point had to face some sort of like alien creature that could disguise itself as human, but if humans were like smart enough and aware enough to be like, oh, that's not quite human, almost human but not quite, they would survive better, and then they evolved the trait to identify things within the Uncanny Valley. People have been batting around this idea on the internet for a while now. Lady of the Dunes. In July of 1974, a 13-year-old girl was walking in the Race Point Dunes in Providence, Massachusetts. Reportedly, while walking, her dog led her to a dead body in the dunes. When this body was found, it was badly decomposed. The body was missing its hands, its neck had been crushed, its face had been seemingly smashed in to some extent, and the body was missing some teeth.
Damn, we ran out of
Years,
sun.
This case made little progress. Although there were quite a few different leads, none of them seemed to lead to the actual killer of this woman. This body was found in 1974, and then it wasn't until 2022 that this body had finally been identified. The FBI website says that the reason it took all the way until 2022 to identify this body was because it wasn't until recently that DNA analysis techniques had become advanced enough to make identification of this woman possible. They identified this woman as Ruth Marie Terry. Later in 2022, they were able to pin down the murder of this woman as a guy named Rockwell Moldovan. Ruth and Rockwell were married shortly before Ruth was murdered. Rockwell Moldovan had actually died back in 2002. They pinned the murder on him after he had died, so justice was, never really served here. Happy Science Anime. So Happy Science is another Japanese cult that started in the 1980s. The beliefs of this group are also pretty complicated. It's another kind of strange blend of Eastern and Western religions and also New Age self-help. This cult also features a lot of elements of like channeling other beings and aliens and reptilians and stuff like that. I would tell you more about the intricacies of this religion and the lore behind it and how it all works out, but I'm going to tell you how you can figure it out yourself. Happy Science has produced numerous animes basically explaining the lore behind their religion. These animes are really something special. The animation is actually pretty okay a lot of the time, but the plots are just insane religious stuff. Indianapolis wrecking ball theft. So yeah, there are a handful of newspapers from the Indianapolis area that report a wrecking ball theft, a stolen wrecking ball. There are a couple newspapers that literally report that a wrecking company one night left their wrecking ball on the crane, and then they came back the next morning and then the wrecking ball was gone. Now, the reporting on this thing is a little bit spotty. Some reports say that the wrecking ball was as big as 5 tons, while others say it was only about 50 pounds. Some reports say that the wrecking ball was 200 feet in the air, while others say it was only like 20 feet in the air. Depending on what numbers are true, that kind of determines how crazy this story really is. 50-pound, 20 feet high ball, you could probably steal that overnight. But 5
5-ton, 200-foot ball, kind of hard. So even if it wasn't the biggest wrecking ball ever and it wasn't the highest up, there still seemingly was a wrecking ball that was stolen from a wrecking company in Indianapolis back in the 70s. I've seen some people speculate that this might have been an example of like insurance fraud. The company kind of stole the wrecking ball from themselves so they could file a claim. Henry Sewiak murder. Henry Sewiak was the only recorded murder in New York on September 11th that was unrelated to the other thing that happened there that day. Sewiak was a Polish immigrant. He had moved to the US so he could make money here and send it back to his wife in Poland, who was taking care of his 2 kids. He had taken up a job in New York mopping floors at a supermarket. The story goes, one night Sewiak was trying to get to the store, so he asked his landlady for directions on how to get there. She gave him the wrong directions and he ended up in a pretty bad part of New York, an area that was widely known for crime at the time. While walking through the area, he ended up getting shot, and till this day, no one knows who shot him. It's been a cold case for over 20 years now. No one knows who shot him. No one knows why they shot him. You know, some people have speculated that he might have been murdered due to people mistakenly believing him to be related to the 9/11 attacks. The Warrens of Virginia. The Warrens of Virginia is a silent film that was released in 1924. Based on what I've read about this movie, it was about 2 people who grew up being childhood sweethearts, but then after the Civil War broke out, the dude ended up working as a lieutenant for the Union Army, while the girl ended up being kind of associated with the Confederacy, and so the couple were split apart, and the movie's kind of like a drama that relies on this premise. Now, I'm not entirely sure why this movie is on this iceberg chart, but there's 2 things I can think of. First of all, this movie is a piece of lost media. It doesn't look like there's any actual archive of this film anywhere. Another kind of interesting thing about this film is during the making of this film, there was an actor working on it named Martha Mansfield. She was a pretty well-known actor at the time. After filming a scene for the film on November 29th, 1923, she went to go take a break in her car, and now no one's entirely sure how this happened, but somehow while in her car, the Civil War costume she was wearing ended up catching on fire, and the burns that she got from her dress catching on fire ended up killing her just a day later. Till this day, no one's really sure how her dress caught on fire. You know, some people think that could have just been like a loose cigarette butt somewhere that just got on her dress somehow and it started the fire. You know, maybe someone else was in the car with her that dropped a cigarette on her. There are seemingly some reports from people who say that they saw someone walk up to the car and like throw a match in, and then that caught her dress on fire. So there could have maybe been sabotage. Some people speculate that she was just smoking a cigarette and then it lit her dress on fire. Till this day, no one's really sure how it happened. She was still largely left in the film, although her role was changed a lot and a different actor kind of took the star role for her. Baki case. So this is a really, really rough situation. I'll give you an idea of what's going on, but I'm not going to get into it too much here. So basically, in Japan, there was this adult film production group known as Baki Visual Planning, and they were a super predatory and deceptive group when it came to getting women to feature in their adult films that they were producing. There are reports that say that this company basically would convince women to star in their adult films, only for them to get on set and then basically just horrifically torture them on camera without their consent. Although most of the people behind this group were arrested, it was still not a great situation. Law of One. This entry is referring to a series of texts known as the Raw texts. So what the Raw text is, back in the 1980s, a group called LL Research was formed. These people came together and worked together through a shared interest in aliens and spirituality. And so, bear with me, this group came together and claimed to have channeled an alien by the name of Ra. And through channeling Ra gave them kind of wisdom and knowledge about the universe that they transcribed into
Fuck,
what
I
we
didn't
know
get
as the Raw text. That's what the Raw texts
didn't
are.
get a
They're a
fucking
transcription of these people channeling this alien. So what did Ra say when he was channeled by these people? What do the Raw texts say? There's a lot to go through. You know, Ra said a lot of stuff, but one of the main things in the Raw text is something that is called the Law of One. From my understanding, the Law of One is kind of the idea that every conscious being and everything in the universe is actually one single thing.
Yeah, yeah,
However,
it's
this
like
whole
lines,
unified
pretty much.
single being has split itself up into what feels like separate beings so it can better understand itself. And so the reason it feels like you're experiencing life as like a single ununified being is because the universe is like deceiving you to do that so you can help the universe understand itself. Beyond this idea of the Law of One, Ra talks about some other stuff in these texts. He mentions that beings in the universe can send different dimensions of like life. So the text outlines that there's like 7 different dimensions of being. Humans are currently in the 3rd dimension. Ra, this alien that they're channeling, is currently a 6th dimensional being. And depending on what actions one does, they can either like climb up a dimension or go down a dimension. There's other stuff that's said in the Ra text that Ra actually came to Earth like 13,000 years ago and helped the Egyptians build the pyramids, and now it's like a universal energy source or something like that. And then the lizard people came, and you know, there's a lot of that type of stuff within the Ra text as well. E.T. Friends. So there's this website called E.T. Friends, and this website largely outlines the supposed discoveries of a woman by the name of Joanne Ocean. Joanne Ocean apparently discovered that dolphins are multi-dimensional beings that have powerful spiritual properties, and she is capable of communicating with dolphins telepathically. She also has discovered that dolphins are actually creatures from another universe that have come to Earth to help humans prepare for the other aliens that we're eventually going to meet. On this website, she also outlines that there are alternate dimensional alien beings that she can communicate with, and dolphins help her communicate with them. She also believes in a lot of other stuff that I would say pretty squarely falls within the court of like new age spirituality stuff. Now, you know, there's a lot of things you could poke fun of when it comes to a website like this, but I'm going to talk about my favorite part about it. Joanne Ocean owns like a property in Hawaii somewhere, and on this website you could sign up to stay at her ranch property for a couple days and hang out with Joanne Ocean, where she would kind of like take you on the Joanne Ocean special. Like during the day you would be able to stay, you know, on her property, and you'd be able to kind of like participate in like meditative practices with her, so you could talk to some aliens. During the day they would take you on a tour to go find some dolphins, and I think she would like talk about like communicating with dolphins and stuff like that. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like you can book a stay with Joanne Ocean on her property anymore. Back in 2022, Hawaii banned people from getting within 50 meters of spinner dolphins, and going out to meet spinner dolphins was a pretty big part of signing up to go hang out with Joanne Ocean. And it looks like now that they can't do that, they just don't really offer the whole thing anymore. In 1995, Virginia State Police set out to investigate a car crash in Emporia, Virginia. Upon arriving, they found a wrecked Volkswagen Vanagon with 2 dead passengers partially ejected from the front windshield. The driver of the vehicle was pretty quickly identified as 21-year-old Michael Hager, a University of South Carolina student. However, the second guy in the vehicle was not nearly as easy to identify. The crash left his body in pretty bad shape, and so he was really hard to identify. They couldn't really release any pictures of his face. Really, the only hints as to who this guy was at the crash site, there was a note that was found that seemed to suggest his name was Jason. There were 2 used Grateful Dead tickets. He was wearing a Grateful Dead t-shirt, and those were like really the only unique details about the guy that could be found. For many years, this guy remained completely unidentified. No one knew who this passenger was. Even the family of the driver in the vehicle had no idea who this person was. They had never seen him before. They did not know why their son was driving with him. Now, down the road, we did get various sketches and reconstructions and renders of what this person probably looked like. And after these images started emerging, various web sleuthing communities started kind of trying to figure out who this guy was. Someone who was kind of involved in the web sleuthing community made this image, and they started circulating it around Imager. And thanks to the circulation of this image, some people who thought that they knew who this guy was ended up reaching out to them, and they suggested that this person might have been a man by the name of Jason Callahan. This led to quite a few people on the internet theorizing.
Why am I using Daisy? I need to farm money. I need money.
Eventually, the family of Jason Callahan ended up seeing these posts saying that how Jason might have been the missing person.
I just need
family
money.
ended up taking a DNA test, and it turns out that this person who died in 1995, in fact, was
Pretty
their
much
son.
it.
Kind of an
I just
interesting
need
part of
money.
the story is Jason Callahan's family
Oh, I was
wasn't
buckethead in
really
the water,
even
so
under the
annoying,
impression that their son was dead at this point. Jason's mom had assumed that he had just kind of run away and he was purposely trying to stay away from them. Apparently, the last time she saw him was in 1995, just a few months before he ended up dying in that car crash. But she never knew that he died in the car crash. She had thought
Man,
he
my
was just
headphones
out there
fell off.
somewhere
Fuck.
doing stuff. Quel theory. So in 2008, a new search engine launched called Quel. When this search engine was set to launch back in 2008, quite a few different news outlets hyped this thing up to be like a Google killer or a major competitor to Google. And to be fair, at the time, it looked like Quel had a much bigger index of things it could search through compared to Google. It also had quite a few little quality of life things over Google at the time. Not to mention, Quel was being spearheaded by people who had actually previously worked at Google. Although Quel looked pretty good on paper, when Quel actually became available
available to the public, it was not received well. The website would crash a lot, you know, it would not return search results fast. Also, a lot of the time, the search results that it would give you would be pretty far removed from what you were actually looking for. This led to Qul failing just a couple months after it launched. The failures of Qul kind of became a joke, and this led to one day, some people on Reddit were joking around about this. And so this kind of led to people joking that Qul should be a unit of measurement to denote how far removed something is from the reality of things. I'll just read you off this Reddit post because it explains the joke better than this. Can we make a Qul a unit of measurement? One Qul equals one level of abstraction away from the reality of a situation. Example, you ask me for a hamburger. One Qul if you asked me for a hamburger and I give you a raccoon. At 2 Quls, if you asked me for a hamburger, but it turns out I don't really exist. Where I was originally standing, a picture of a hamburger rests on the ground. At 3 Qls, you wake as a hamburger. You start screaming only to have special sauce fly from your lips. The world is in sepia. Why are we speaking German? A mime cries softly as he cradles a young cow. Your grandfather stares at you as the cow falls apart into patties. You look down only to see me with pickles for eyes. I am singing the song that gives birth to the universe. And then the post goes on to just like take this farther and farther. This Reddit post eventually turned into a copy pasta. r/past Saturn's rings. So the Saturn time cube theory is called differing things depending on where you look. And the conspiracy theory seems to kind of blend in to other conspiracy theories. But when people are talking about the Saturn time cube theory, what
He
they're
gave
often
me the
referring to
Saturn
is the
burger.
conspiracy theory that, okay, this is like
Saturn
crazy shit. So bear with me. So Saturn has this giant hexagon shaped storm on it and kind of looks like a cube in a way if you like think about it like this. So the conspiracy theory says that anytime you see like a black cube in the media or really anywhere, that is just like a discrete way of like the government and companies trying to like trick you into worshiping Saturn. Now, this conspiracy theory also says that like Saturn powers or controls the simulation that we live in, and that giant like hexagonal shaped storm on the bottom is actually like a supercomputer that's powering the simulation that we live in. It's a crazy conspiracy theory. It is so many Qls removed. Now, it's kind of hard to pin down exactly where this kind of conspiracy theory about the Saturn time cube originate from, but from the looks of it, it seems that most of the stuff regarding the Saturn time cube theory ultimately originate from an author by the name of Nick Hinton, who wrote a book about this stuff. Now, within the realm of the Saturn time cube theory, you see people like claim so much crazy stuff. Like this video right here is claiming that the rings of Saturn are satellite dishes that are being used to project a 3D matrix onto the Earth, powering the simulation we live in. The Saturn time cube theory genre of conspiracy theories is, in my opinion, like the pinnacle of brain rot conspiracy theories. Like it does not get any more insane and like mind rotting than this. Past Saturn's rings, the thing that's actually on the iceberg chart is just a Reddit community that kind of revolves around the Saturn time cube theory. God's ego death. So the term God's ego death did appear on an iceberg chart that I covered in a previous video, but looking back on it, the explanation that I provide for God's ego death in that video is not really the greatest. Nowadays, if I had to give my honest thoughts on what the term God's ego death is referring to on this iceberg chart, I would say that it probably doesn't actually refer to like a specific conspiracy theory on the internet that people believe. The first time that I can find the term God's ego death showing up on the internet in any meaningful way is on one of these conspiracy theory charts. My speculation is that someone kind of just randomly, thoughtlessly put it onto one of these conspiracy theory charts a while back, and then people kind of retroactively came up with an explanation for what it was referring to, and then that kind of snowballed into the term ending up on more iceberg charts.
Timate, hay cosas.
Magician meat cycle.
Okay.
Magician? I don't know how to pronounce it. This one's pretty weird. So there's this website called 973 Etnamu 973. This website is huge. It has a ton of different pages. These pages are filled with endless numerical puzzles and weird art pieces to look at. This website also has a forum section that seems to draw in a lot of pretty strange critters that like to talk about spiritual, new age, religion type stuff. This website has kind of been a mystery on the internet for quite a while because no one's entirely sure what the point of it is. One thing that is known about the website is the domain is registered under a man by the name of Dave Dennison, and it looks like a lot of the website is just an art project by Dave Dennison. It's still kind of unclear what the point of the website is and who's currently running it, because Dave Dennison died quite a few years ago. There's been a lot of speculation over the years that this website might be ran by a cult or some sort of religion that revolves around numerology or something. So, okay, to get back on track though, what Nujishian Meat Cycle is specifically referring to is a while ago, someone on the forum section made a post about something called the Nujishian Meat Cycle. Now, what's a Nujishian Meat Cycle, you might be asking? I have no idea. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right. The explanation that this writer provides for the Nujishian Meat Cycle is really cryptic and hard to follow. His explanation really just beats around the bush and doesn't really make any sense. These graphs are provided, but they don't make any sense either. The dude who originally posted about the Nujishian Meat Cycles says that if you DM him, he'll explain it more to you. I did DM him and I have not gotten a response yet, so I don't know. I kind of doubt I'm ever gonna get a response from him. Anyway, guys, thanks for watching. Man, it's 5 in the morning right now. I just finished recording this. It's actually 5:30 in the morning right now. Thank you so much for watching this video, and if you stuck around to see what my channel does, even if I don't upload super frequently, you a real one for real, for real.
Dead by Daylight should be dead by should be dead by daylight. OTG region. Lies hoarding information.
It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Why the Backyardigans? I don't get it.
I just think of like deception, annoyance, like despair, like frustration, like a little bit of anger, just awfulness, just.
This is Me and My Friends. It was a live action pilot that eventually became Nickelodeon's hit series, The Backyardigans. And it's been lost media for over 20 years. On the surface, it doesn't seem like anything special. Why would anyone care about a pilot to a silly kid show anyways? But what if I told you that the search for this lost pilot was one of the most notorious and infamous searches in the history of lost media, involving misinformation, hoarding, fake aliases, doctored emails, and a slew of other problems. This is the search for Me and My Friends. Before we can talk about one of the craziest searches in lost media history, there's something you should know. Digging this deep on the internet isn't always safe. Tracking down
There's something you should know.
Through old forgotten websites can leave behind something of a trail. And that's where Surfshark comes into play. Surfshark keeps your digital footprints completely hidden, keeping your information safe from hackers, data harvesters, or anyone else who might be watching. And it's not just about safety. Surfshark lets you change your virtual location to over 100 countries with over 3,200 servers worldwide. That means you can bypass region locks to access different marketplaces, or simply surf the web without limitations. Plus, with Surfshark One, you'll also get antivirus protection, breach alerts, and an ad-free private search tool to keep distractions out of the way. Best of all, you can protect unlimited devices with one account, so your entire household is covered. So if you're ready to browse safely, head on over to surfshark.com/Jorge, that's Jorge, or use the code Jorge at checkout to get 4 extra months for free. Click the link in the description below and start your search with Surfshark today. Thanks again to Surfshark for sponsoring this video. For those unfamiliar, The Backyardigans is a classic Nick Jr. animated series that began airing in 2004, created by Janice Burgess. It features 5 friends, Uniqua, Pablo, Tyrone, Tasha, and Austin, who partake in fantastical adventures in their shared backyard. The show that we know is brightly colored, CGI animated, and filled with music and dancing. But our story starts with something quite different. A lost pilot episode from 1998 called Me and My Friends. This lost pilot was not animated at all. It was actually filmed in live action at Nickelodeon Studios in Orlando, Florida, using full-body puppet costumes. There was only one photograph available online for years, and in it, we see 4 characters, Uniqua, Pablo, Tyrone, and Tasha, standing on a simple outdoor playground set. Austin was notably absent at this time. The characters looked nothing like their CGI counterparts. Instead, they're actors in bulky mascot-style suits, almost uncanny in comparison to the sleek cartoons that fans grew up with. This image first appeared on costume designer Yvette Helen's website around 2006, and for a long time, it was the only visual proof that Me and My Friends ever existed. Nobody was actively searching for this pilot in the mid-2000s. It was a curiosity at best, a footnote in Nickelodeon history. But that changed in the early 2010s, when early search efforts began to form. The first wave of interest surfaced on a website known as the Backyardigans Wiki. It was a fan-made wiki documenting everything related to the Backyardigans, and in 2011, an article for Me and My Friends appeared, listing that one Yvette Helen photo and a few basic facts. Over the next couple of years, the wiki admins updated the page with new details. Notably, a list of production crew names, character designer Mark Delvecchio, costume designer Yvette Helen, sculptors Frank Petrano and Hiro Tanaka, and engineer Thomas Riley. It seemed that someone on the wiki had actually reached out to people involved in this pilot to gather these tidbits of info.
Monday?
These early updates hinted that some kind of search for the pilot was already occurring. Naturally, one might think that the easiest way to find a lost pilot is to ask its creator, Janice Burgess, or Nickelodeon directly. But that's easier said than done. Nickelodeon owns the Backyardigans, and even if Burgess had kept a personal copy of the 1998 pilot, she likely wasn't at liberty to share it without the network's approval. As for asking Nickelodeon, requesting an internal pilot that never aired for a show that became one of their popular franchises was a long shot. The pilot never aired on TV, never saw a home media release, and by 2004, the new CGI version had supplanted it entirely. On top of all that, the pilot was filmed
Sunny
at
Days
Nickelodeon
achievement.
Studios, Florida, a facility that shut down in 2005 when Nickelodeon moved production to Los Angeles. When the studio closed, any tapes in Orlando would presumably have been archived, relocated, or lost in the shuffle. With Nickelodeon Studios gone and the whereabouts of its content unknown, the odds of the pilot resurfacing through official channels grew slimmer and slimmer.
Bruh.
In 2014, the newly established Lost Media Wiki created its own page for the pilots.
Bruh.
This entry repeated much of what was already on the Backyardigans wiki, but it added something extremely important: actual footage. A fan had unearthed a Nickelodeon Studios 10th anniversary promo video from the year 2000. It was a
Bruh.
5-minute montage of various productions filmed at the Orlando studio. Amazingly, hidden within that montage was a 3-second clip of me and my friends.
Bruh.
It was brief and had no original audio, but those 3 seconds confirmed that footage of this pilot did exist, and that was huge. Just as the search seemed to be gaining momentum, something perplexing happened. In mid-2016, the Lost Media Wiki article for Me and My Friends was quietly deleted. One day, the page was just gone. No explanation was given, and for casual observers, it seemed like interest in the pilot had simply died off. After that, the search went dark,
Bruh.
at least for a little while. By 2017, Me and My Friends was a long forgotten relic of 90s Nickelodeon. Mere glimpses of the pilot were all that
I can't get anywhere, son. I can't get
Powerful.
anywhere, son.
But interest in this lost
It's
pilot was soon
hilarious.
reignited thanks to a YouTuber known as L Supersonic Q. LSSQ was a content creator who made videos on lost media mysteries and decided to investigate the Backyardigans pilot in a video on his channel.
Discovering Me and My Friends really encompassed that like golden era of like early lost media content, and Me and My Friends specifically was
Doesn't
one
matter.
of
I
those
can't go past
things you
990.
came across it and you just had
990.
no idea like what it was or why it existed. And I remember finding the article on the wiki. That's back when I used to just browse the wiki, just finding anything. I didn't know what was out there. I would browse all the article categories and just whatever would catch my interest, I'd make a video about. So that's when I came across the Me and My Friends article. And at the time, it was just a really plain article. I don't think there was a lot of information on it other than that one picture, that famous picture of the 4 of those costume characters standing alongside each other. And I said, this is not the show that I remember from back in the day. There's a weird earlier version of it that wasn't even CGI. Like, that's strange to me. And I said, I gotta look into this.
His video recapped what little was known: the origins of the show, the one photo and a brief clip, and the baffling lack of any full footage. Surprisingly, LSQ's video gained a lot of attention. For a niche topic like a Scrap Nick Jr. show, his video drew considerable views and effectively introduced the mystery to a growing audience of lost media enthusiasts. However, something strange happened.
Look at all these
Just days
merry-go.
after L Supersonic Q's video went
Some
live,
money.
it was abruptly taken down by a copyright strike. Now, typically, if a video featuring Nickelodeon content is struck for copyrights, one would expect Viacom, Nickelodeon's parent company, to be the one behind it. Oddly though, in this case, the claim did not come from Viacom at all. Instead, it came from someone claiming to be a lawyer representing an unnamed client. LSSQ was bewildered. He wasn't showing anything in his video that wasn't already online, and what he did show would be considered fair use. So, what was going on? The next day, LSSQ received an email from a Drew Emerson, who purported to be the lawyer that issued the takedown. Emerson claimed that he represented a client who had worked on the Backyardigans pilots. In the email,
Look how
Emerson
jolly
alleged
they
that
are.
his client had received
Look how
death
happy they
threats
are.
as a result
They
of
are
LSQ's
happy.
video, and that his video needed to remain offline for the client's safety.
In my original Me and My Friends video, for thoroughness, I showed a clip of the CGI pilot in there. I was talking about the evolution of the show. I showed the only clip that was online. It was like a 3-second clip, and I just mentioned that it existed. And the email basically said that the lawyer was representing who was representing his client. The client worked on that clip of the CGI pilot, and that through someone watching my video, through me showing the clip in there, it led this viewer to find the client and then send him a death threat saying if you don't release the whole CGI pilot, you know, whatever. And it was through kind of that lineage that the lawyer was saying, well, you're to blame for this. You use his clip without permission. Your video caused a death threat to be sent. I'm taking it down. I didn't know how to even respond to that because at first, like I said, I was scared and this and that. But then I was thinking, like, but wait a second, but like I just had the clip in there for thoroughness. Like I couldn't even find anyone associated with the CGI pilot. How did one of my viewers do that?
It was a bizarre rationale. I mean, death threats over a Nick Jr. pilot. And if you think that's strange, wait till you hear this. Drew Emerson mentioned that his client had worked on the 2002 CGI Backyardigans pilots, not Me and My Friends. You see, the Backyardigans had a second pilot in the early 2000s, which was CGI animated and ultimately greenlit to become the series. After the 1998 live-action version was rejected in favor of Dora the Explorer, Janice Burgess went back to the drawing board. She reworked the concept into a CG format a few years later. That second attempt was successful, and it led to the Backyardigans series that premiered in 2004. So to clarify, there are two pilots, Me and My Friends from 1998 and the untitled CGI pilot from 2002. Ellis's Q's video focused on the 1998 pilot, the lost live-action one. He barely mentioned the 2002 CGI one at all, because that wasn't the mystery he was investigating. So why would a former crew member who worked on the 2002 pilots resort to hiring a lawyer to remove a harmless speculative video about the 1998 pilots? Especially a video that didn't name or accuse anyone. It didn't add up. Nevertheless, facing a legal threat and not wanting to risk his growing channel, Ellis Supersonic Q complied. He took the video down and re-uploaded a trimmed version with any potentially problematic content removed. And after that, the strike was lifted and the mysterious lawyer was never heard from again. For the next couple of years, the search for Me and My Friends remained largely dormant. No one wanted to revisit the topic out of fear of legal repercussions or respect for the client's privacy. It wouldn't be until 2020 when a new spark arrived from an unexpected source. A new YouTuber named Sewer Reviewer.
So it was 2020. I was stuck at home because of the pandemic, so I obviously had nothing to do. I had a pre-existing YouTube channel where I did videos of my friends, but I had to find something else to do, so I started doing Lost Media. And I remembered seeing El Supersonic Q's video about Me and My Friends, and I went back to go watch it and see like what other info can I gather about this, and it was gone. So I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. So now there's an open market to talk about Me and My Friends. So I made my Me and My Friends video, and it really took off.
I don't think there has ever been a more like important moment within like the, I guess, history of Lost Media content creators and like the growth of the community than Sewer's Me and My Friends video.
2020 was a time when Lost Media investigations were becoming quite popular, and Sewer Reviewer was one of the content creators riding that wave. That year, he uploaded his own video on the Me and My Friends mystery. Sewer dug into a fresh angle, the involvement of Mark Eldon, a puppeteer who worked on the pilots. On his personal website, Eldon had a page in the late 90s detailing various projects he'd done. Sure enough, he had a section for Me and My Friends. He wrote, quote, "The first week in November 1998, I puppeteered for a television pilot for Nickelodeon called Me and My Friends. Shot in Orlando, the show featured costume characters and puppets, the meerkats shown above. The show would be part of the Nick Jr. block if it got picked up. The plan is that the voices of the characters will all be dubbed by young kids." In a later update to the same page, Eldon added, "The show, intended as part of the Nick Jr. programming block, did not get picked up in its live action form, but may show up as an animated series someday." His prediction, of course, turned out to be true. Me and My Friends did show up as an animated series a few years later. Even more exciting was a photograph Eldon had shared. In it, we see Mark Eldon and 2 other puppeteers holding up 3 colorful meerkat puppet characters that were created for Me and My Friends. These meerkats, as Eldon explained, were intended to appear alongside the costume kid characters. They never made it into the Backyardigans cartoon, and this photo was one of the only known images of these puppets. Intrigued by Eldon's site, Sewer Reviewer reached out to Mark Eldon directly. Eldon responded and clarified a few points. Quote, "I don't think I'd call it lost media. It was an in-house pilot for Nick. It never aired publicly, so it's not really lost. Yes, it was essentially a live-action puppet and costume character version of what became the animated series The Backyardigans, but the meerkat characters did not get used in The Backyardigans. That was many years ago, so I don't remember much more about it than what's on my website, which is very little. We shot it at the now defunct Nick Studios in Florida. I never saw the finished product." Following this, Sewer Reviewer tried contacting more people. He tried to contact crew members of anyone who might have been on sets, and he even got in touch with an agent of one of the puppeteers. But these efforts, according to Sewer Reviewer's account, met dead ends. Some people didn't reply, and others had nothing to share beyond what was already known. And to be fair, the pilot was now over 20 years old. By this point, memories had faded, and many of the folks involved had long since moved on to new projects in their careers. By late 2020, despite Sewer Reviewer's efforts, the search once again seemed to hit a wall. And at this point, the search for Me and My Friends could have fizzled out. But what happened instead is that the search transformed from a solo quest to a full-blown team effort. El Supersonic Q, Sewer Reviewer, and a few others decided to join forces. They formed an online search team known as the Lost Cast to pool information and coordinate leads.
I gathered up El Supersonic Q, Rift, Ultra Christ, and King Mr. Harvey, and we pretty much just made our own group, and we went over everything we had, and we cross-referenced that, and we're like, okay, this is wrong, this contradicts that, this isn't correct, that's fake. And so we basically collaborated, and we streamlined the whole process.
This team chased down every lead they could, but for a while, nothing substantial surfaced. Still, they persevered, and soon a breakthrough came from a user known as GenPen. Little was known about GenPen's identity, but they claimed to have connections to the production of Me and My Friends. Naturally, the team was skeptical, but then GenPen delivered. She shared a never-before-seen photo.
I was blown away. They're like, oh my god, someone out there happened to come across, our search. They have new content from it, and they're going to help us with it. So I was like, this is fantastic progress.
Shortly after sharing the image, they deleted them from the chat and insisted that the search team not distribute them further. Respecting GenPen's wishes, and fearful of scaring off a valuable insider, the search team complied and invited GenPen to the group.
GenPen sent me 2 photos of one of the puppets next to another puppet, which we had never seen before. And it was like this rehearsal thing, and then immediately deleted it afterwards, saying, this came from the production coordinator, I don't have permission to share this, please don't save this image. I was like, okay, all right, you're real, okay, let's do it.
I think at the time the excuse that GenPen gave is that it was owned by, or was taken by someone else who worked on the show, and he didn't know if he was allowed to share it. At the time, though, I didn't think anything strange of that. I thought, that makes sense. I can believe that. And considering we didn't have a lot of other options, we just let it slide. Okay, get that permission and then just send it to us again. We didn't think it was suspicious at all.
GenPen also brought forward another piece of information. She claimed to have contacted someone named John Paul, who was supposedly involved with the pilot's production. She even showed a screenshot of an email exchange with John Paul. According to her, John Paul provided little info, but said he didn't possess anything from the pilots. So that lead didn't advance the search that much, but it added to the list of people who were contacted. Another name off the list. In 2021, another member of the search group, going by Harvey, struck gold. Harvey managed to get in touch with Yvette Helen, the costume designer whose old website had originally revealed the pilot's existence. And to their delight, Yvette Helen was willing to share even more production photos from her archive. She sent over 9 high-quality images of the pilot being made.
I thought it was really weird because nobody had ever been able to reach Yvette Helen Studios. Like, I had tried contacting them, we tried contacting them, but I think Harvey had found the owner's personal email and asked them about it, and they had a bunch of photos. They sent 9, and they said, hey, we're gonna look in storage to see if we have any more.
The first photo is of the actor for Pablo in the suit, and a green screen can be seen in the background. The second photo is a strange close-up on Uniqua, front-facing Uniqua, and some staff can be seen in the background, including a maskless Tyrone. The third image shows an unnamed Nickelodeon staff member with Tyrone. They're both in front of a swaying prop in the background, and the woman appears to be holding something. And there's also what seems to be a bunny doll on the floor. The fourth photo shows Uniqua sitting on a chair next to a Nickelodeon employee, as they're both looking at some arts or something. The fifth photo is of an employee inspecting Uniqua's suit. The sixth photo shows an employee with Tyrone, who seems to be holding that bunny doll again. The seventh photo shows the actor for Pablo with some other staff around. The actors are holding what appears to be flags, and that weird bunny again. The eighth photo is a full body shot of Pablo on sets, with a scooter and slide behind him. The ninth and final image is a group photo of all 4 characters with a staff member.
I think when those photos came out, or when we got them, that was like, I feel like out of everything that happened up to that point, that was the first, like, oh my god, guys, this is actually within our reach. We might actually be able to see this through.
It's hard to overstate how thrilling these photos were for the searchers. And something that was really cool was seeing how the costumes differed from their final CGI counterparts. For example, Tyrone's fur was a more reddish color, as opposed to the orange he'd be in CGI, and his shirt had different colored stripes. By mid-2021, the search team had amassed a small trove of behind-the-scenes content, which was the first major discovery in years. I mean, the pilot itself was still largely a mystery, but things were looking hopeful. However, there was one big problem. The search team was running out of leads. They had contacted virtually everyone they could think of: designers, puppeteers, the director, production crew, and so on. Many of those people had helped as much as they could by sharing memories or photos, but none had, or were willing, to provide the actual pilot footage. The search team decided to consult the people who had started this whole quest years ago, the Backyardigans Wiki admins. These were the folks who had first listed those crew names back in 2013, and who had mysteriously deleted the Lost Media Wiki article in 2016. Perhaps, the search team reasoned, the wiki admins had knowledge or resources they hadn't made public. After all, the wiki admins have been going at this longer than anyone, ostensibly since 2010 or 2011. Maybe they had clues to share if approached directly. So the team reached out to 2 key admins, Melodolus and Pavlor.
So to get in contact with them was like, oh my, like now we've hit the peak. We've come into contact with like the biggest faces of the community, and you know, it was like a super group that formed.
I felt like we were actually finally getting answers on some stuff, because I mean, here were people who had been searching for it like way before any of our videos, and they actually had results to prove it. So what they had shown was they had given us a list of names and what they had associated with them, like, oh, this person did this with this thing, they didn't have anything, they told us about this, yada yada yada. So we had no reason not to trust them.
Now that we had a giant contact list, not only did we not have to waste time finding them, but yes, now we knew, okay, these guys, let's not even bother with. Let's only look for new names.
We just kind of had this golden rule to not go back and recontact people because a bunch of people were already getting tons of messages about it. And I didn't want to come back and be like, hey, do you have anything else? And then them explode and be like, no, I don't have anything. Please stop messaging. So we were just like, okay, we contact them. It's one and done deal. Move on.
The admins confirmed that, yes, they had been interested in me and my friends for many years prior. They recounted some of their own search efforts. They had, for instance, reached out to many of the same names, but apparently hit similar dead ends. In other words, the wiki admins claimed they knew nothing that the search team hadn't already discovered. They offered sympathy, but no new leads or materials. This was disappointing, to say the least. I mean, despite their head starts, it seemed that the Backyardigans wiki admins had little of value to add. Or so they claimed.
I think at the time, though, I just kind of went with it and said, like, well, it seems to be very obscure and rare. Like, again, like, the wiki articles are pretty barren. They have names, they have contacts, but, like, the contacts just did, I mean, they outright said people they contacted didn't have anything. So I just assumed it was one of these cases where, like, okay, it's so obscure, it's so lost, that it's going to be one of those things where, like, one person that worked on it is going to have everything. And we just have not found that one person yet.
And so as 2021 drew to a close, the search for me and my friends stalled yet again. Months passed with no major updates, no new contacts, and no footage. And none of the search team or the wiki admins had any ideas left. It would take someone completely out of the blue to reinvigorate the search once again. Enter Burr Lost Media.
Burr's a funny little guy. I love that guy.
By 2022, the search for me and my friends had persisted, but it was very dead. It was around this time that a user known as Burr Lost Media quietly began his own investigation. Burr was not originally part of the search team. In fact, he started largely independent. In a way, though, this was a blessing. Burr came in fresh and unburdened by assumptions or baggage that others had accumulated. He just wanted to find the pilots. Burr retraced many of the same steps, identifying who had worked on the pilot and reaching out to them, unaware that many had already been deemed dead ends. But luck favored Burr. Against the odds, he made a breakthrough where others had failed. He got a response from Mark Delvecchio, the original character designer for Me and My Friends. Mark Delvecchio was a significant figure. He's an illustrator and author known for children's books and designs. For the 1998 pilot, Delvecchio had been enlisted to translate Janice Burgess' ideas into visual character designs, and he oversaw the creation of the character costumes. Years earlier, the Backyardigans wiki admins supposedly had tried to contact Delvecchio with no luck. But when Burr reached out in 2022, Delvecchio responded. And he didn't just respond with words, he responded with pictures.
I had a friend who had sent me a picture of Burr's new set of stuff, and I was like, what happened? I went to sleep for half a second and then this happens. So naturally we had to reach out to this guy and we're like, dude, where'd you get any of this from? And Burr tells us, oh yeah, I checked with this person. And we were all confused because we're like, we already checked with him. He didn't have anything. What happened?
Delvecchio shared several behind-the-scenes photos from the pilot's production. These were images that no one in the search team had seen before. And unlike the on-set photos from Helen, which showed the bright, lively stage with actors and the crew, these new images had an almost haunting quality.
I even thought some of them were just like fake or something. I'm like, there's no way someone took a photo of the playground in the low lights, all dark and like, there's no way someone did that.
I was really happy. I was grinning ear to ear, and I said, "This is just gonna reinforce that dumb stereotype that lost media is scary." And I'm gonna be thrown into that same meme with the spooky talking about a lost episode of SpongeBob. I was grinning ear to ear because I was like, "Oh, these are cool," but also, oh man,
Like, I love the suits on the rack. Like, the suits on the rack, like that's something you would never see. You'd never see that in the actual pilot. And like, the more behind the scenes stuff that we got, like, the more I was like super invested. I'm like, oh my god, like.
Naturally, the search team was overjoyed by Delvecchio's contribution, but it also raised a question. Why was he willing to share these now when he hadn't before? Perhaps Burr's approach was simply well-timed, or phrased differently. Perhaps Delvecchio felt enough years had passed by that point that there was no harm in sharing behind-the-scenes tidbits. Regardless, this marked the first major find in months for the team, and it validated the idea that recontacting old leads
Oh
might
my
prove useful.
gosh, so much money.
I think at that point in the search is when
can't even click it
I
off.
started questioning things, not like super heavily, but I started getting a little like weird feelings about the whole thing. I think it kind of stemmed from those photos that Burr got, the liminal photos. It was at that moment where we realized we could contact old people if we wanted to, and ask if they had anything that they didn't have before.
Around this point, the search team had splintered. El Supersonic U, Mr. Bones, and War Turtle decided to form a sub-team to pursue old leads. One of their targets was none other than Laura Kingsley, the director of Meet My Friends. To their surprise, Laura Kingsley responded to their inquiries. Kingsley is an established film director, with credits including indie films and TV movies, and she had been hired back in the late 90s to helm this Nick Jr. pilot. While she couldn't share the pilot video itself, she was willing to confirm at long last what the pilot was about. In an email,
Bruh.
Kingsley explained, quote, "No plot really, a premise. For the pilot, it was the concept that if you are waiting and doing nothing, it feels like things take forever. But if you get involved with other things, the time passes and you enjoy your time, geared towards the small children. There is just the pilot, but nothing I can share. Hopefully you'll stumble upon it somewhere someday. It was a very sweet and charming little show. Thanks for your interest. Take care."
I could not believe that not only did they respond, but also that we got it. We got a plot summary, and that was something that the wiki admins, I don't believe they told us a plot summary. I don't think they really said what they got from the director, like what information, other than that the director didn't have anything. So I think at that point I was surprised that it happened, that we got what we did. I really wanted to go back and recontact people they had contacted before, like more so now, simply because I suspected there may have been stuff that we weren't being told.
Her response confirmed a few things. Firstly, that only one episode, the pilot, was ever produced, which to be fair wasn't a huge revelation, but it was still good to know. And secondly, that she personally wasn't in a position to release it. Quote, "There is just the pilot, but nothing I can share."
What I believe from that conversation, and I don't know for certain, but when I asked them about that, and they're like, there's nothing I can share, I believe that was, I have the pilot, but unfortunately I cannot share it. Thank you for your time. Good day. I feel like there's a good chance if anyone else other than Janice had the pilot, it's probably her.
Perhaps contractual or personal concerns prevented her, or maybe she didn't have a copy readily available. Nonetheless,
Bruh,
hearing the
can we kill
pilot's
these
premise
guys?
directly from its director was a big win. But the real turning point came shortly after, when Burr contacted Hiro Tanaka, and during their conversation, Tanaka casually mentioned someone that neither the search team nor the Backyardigans wiki admins knew about. Michael Riley. That name changed everything. Up until then, the name Thomas Riley had circulated in early wiki info, listed as an engineer who worked on the pilots. But here was Tanaka referencing Michael Riley. If Thomas Riley was really Michael Riley, he was a completely overlooked lead. He wasn't on the team's radar because all references to him were under the wrong name.
This, I think, was the single defining moment, the climax that changed the entire story for the rest of this search. I could not believe that not only was there a name that no one had found before, which in itself is like, oh great, like we found someone new to contact. But I think it was at that point where the threads started unraveling.
And we were all shocked by this because, like, how does that happen? You know, how does that can't just be a mistake. And the wiki admins are very, very stingy and very particular with their articles. If there's something that's wrong on their page, they're gonna instantly make sure that it's right. So to see such a small discrepancy there for so many years on a very popular page on their website is just weird.
Burr wasted no time in tracking down and contacting Michael Riley, and he provided what would be the most definitive proof of the pilot's existence so far. Michael Riley replied and provided photos of the actual physical tape of Me and My Friends.
Seeing the tape for the first time was the most amazing thing because, oh my goodness, there's actual proof of it. It's right there. We are so close. And then seeing that there's a second tape, just immediately a flurry of emotions because, okay, cool, now there's two of them. Okay, which one can we get?
And I just remember, like, I just have a vivid memory. I was standing in the mall outside of Five Below, the Five Below store, and I was on my phone. I saw those photos. I wanted to run into Five Below and tell everyone in there, guys, Me and My Friends was found. We got a tape. Like, I remember just like an out-of-body experience wanting to tell the people in the store that this search was over.
This was the first time anyone outside of Nickelodeon's circle had seen the tape itself. The pictures showed a professional video cassette with a Nickelodeon label and the title Me and My Friends, and a date from 1998. The rehearsal tape presumably was a separate tape that contained practice footage or test shots from October 30th, 1998, just before filming. This was concrete, indisputable evidence that a tape existed, and Michael Riley had it in his possession. The search team erupted in celebration, but something didn't sit right. If Michael Riley had a tape, and even a rehearsal tape, why hadn't the team heard of him until now? Where did the admins of the Backyardigans wiki even get the name Thomas Riley from? And how did they supposedly contact someone who never existed? But here's where it gets even stranger. Right after Michael Riley had surfaced, something odd happened on the Backyardigans wiki. For the first time since 2016, the Me and My Friends wiki article was edited. The name Thomas Riley was corrected to Michael Riley. This edit was made by a mysterious user named Augie. Want to know something extra weird? Well, the page had been locked for years, and an admin, Melodious, had to specifically lift the protection so that Augie could make this single correction.
Well, what was really weird about it was the wiki page couldn't be edited. The admins had locked that page because it had gotten so much traffic. So we checked the history, and basically an admin had to have unlocked that page, allowed that edit, and then relocked it just for someone to change that name to something that only we knew just to mess with us.
The search team invited Augie to a private chat to find out. In the chat, Augie claimed that he too was doing his own investigation and had contacted a former Nickelodeon Studios art director named Greg Santoro, who provided a new behind-the-scenes photo from the pilot. Augie shared this photo, but soon after, he unsent the photo and disappeared. He then went silent and stopped responding.
Augie showed up with this brand new name that only we knew, supplied us with a new picture, and then disappeared mysteriously into the wind.
And after that, after they pointed out that he had a tape, we never heard from Augie again.
Meanwhile, Michael Riley's trail was cooling off as well. After initially being very helpful by sharing the tape photos and expressing interest, Michael said in late 2022 that he was in talks with an old Nickelodeon producer about possibly releasing the pilot. This sounded promising. Maybe he was seeking permission to get the content out there legally. But after that message, Michael Riley also went dark. He never followed up with the searchers. Attempts to reach him again failed.
Right at the very, very end, that's when he stops responding. And the only conclusion, and we have talked about this with each other for hours on end. I think nearing the very end of like the last step that would require to get the tape digitized, I think Augie sniped him, used his email, sent him the emails. I have no idea what he could have said in those emails. Maybe something made up like we were going to profit off of this. Maybe something made up like those guys are bad dudes. Don't do this. Who knows? Who knows what was said? I strongly believe that Augie took the email address that was posted in our private group chat, sabotaged it, and then just laughed at our displeasure.
So when Burr asked if he could share it, he wanted to. He was very excited that people were interested in this, and he's like, yeah, sure thing. Tell you what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to get in contact with an old producer friend, Nick, and I'll get back to you on whether or not I can share this or not. But I'm really excited about this. I'll keep in touch. And that was the day that we got that information was, coincidentally the same day Augie joined, and he saw this information. So after that, silence. Nothing. We messaged him. We're like, hey, is everything okay? Is there an update you could give us possibly? And I feel like that if, for whatever reason, this producer individual that he knows was like, sorry, man, you can't share this. He seemed like the kind of person who would be polite enough to just let us know, hey, guys, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I just can't share anything. But I hope, good luck in your search. He was so open. That was the weirdest thing to us. He was so open about this that all of a sudden he just ghosted us. That's weird.
So by the end of 2022, the search had hit a bittersweet milestone. They had proof the pilot was out there in private hands, yet it remained unreleased. Unfortunately, as 2023 rolled in, progress was at a standstill. Leads had gone cold or silent. The team had contacted virtually everyone known to be connected, and had even uncovered previously unknown personnel. Little did they know that the biggest revelation was about to unfold. As 2023 rolled in with little progress, members of the search team began to retrace their steps and re-examine old evidence. That's when they found something truly jaw-dropping. Recall that the Me and My Friends Lost Media Wiki article was deleted in 2016. This was done by user Melodilus, a Backyardigans wiki admin. That's already a little strange, but check this out. When an admin deletes a page, they can also leave behind a reason or a comment. The searchers discovered that in the page deletions log, Melodius left a brief comment. It read, "The admins at the Backyardigans wiki all have a copy. Most content on this page is false, and it is appearing in search results in place of our own work. The admins at the Backyardigans wiki all have a copy." This one sentence recontextualized the entire search. If true, it meant that as of 2016, the very people running the Backyardigans wiki already possessed the pilots.
We were so mad. there was no reason for it to be that complicated, and we were just like, what the heck? These people talk to us directly. Why are you lying to me about the Backyardigans pilot? It's not that serious.
Needless to say, blew our minds. I mean, I think it was at that, I always say it was at that point they became Heisenberg. It was at that point we were like, our jaws were dropped. L did not want to believe it. He just refused to believe it. He didn't want to think that they would do that to us.
I couldn't wrap my head around like what, and I guess it was just like, you know, me being misguided. I thought when Sewer asked them, "Hey, we're looking for the pilot. Can you help us?" I feel like a normal person's reaction would have just been, "Oh, I have the pilot. This guy's asking me to help find it. I'm just going to ignore him." Like I thought it was more realistic that if there had been anything going on, they never would have joined a group chat. They never would have talked to Sewer. They would not have really like made themselves accessible. They would have just kind of like stayed in the shadows. They were trying to misguide us, but I never even really thought like that takes it way too far. I didn't think like, why would they go so far to try to misguide? Like that just seems like what a waste of energy.
The search team was floored. For years, they had believed that the Backyardigans wiki admins were fellow fans wanting to find the pilot just like them. Instead, they were eavesdropping on the search team to make sure they couldn't find the pilot. If the wiki admins had the pilot all along, it would explain a lot. Remember the user Jen Penn and how she had shown an email chain with John Paul, a supposed crew member, claiming he worked on the pilot? Well, Burr Lost Media had independently reached out to John Paul via a different route, and John Paul flat out denied ever working on the show. He said, "I was working at the studio but didn't work on that show." It was discovered that the email Jen Penn provided was fabricated. In short, Jen Penn was feeding them false clues just to get in on the search team. Then there's Augie Town and the email he showed from art director Greg Santoro. El Supersonic Q compared it to an earlier legitimate correspondence he'd had with Santoro, and found that the two email addresses did not match. It seemed Augie forged an email to back up his story. And then there's Drew Emerson, the supposed lawyer who took down El Supersonic Q's video. If he was indeed one of the admins in disguise, they needed to snuff out public attention that might lead people to pressure them to release the pilots. All signs pointed back to the Backyardigans wiki team. It became clear that these anonymous accounts were almost certainly sock puppet accounts used by the admins. And the motive? To embed themselves in the search effort and mislead it, thereby protecting their hoarded copy of the pilots. The next burning question was, why? Why all this secrecy and effort to hoard a 14-minute preschool pilot? What did these admins stand to gain? Aside from perhaps bragging rights among themselves that they had something no one else did? The search team had their suspicions, but they needed more info on how the admins got the pilot in the first place, and we'll get to that in a moment. After this revelation, El Supersonic Q and others decided to go public with their findings. LSSQ created a comprehensive 2-part documentary on YouTube exposing their ruse. In these videos, he laid out how the wiki admins misled everyone, from the fake lawyer to the fake helpers, Jen Penn and Augie. The immediate aftermath saw the Backyardigans wiki website vandalized by furious users, turning it into a battleground of memes and accusations. The wiki admins tried locking pages and maintaining order, but their credibility was shattered. On social media and forums, people skewered the hoarders for their behavior. And there were memes, a lot of memes. After all, this was a ludicrous amount of drama over a children's pilot. By June 2025, the search had basically turned into a waiting game. At this point, there were only two options. Either the hoarders would relent and release the pilot on their own terms, or someone else would find a way to leak it out from under them. The admins by now were isolated and somewhat vilified, and they were likely hoping the drama would just die down. But instead, the final act of the story was about to unfold, and it was something that none of them could stop. On the night of June 27th, 2025, a popular Twitter account called The Lost Media Busters, run by a user named Shish, had posted a tongue-in-cheek tweet. It joked about how 2025 was the year of lost pilots being found, such as the Family Guy's pilot, Dora the Explorer's pilot, and so on. They poked fun at the fact that me and my friends still hadn't surfaced, and it was a bit of a meme at that point. Not long after that tweet, Shish received a private message from a Discord user called P. P claimed to have the me and my friends pilots via some connection to Paramount's servers, Paramount being Nickelodeon's parent company. This user said he found the pilot because of that very tweet by the Lost Media Busters, which spurred him to look. And as proof, P began sharing screenshots of the pilots. He told Shish that he was willing to share the file with him so it could be released. At this point, Shish was stunned and excited. It seemed almost too good to be true. Shish agreed, and he received a video file through their chats. Shish began downloading the file, but then P changed his mind and deleted the file mid-transfer. He got cold feet. He told Shish he decided to hold onto the pilots because if it leaked widely, it would become big news and could alert Paramount, causing them to tie in security and thus costing him his access to their servers. Shish was left with only a mere fragment of the pilots that finished downloading before the cancellation.
I was happy with just that because I think at this point, with how long it had been going on for and how crazy and awful it was, to finally get new footage to any extent, even if it was like cut off like it was a short clip, like that to me felt like a victory in itself.
Well, let me start off by saying I was a little pissed off that he pinged at everybody, but then I was really happy to see that there were screenshots in HD, mind you, HD screenshots of the pilot being shared, because these photos were the first actual pictures of the pilot itself. For ages, the only actual content we had from the pilot was that 3 seconds. All the other photos that we had actually received were just behind the scenes production stuff. Like, this was the actual first images from the pilot itself, and that was just so crazy. No, he suddenly did a weird like 180 and started talking about, oh, I'll get in trouble if I do this, and he's not talking about like fucking Paramount or something. He's talking about like some other unknown entity, and he's like, I just can't sacrifice or whatever, you guys just have to trust me on this.
So I hop in VC and I'm like, this better be good. And he sends 3 pictures, never before seen pictures of me and my friends, not set photos, actual screenshots of the pilot. Past beyond the 3-second clip that's burned in my frontal lobe. Actual pictures of the characters moving around in the actual production, and the sweetened master tape splash screen.
It was a strange night. I remember being notified about it in a Discord server I'm in. We were talking about it the rest of the night. Who was this P person? Was he possibly another trick by the admins? Did someone scare him off? Maybe one of the admins caught wind and threatened him too. We braced ourselves for yet another indefinite wait. But then, an anonymous user on 4chan leaked the entire pilot. The anonymous user who posted the pilot said, "Fuck you, Backyardigans Wiki. Happy Brat Summer. Love Pungus." To this day, I have no idea what that means.
Probably some inside joke between the admins.
So I thought it was so poetic that it would leak on 4chan, of all things. We had always talked about, oh, you know, what happens if it comes from a leak or whatever. And earlier in the search, we're like, oh, that would really suck. But we had reached the point where we're just like, oh my god, thank you, it's over. Somebody did it. And I think just because it was a combination of the Media Busters tweet and this guy just openly posting stuff in the Discord and then immediately being like, oh, never mind or whatever. Somebody was just like, okay, fine. If you're not going to do it, I'll do it. Whatever. You know, I think it was just one big thing of everybody just wanting it to be over.
The source of this 4chan leak remains anonymous. Given the timing, one wonders if P himself decided to quietly drop it after all. perhaps feeling protected by 4chan's anonymous nature. Or it could have been an unrelated individual who had also gained access via the same hacked sources. Some even speculated it might have been a disillusioned admin or someone who got it from them. Regardless of who leaked it, the outcome was that Me and My Friends was finally found. Following the release of the pilot, one of the admins, Melodulus, came out of hiding and reconnected with the search team. According to internal messages between the two parties, they originally got the pilot courtesy of another Backyardigans wiki admin, who we'll refer to as K.
He is definitely the most like elusive person out of the entire admin people. Some of them I don't even think we've talked to before. They just have no presence online whatsoever. But K is different. K prided himself as the quote-unquote, this is Alex's words, not mine. He deemed himself as a Backyardigans oracle, quote-unquote. They were very pretentious in the community. They believed they knew everything about Backyardigans. Great achievement, by the way. They had everything on the show. It's kind of creepy.
Melodulus claims that at some point between late 2015 and early 2016, admins K and Poblor received the pilots due to an unauthorized access into Nickelodeon's internal archive system, known as Nick Central. Nick Central was essentially Nickelodeon's internal digital library or media server, likely containing high-quality masters of shows, pilots, and promos. It's a bit unclear whether they carried out the hack themselves or simply seized the opportunity. Nevertheless, they downloaded the files of not just one, but two Backyardigans pilots, the 1998 live-action Me and My Friends, and the 2002 CGI pilots. To understand how serious this was essentially an illegal breach of a company's confidential archive. Once Kay and Poblor had copies of the pilots, they apparently distributed them among the Backyardigans wiki admin team. Suddenly, these fans had something incredibly rare, the actual pilots that even Nickelodeon had never released. And instead of celebrating the find by sharing it, they decided to hoard it privately. Perhaps initially it was caution. After all, they got it through a serious breach of law. But beyond that, a sense of ownership and control set in. This was their precious treasure now. According to Melodulus, this moment in 2015 to 2016 caused a fracture even within the admin group. Melodulus began distancing himself from K, uneasy with the toxicity and illegal nature of what was happening. There were arguments about whether to quietly share at least some of the content, but K was fiercely against letting anything out. From 2016 onwards, everything the wiki admins did starts making sense through this lens. They locked down their pages, they removed outside info, and they became gatekeepers. Nearly a decade of hoarding and intimidation followed. Melodulus later claimed that K would even threaten any fellow admin who tried to release the pilots. Now, for unknown reasons, I'm told that K stepped away from the internet around 2018. He deleted his YouTube channel, his blog, and forum accounts, leaving only a fandom account in existence.
Dang, why is it worth 300,
He was
bro?
trying to erase his own footprint.
Why is it so expensive,
Despite vanishing
though?
publicly, Melodulus indicated that K still remained in contact with the remaining
Man,
admins
the
privately,
things we do.
continuing to urge, or bully, them to never release
Things we
Me
do
and
for
My
money,
Friends.
right?
It had become, in Mel's words, like a prized possession for certain people in that group. So by the time the search team in the outside world was earnestly hunting the pilots, the wiki admins had long had it, and had sworn among themselves to keep it a secret. So they infiltrated the search and sabotaged it so that LSSQ, Sue Reviewer, and the rest would never find it. But in doing so, they inadvertently set up one of the most convoluted wild goose chases in Lost media history.
It only gets more
The final straw in the
expensive.
saga
What?
came in mid-2025
It
after
only
El
gets
Supersonic's
more
videos
expensive.
turned
That's
public
fucking
sentiment
insane.
overwhelmingly against the
Holy
admins,
shit, dude.
with K largely out of the picture
Gatling P as
and the
well, I
pilot already
believe.
leaked online. Melodulus came forward with an official statement. claiming there was more to the story. In this statement, Malolis confirmed much of what we recounted, that the admins did obtain the pilot through unauthorized means. They were in school at the time, so likely minors or very young adults when this happened. Malolis claimed that even back then, he felt they should release the, quote, harmless, non-sensitive stuff they found. But others in the group were vehemently against it. He described a culture of gatekeeping and pressure, where even hinting at sharing content would result in frantic messages, threats of doxing, and even late-night phone calls from fellow admins to intimidate him into compliance. He also shed light on P.
Big, I don't know.
P was a completely separate person who genuinely found the pilot independently. According to Mel, P might have been threatened by someone as well, which is why he pulled back, though Malolis doesn't confirm who.
I'm glad that it's finally over with, not the search just for him, you know, with all those admins. I'm glad that you know, they're out of this mess, because it honestly seems like, you know, this is a huge case of blackmail. So hold these people you know, accountable for something just because they accidentally got caught up with some guy who had unauthorized access to something you shouldn't have. So I'm satisfied with it. Obviously, it's not mine to judge, but yeah, I'm just happy that it's over with for him, and I hope the best for all the admins and that they can finally be left alone.
I wish that this search could have been different. I wish there could have been a different flow of events. I wish Melodious could have, like, turned to the light side sooner. I wish there was more of a fight for, like, fairness in terms of, like, who has it, and why can't it be released, and, like, you know, I just get really sad thinking about the way that this kind of all turned out.
And just like that, it was all over. Me and my friends had finally been found. After years of misinformation, private hoarding, fake aliases, and dead ends, the pilot in its entirety was now available for everyone to see, concluding one of the biggest, most eventful searches in lost media history. And all of this for a goddamn pilot show for preschoolers. The ironic thing is, had the admins just released the pilot all the way back then in 2015 or 2016, or had they just ignored the search team, none of this would have blown up. The Nick Central hack would have been buried in internet history. The pilot would have just been online and no one would question it. But because Kay and whoever else was so keen on hoarding it by any means necessary, the search got way, way larger than they could handle. And if the 4chan Anon was really just some guy who leaked it to spite the Backyardigans wiki admins, then they have no one else to blame but themselves. Thanks for watching, see you next time.
This is the rabbit hole iceberg.
Google defines a rabbit hole as a bizarre, confusing, or nonsensical situation or environment. And this iceberg chart's got a lot of that. This iceberg chart has so much stuff on it, so much weird stuff on it, and that makes this iceberg chart kind of a hard thing to cover because there is so much stuff you could potentially talk about. You could pick pretty much any single one of the entries on this iceberg and spend an entire video just talking about that one thing. There is that much going on here. So the way I'm going to do this is with each entry, I'm just going to give you a rundown of the most important ideas, the most interesting aspects of the entry, and then move on. Obviously, I'm going to spend more time on the more interesting entries and spend less time on the less interesting entries. And as you can see, I'm not going to be able to cover this entire iceberg in just this one video. So this is going to be part one of a multi-part series, probably. And let me tell you, while doing research on this iceberg, I found myself on some of the weirdest parts of the internet. And while browsing these weird parts of the internet, it's important to keep my online identity anonymous and for my personal information to stay safe. And that's where NordVPN comes in, today's sponsor. Did you know that your internet service provider can see pretty much everything you do online? It's true. Records of everything you do online can be seen by your ISP, and bad actors and websites can easily track you by analyzing your internet traffic. The only way to really effectively protect your privacy online is by using a VPN such as NordVPN. NordVPN encrypts all of your internet traffic, making your online activity essentially impossible to track. Websites can no longer track you, your internet service provider can't tell what you're doing, and your privacy and personal information is kept safe. Since NordVPN can hide your online identity, it also has other uses, such as allowing you to access content and websites that are blocked in your country. Let's say that you want to use a website such as YouTube while in China. Typically, YouTube is blocked by the Chinese government in China, but by using NordVPN, you'll be able to hide your identity and location by setting your IP to a different country, the United States for example, and you can access YouTube just as if you were in the United States. Using NordVPN is also incredibly easy. After downloading the app on your PC, Mac, Android, or iPhone, just launch the app, sign in, and hit Quick Connect, and you will be automatically connected to the most efficient and suitable server. In fact, if you act now, you can get a holiday season deal. If you go to nordvpn.com/parallelpipes, you can get a 2-year plan plus 1 additional month with a huge discount. And before we get into this, I'm gonna have to explain one more thing about how I'm gonna approach this iceberg chart. So while doing research on this iceberg and working on this video, it came to my attention that the first 2 layers of this iceberg are not very interesting. I'd imagine that a lot of the people watching this video are already very familiar with a lot of the entries on the first 2 layers of this iceberg. Many of these entries have been covered to death on YouTube, and most of these entries lack anything interesting or dramatic or mysterious. And here's the thing, I think most people are coming to watch an iceberg video not to listen to someone talk about things that they're already familiar with, but instead to listen to someone talk about things that are new and fresh and have an air of mystery to them. So what I want to try and avoid doing here is making a video where you guys have to slog through boring entry after boring entry, just so every once in a while we can talk about something that's actually interesting. And then right after that, we go back to boring entry after boring entry. And so here's what I did. I went through all the entries on the first 2 layers of this iceberg and blurred
sun. I got
all the
200
ones
there.
that are not worth our time. And so we're not going to spend any time on those ones. But then moving past these first 2 layers, we'll cover every entry. Oh my god, he's not going to talk about flat earth. That's my favorite one. Shut up. Take your complaints to the comments. There are so many interesting things on this iceberg that our time is not best spent talking about these entries. Okay, let's
See how
get into
quickly
it.
they get slogged
So
down. Look
entry
at
is
this
referring to a
paper,
meme
dude.
that's related to the game Habbo Hotel. Habbo Hotel is an online socializing multiplayer game. It's aimed at children. And in 2006, a couple groups on 4chan formed some raids where everyone chose this avatar and formed human blockades to block off pools and block off other entrances to other locations. Some people say that this raid happened due to some rumors floating around on 4chan that moderators were abusing their moderation powers to disproportionately ban avatars with a dark skin color. And some people claim that this was a protest against that. Although a lot of the people that participated in these raids probably didn't have that on their minds. The phrase "pools closed" became a pretty popular catchphrase amongst people in these raids, and this phrase kind of became.
Okay, so what do we need
bigger than
now?
just 4chan and Habbo
Maybe we
Hotel.
had a
Phoenix
Melon
Jones
Poll.
is a guy who's dedicated a solid
Well,
portion of
there's
his
that.
life to being a real-life superhero. His real name's Ben Fedor, and since 2010, he's been roaming the streets of Seattle, Washington, trying to
Definitely
fight
needs
crime,
spike
protect
weed.
civilians, and do good deeds. He wears a black and gold colored suit that is supposedly reinforced with bullet and stab-resistant plating. He also wears a bulletproof vest underneath it. Usually his weapon of choice is his fists or pepper spray, but reportedly at one point he even tried carrying around a net launcher to catch criminals with. Throughout his career, he's actually managed to stop quite a few fights and help a couple people from getting mugged. He's also an MMA fighter, and so a lot of people think he's doing this Phoenix Jones thing as a publicity stunt. In 2020, he was arrested for allegedly selling MDMA, but since then he's seemingly been released and could potentially be roaming the streets of Seattle as we speak. Garfield minus Garfield. Garfield
Roaming
minus
the
Garfield
shits. I
is
love
a
that.
website that posts Garfield comics with Garfield removed from them. It turns the Garfield comics into this completely different experience that makes it feel like John is a lonely man battling mental illness
Bluto.
and is
Shit,
just
thank you.
alone talking to himself. The Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows. The Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows, most predominantly, is a website dedicated to creating new words to describe specific emotions that don't have a specific word to describe them yet. For example, the word ringlord describes the feeling that goes with the wish that the modern world felt as epic as the one once depicted in old stories and folktales. Probably the most popular word from this being the term sonder, which it defines as the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own, populated with their own ambitions, friends, routines, worries, and inherited craziness. Wikipedia deleted articles. So this is a Wikipedia page for Wikipedia articles that have been deemed unnecessary or weird or extreme, and when these articles are deleted, they're put on this deleted articles list. Probably my favorite ones on this list are Beware the Green Monkey, Inappropriate Touch Tuesday, and more information on this subject is available. ILookLikeBarackObama.com. ILookLikeBarackObama.com is a shitpost website about this guy that thinks he looks like Barack Obama. Hi, my name's Trevor, and I look like Barack Obama. I've had lots of people stop me on the streets, ask me about taxes and healthcare and things like that, and I thought I'd create a website to clarify that I am, in fact, not Barack Obama. I'm not the President of the United States, so please, if you see me on the streets, don't come up to me asking if I'm Barack Obama. I'm not. He has bodyguards and dresses better. I drew all sorts of lines all over the images to make it look like facial recognition stuff. Notice how similar the lines are. It's not just a coincidence. We really look alike. Nowadays, this website's pretty much gone. If you try and visit ILookLikeBarackObama.com, you'll just get this page that has the definition of the term microaggression. I guess the guy who made the website decided to take it down because people were viewing it as a microaggression, or he started viewing it as a microaggression. Vermin Supreme is a guy who has run for president in every single election cycle since 1992. Some of the policies he campaigns on are legally requiring all Americans to brush their teeth, government-funded research into time travel, and providing every American with a free pony to help shift towards a more pony-based economy. He's a comedian and performance artist. He's ran under the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, and in the 2020 presidential election, he actually got third place in the Libertarian presidential primaries. So he's getting closer to being on the ticket. Also, here's a clip of him pouring glitter onto one of his opponents at a debate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Supreme.
Who Killed Captain Alex? Who Killed Captain Alex is a Ugandan action film with a budget reportedly lower than $200. Isaac Godfrey Geoffrey Nabwana, or I'm just gonna call him Nabwana, is the man behind this film, and this one guy is pretty much the complete driving force behind the film, with him directing, editing, and doing the screenplay for this film. Pretty much all the props and rigging for this film were made using scrap metal. Apparently, the computer that was used to edit this film was made from whatever old spare computer parts Nabwana was able to get his hands on. The movie calls itself Uganda's first action film, and it probably is, and the original version of the film has seemingly been completely lost. The only version of this film that still exists has what's called a video joker in it. A video joker is this guy who gets dubbed over the audio in the film and does commentary, and the only version of the film that still exists has a video joker dubbed over it.
Bro, the multitask here is insane. I'm focusing so hard.
Audiences over recent years, and it's another example of a film that's so bad it's kind of endearing. DashCon was a convention that was held in Schaumburg, Illinois in 2014, and the idea behind it was that it would be a convention centered around Tumblr and the many different Tumblr fandoms that existed at the time. When the convention actually happened, it was a complete mess, and the whole thing was completely mismanaged. Very few vendors showed up. A bunch of performances that were supposed to be at the convention pulled out because at the last second the convention decided that they weren't going to pay for their hotel rooms. And there only ended up being about 350 attendees, even though they were projecting somewhere between 3,000 and 7,000.
Work
because a lot
harder.
of the performances pulled out, a lot of the attendees who wanted to see
Work
their favorite
harder.
performers wouldn't be able to. And so reportedly what was happening is the convention organizers were offering people a voucher for an extra hour in the ball pit as compensation. This is what that ball pit looked like. I Love Bees. I Love Bees was an ARG that was set up to advertise and build hype for the release of Halo 2. In one of the trailers for Halo 2, at the end of the trailer, the website ilovebees.com would flash onto the screen, and if you were to decide to visit the website, you'd be met by this blog that was supposed to be owned by this beekeeper by the name of Margaret, and throughout the
shit, he
website
just
there's
crushed
these
my
weird,
walnut.
glitchy, corrupted effects taking
That's
place,
sad.
and the home page would have a message that read, "Control has been yielded to System Peril Distributed Reflex. Countdown to Wide Awake and Physical. Make your decisions accordingly." Question: what happened to this site? Answer: no idea. Help me out. After digging into the website and looking into a blog associated with the site where Margaret's daughter would express confusion and questions towards what was happening to her mother's website, it would eventually be discovered that the story behind this ARG was that a rogue AI from the Halo universe was seeking refuge from destruction, so it inserted itself into the I Love Bees website in an attempt to preserve itself. And while the AI was being hosted on the I Love Bees website, it would start corrupting the website, and it would try and send out messages to the outside world to try and communicate to people what its current situation was. To figure all this stuff out, players in this ARG would be tasked to solve puzzles to progress the story, with one of the most important parts of the ARG tasking players to activate 777 axons to progress the story. And to activate these axons, players would need to visit certain GPS coordinates where payphones would be located, and while at the payphone would ring at a certain time, and players would be required to answer questions and provide the person on the other end with a secret code word that would then activate the axon. After these 777 payphone axons were activated, certain players of this ARG would be invited to one of 4 movie theaters throughout the United States, where special events would be held, where people could get early hands-on time and play Halo 2. 17,776. So in real life on June 7th, the sports blog owned by Vox Media known as SB Nation published this article titled "What Football Will Look Like in the Future." And upon clicking on the article and going to the webpage, the text on the page would just start growing until the entire screen turned black. And this is the point where the webpage transitions from being a sports blog to this narrative story thing called 17,776. The story is told through a bunch of different web pages and videos and articles, and this is the general idea of how it goes. The story is about 3 space probes who, after aimlessly floating through space for a lot of time, eventually gained sentience. Just go with it. And after thousands of years of just floating through space aimlessly, they eventually met up with one another in the year 17,776 and decided to observe and talk about it. In the year 17,776, humans on Earth have basically become immortal. No one dies, no one reproduces, everyone lives in good health, and war and conflict has ended. And since at this point humans live in this perfect utopian future, they have nothing better to do than play absolutely crazy and convoluted versions of football. So in this future, humans have invented nanotechnology that allows them to be pretty much indestructible and immortal. So the story explains that, for example, there's a game of football that they play that uses the entirety of Nebraska as the playing field. There's a version of the game where a football is launched out of a cannon in Alaska and will land somewhere in the continental United States, and the first to touch the ball is awarded points. There's a version of the game that is being played between the Mexican and Canadian border that has been in a deadlock for 13,000 years. The Bibbits. The Bibbits is an artificial life evolution simulator. Within this simulation, there's these creatures called Bibbits, and just like real life, they're trying to get food to stay alive. At the start, all the Bibbits will be given slightly different versions of genes, making some of them more effective at getting food. The Bibbits can reproduce and pass on their genes to the next generation. So through natural selection, the Bibbits will evolve to become much more effective at getting
I'm always running out of sun, but I always had just have enough. I don't know what it is.
Programmed to have brains that can evolve to have really
And now I ran
complex
out of
behaviors.
sun.
So
Now I
as the
have more.
simulation goes on, you'll start
So
seeing
now I'm
Bibbits
good.
sometimes getting aggressive. You'll start seeing them hurting with one another. You'll start seeing them
Now I
move
can
in
deal
weird
with
ways.
this. Yeah.
Cyber-ethnography. So ethnography is the study of people groups and their different traditions and moral standards, values, beliefs, social hierarchies, and dialects and stuff like that. So the idea behind cyber-ethnography is just like how real-life people groups have their own unique cultures and customs and dialects, online people groups do as well. So the idea being, for example, a furry role-playing group on Tumblr will probably have a different culture than that of a hate group on 4chan, and they will probably have a different culture than that of a Facebook group for moms. All these online people groups will have their own unique values, traditions, moral standards, and they'll all even have their own unique dialects to some extent. 2,222 card Yu-Gi-Oh deck. At the 2007 Yu-Gi-Oh! German Nationals, a guy entered the tournament with a 2,222 card deck. At the time, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Rule set didn't have a maximum deck size, so this move was actually technically legal. The whole point of the deck was to waste as much time as possible when going up against your opponent. This deck was also reportedly disproportionately made up of search cards, and in Yu-Gi-Oh! Anytime you use a search card, you have to shuffle your entire deck afterwards, and shuffling a 2,222 card deck takes up a ton of time. This deck was brought to the tournament by a guy by the name of Mike Sway. The deck was disqualified the second round of the tournament. A judge at the tournament determined that the deck could not be shuffled in a reasonable amount of time, and he requested that he drop out of the tournament, to which Mike Sway complied. Probably at least part of the reason Mike Sway did this was just to make a joke, but also at the same time, it was probably to put on display the flaws that were in the rule set at the time. At the time, there was no limit to how many cards your deck could have, so this was technically completely legal. A year later, Konami did make changes to the rule set, and one of the rules implemented was a 60-card deck limit, making this type of move now impossible. The Michael Jackson Vault. Michael Jackson died in 2009, and he left behind a lot of unreleased demos and music. This unreleased music is often referred to as being in the
old
Michael
Twitty
Jackson
Dinkies
Vault,
are-
which is being controlled by Sony.
Don't ever
There's
say
been a
that
lot of
fucking
unreleased
word,
music
Twitty
that's
Dinky.
been released since Michael Jackson's death, but according to Sony, there is still a lot of unreleased stuff being still kept in the Michael Jackson Vault, but they have no intentions of releasing it yet. At least that's what they say on the Michael Jackson website. Club Penguin private servers. Club Penguin was an online multiplayer game that was shut down in March of 2017 by Disney. The player base had shrunken pretty substantially, and it probably wasn't a very profitable venture anymore. But let me tell you, this didn't stop dedicated Club Penguin players from keeping the community alive. After the shutdown of Club Penguin, many private Club Penguin servers started popping up and being hosted by private individuals who were not officially being supported by Disney. Probably the most popular version of the game that you can play right now is Club Penguin Rewritten. In May of 2020, the BBC reported on this other private, unofficial version of the game called Club Penguin Online. They made an article on Club Penguin Online, and they were saying that it was not being moderated properly, and the game was being populated by a bunch of racists and anti-Semitists, groomers, and pedophiles, and the game was unsuitable for children, and this led to Disney hunting down the developers behind Club Penguin Online and hitting them with a cease and desist and shutting the game down. Libraryofbabel.info. Libraryofbabel.info is a website that has every book that has ever existed, every book that ever will exist, every document ever written, every paper ever written, every song, poem, scripture, and document ever written. This sounds stupid. How does it work? Okay, so the way this works is the website has on demand every single combination of English alphabet characters that could ever exist, as long as it's 3,200 characters long. That is a catch to it. So imagine a book with 3,200 characters in it, and this library has every combination of 3,200 characters that could exist. Sure, most of the books in this library are complete gibberish, but amongst all these books, there can also be anything. You could find the Bible, Harry Potter, 50 Shades of Grey, anything, because the library has access to every combination of letters, as long as it's 3,200 characters long. The library has 10 to the 4,677 books in it. The website also has this component to it where there's a virtual library you can access the books through. So there's 3,260 hexagonal
We're
rooms, each
cooking.
with 4 walls of bookcases,
This is
each
the
case having
gargantua
5
right
shelves,
now.
with each shelf having 32 books. Lucid dreaming. Lucid dreaming is when you were dreaming and
There
you
it
know
is.
you were dreaming. A lot of people say that they can take control of their dreams when they're lucid dreaming and like control the things around them and make things happen and do whatever they want. The exact mechanism
Do
that makes
whatever
lucid
they
dreaming
want.
happen is unknown. There's a lot of different methods people have developed that supposedly can help people achieve lucid dreaming more often. One of the things you can do is what's called a reality check. Every once in a while in your day-to-day life, just look around and make sure you're in reality. Make sure you're not dreaming. For example, look down at your fingers and make sure you have 5 of them. Make sure you're still in reality. If you make a habit out of this type of reality check, there's a chance that while you're dreaming, you might do this reality check and then realize you're dreaming and then start lucid dreaming. Also, some people suggest keeping a dream journal, so like writing down the things you experience in your dream. And another thing that's often suggested to people that want to lucid dream is while you're falling asleep, try and imagine the scenario you want to be in your lucid dream. Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is an indie game that has been in development since 2002, and through nearly its entire development, it's only had 2 developers working on it. The game has multiple different game modes you can play, but the most popular game mode takes place in a procedurally generated world where you take control of a group of dwarves with the main goal of creating and growing a fortress. The game uses incredibly simple graphics, but what makes this game, he's talking about a bug that he recently patched out from Dwarf Fortress. I think this interview does a good job illustrating how complicated and complex things get
Really?
in this game. Basically what he does in this interview is he
Alright.
explains a glitch that they patched out from Dwarf Fortress. So what was happening is they recently added bartenders to bars in Dwarf Fortress, and what would happen is dwarves would come into these bars and the bartender would serve them a drink, and since like dwarves are kind of these ill-mannered creatures, there's a chance that they would just throw their drink on the ground, and their drink would explode on the ground and put alcohol all over the floor. And also at around this time, they made an addition to the game to where cats clean themselves like how cats clean themselves in real life. They clean themselves in the way where they're like licking their paws and then like wiping their face. And so what was happening is cats would come into the bar after dwarves had thrown alcohol on the ground, and the cats would walk through the alcohol and get it on their paws, and then they'd clean themselves, and in the act of cleaning themselves they would get alcohol in their mouth. And the glitch was that this wasn't really planned for, and so there was a little bit of an oversight, so that whenever a cat was licking its paw when it had alcohol on it, it would be equivalent to having an entire drink of alcohol, and it would make the cats drunk incredibly fast, and they'd start suffering from alcohol poisoning, and they'd start exhibiting like one of the 7 different symptoms that they coded in for alcohol poisoning, and then there would also be a chance that they would die. I just think this interview and this whole situation just goes to show how complicated and how much stuff is going on at once in this game. The game has been in development for 19 years now, and they say it's not going to be done for another 10. There was a release of this game on Steam somewhat recently, but it's not really a true finished version of the game, and the developers of the game said the only reason they did this is because they needed money to pay for their medical bills. Dark Side of the Rainbow. This entry is referring to how if you play Pink Floyd's The Dark Side of the Moon album at the same time as The Wizard of Oz, the two will sync up incredibly well for some reason. The energy of the music follows the characters on screen really well, and sometimes even the lyrics of the music match up with what's going on screen. Some people think it matches up so well that there's no way this could possibly be a coincidence, so people speculate that Pink Floyd purposely made the Dark Side of the Moon album to fit with The Wizard of Oz. Members of Pink Floyd have been asked about this and asked if they purposely did this or not, to which they've always said that it's just a complete coincidence that their album matches up with The Wizard of Oz. Minecrafter from this to this. Bulwer Lytton Fiction Contest. This is a contest that is held every year by the San Jose State University to see who can write the worst opening to a book. There are thousands of entries to this contest every year, and the 2020 winner for the worst opening was Her Dear John missive flapped ambiguously in the windy breeze, hanging like a pizza menu on the doorknob of my mind. Best of Craigslist. This is a website that has a list of weird findings on Craigslist. Here's probably one of my favorite findings on this list. Category is general, and it's in the Detroit metro area. What it says on this listing is, want to watch a live birth on mushrooms. Hey there. My friend and I are trying to figure out the craziest thing we could do on magic mushrooms, and realize that watching a live childbirth would be by far the most incredible, mind-blowing experience that we could think of. We're looking for a woman with child who would permit 5 respectful 27-year-old men to watch her give birth while on magic mushrooms. Compensation is negotiable, but for sure at least $100 per person. And the knowledge of knowing that you just blew some people's mind having a baby come out of you. This offer may not be for everyone. If you know someone who may be interested, please share this offer so that might fulfill our dream of watching a live birth on mushrooms.
Oh, diggers!
Idiot needed to beat
we're
Vanilla
cooked.
Dome in Super Mario World. Human-sized steel cage. Whoever responds with the best
cooked.
potential use for this
We
cage will get it free of charge. Welded steel. Approximately
We're
200
fried,
pounds.
buddy.
2
We're
people can
fried.
easily
You can't even
move it.
fight
Knotpron.
back.
Knotpron is an online puzzle game where you'll solve different riddles and puzzles to progress through different web pages. Some of the riddles are super complex and complicated. Throughout the puzzle, you'll have to mess with URLs and look into the source codes of pages and edit images and discover hidden codes within music, and stuff like that just happens on a regular basis within this puzzle. There's 138 documented different levels to this puzzle, and it's taken people reportedly months to complete sometimes. Peepee. This entry is probably referring to this plushie called a Peepee. It's a plushie being sold by this company called Item Label, and some of the other plushies they sell are called the Sucklet and the Dinkle. The company has made a lot of TikToks and YouTube videos about their plushies, I don't know, with their most popular YouTube video being called Peepee's Theme. It seems to me as an example of a company trying to use viral marketing to promote and sell their products. There's nothing special about